The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, good morning and welcome to Prague for this European Cricket Series from Czechia. And match number 42 between Prague Spartans and Prague Barbarians. And should be a very, very good game. We're going to have a look at what happened yesterday before we get any further. There's beautiful conditions here in Prague again. Slight breeze just to cool things down, not too warm. Yeah, bit of high cloud, but fantastic conditions for cricket. I was talking about good cricket yesterday. It was fantastic. We had some big hitting towards the end of the day and a couple of very close games. And I'm sure we'll have much the same today. Prague Barbarians against Spartans is the first game up. And we'll see the coin toss in a few minutes' time after the recap of yesterday's play. So, as I mentioned, very nice day today. The ground's playing beautifully. Very, very fast outfield, and the pitch is playing nicely. The pitch showed a few little variations yesterday. It's a concrete base, and it cracks a little bit if there's no water. We haven't had much rain here in Prague. As we see, yesterday's first game was PCC against Bohemians. It's a good win again for PCC, 145. Remarkably, that's below their average score. And Bohemians, a good effort with the bat. But it was 69 from Sabun Divisi and 50 from the skipper, Aaron Ashokan, who pumped up the score for PCC. And afterwards, we had Tigers and Bohemians. Bohemians with a good win. They're well in contention for that one of those top four spots. Tigers are right down the bottom of the table, just hanging in there by their claws with the chances of getting that top four. It'll be for finals Friday, this Friday. Not too long to go. So in match number 39, Prague Tigers against PCC, and pretty one-sided again. 87 reached the Tigers, and Himmler Rongdi with nice 28, and then good score from Vikramasengas and Divisi Tomar also contributing. They got the runs in just over 6 overs. And Barbarians Bohemians, another really good game. Bohemians with a comfortable victory in the end, with some good batting from Sahid Mahmood and Sazi Buyan. And in the final game of the day, we saw the Tigers back in action as well. Again, against the Barbarians, and some fantastic batting up top from the general manager, and also Sobjit Mia got them over the line against a very good Barbarians side, with Vaishak hitting 79 and batting beautifully. So let's go out to the toss and see what happened with our tournament referee Charles Croucher and the two captains.
It's the call and it's the tail. Yes, we go for batting first. Bat first.
So, as you saw there, the Barbarians, they won the toss, decided to bat. I think it's a good one to win, actually. And Divi Singh, he missed out yesterday, rarely. He'll be vital in this innings. He got a duck, second ball, and Vaishak took over. Jagan Everson with a sparkling 79. Best I've ever seen him bat. Hopefully he can continue his form here for the Spartans. Neeraj Taigi is going to be instrumental with the ball, as he is normally. It won't be Neeraj to open. It'll be Shanmugam Ravi, who again has bowled pretty well this series. He'll be bowling to Devendra Singh and Jagan Everson at the non-strikers end. So flying solo in the first game at least. Might have some special guests in during the day as Ravi comes in. Down leg side. Divi leaves it alone. He took it as a sighter. Got a good look at the ball. Possibly could have been launched down into the the beets field. I was corrected by umpire Pete Vincent. I thought they were cabbages, but they're actually sugar beet in the field behind the screen. As Shammagan comes in again, and big swing and a miss. No pace on the ball. It deceived Divi, and that's no run. Devendra Singh's been in very, very good form with the bat. It is a 2-week tournament, so sometimes form fluctuates. And so we'll see how he comes out today. Barbarians still with a very good chance of getting in that top 4, even though they didn't post a victory yesterday. And just swing and a miss. An appeal from the bowler just early on today. It's a little bit difficult. That came in quite a lot. Good bowling from Ravi. It's been impressive this tournament. Barbarians just with that one wide on the board. I'm sure that'll change soon. Ravi comes in again and just tucked away on the leg side. Bit of foot fielding there by Taigi, and it'll bring Jagannathan on strike. It was a very, very good innings from Jagannathan yesterday, highlighted by a magnificent off drive. But he's got very quick hands, especially getting on anything short and lifting it over the infield on the leg side. And a bit of a shout going down leg, and they'll take a leg by. Might have been a bit of bat actually. It's a bit of a woody sound. Let's have another look. And a good appeal, but I think it came off the leading edge of the bat. Hence the LBW cannot be given. Right, with still a couple of balls left in this over. Been a good one. And hit out into the covers. No run. Again, nice and tight there from Ravi. Hi to folks in the chat. Hi to Nick Devonshire. So Twilight and Wayne. Good to see you here early in the morning here in Prague. It's about 20 past 9 local time. Ravi comes in again and bowled him. Well, that's not a great shot. And Devendra Singh, after fantastic form earlier in the week, didn't look like scoring anything here. Did end up on 1. That's a big wicket here for the Spartans. It's a bit of a shootout between quite a few teams for the 4 places. This one came in quite a lot from Ravi, and a big swing from Divi, who just lost his patience a bit. So great start there for the Spartans. A very, very good over first up from Shanmugan Ravi. It is normally Niraj Taigi who opens. And we see here average runs for 115 for the Barbarians, 111 for Spartans. But Barbarians concede a few more runs. Very, very tight. The expected score, you can disregard that somewhat because it does take in past tournaments. And that's not very relevant in these in this one, with the outfield being so quick and so much faster than it has been here in Prague in previous years. The new bowler will be Prasad Ramachandran, who is again going to keep the pace off. This has been at the point for no run. The new batsman is Rohit Goyal. Barbarians, they'll want to win, but I think Jagannathan's the key here now, with Devendra Singh back in the sheds. And hits straight down the ground and dropped by Taigi. Well, it went straight in and straight out, and that may be an important miss. He scored 79 yesterday, and that one, he just hit the half volley straight to Taigi. Couldn't hang on to it. It's a lovely shot into the covers, but he's hitting fielders at the moment. Well, chance for a run out. He'll be gone. Goyal just not responding. Jagannathan taking off for the run and just jogging it. Made it easily. There's no communication with Goyal, and he's gone for, I think, a diamond duck. Have another look. Don't think, Goyal might have faced one in this over, I think. Let's have a quick look at it. But disastrous running. Hits it nicely. Goyal just ball watching. Jagan Everson, he's jogged it down to the other end. Goyal would have made it easily. And that's another wicket and a bit of a disaster for the Barbarians. So we've lost the scoreboard temporarily. But Barbarians, there's not a great start for them this morning. They are 3 for 2. And we're into the second over. So the run rate's terrible. And the fact that they've lost 2 early wickets, including Devendra Singh, is even worse. Bowler comes in again to the new batsman. It's the captain, Vamshi Madashetty. And that might have been close as well. They're finding fielders at the moment of the Barbarians. Let's have a look at this. And if it hit, would have been gone. If the keeper would have taken it, it would have been gone. That's what he's complaining about, the keeper for the Spartans. It's Dhiras Thakur. And Spartans, they've got a lot in their lineup as well, both with the ball and the bat. Barbarians have to play well to beat them. It's a terrible start for them. Bowler comes in again. This is hit straight and past Taigi this time. And 4 runs to Jagan Everson. Nice shot there. Yeah, waited for it, hit it straight, and there's no one covering that area. In the front of the captain, so right in front of me on the offside. So 8 for 2 at the moment. 1 ball left in the second. So they need a partnership here, the Barbarians. And this one goes through everyone. It's going to go towards the boundary. I think it's going to be 4 byes. Have a bit of a look. And it's the end of the over. Just got through everyone. Actually got a bit of bat, did Jagan Everson. So 4 runs underneath the keeper. And Barbarians at 12 for 2. Vamshi Madashetty is just faced one ball. I think you want to give Jagan Everson the strike as a skipper. So was the Barbarians decided to bat, and I think logically it would have been a good way to go in this game, but it's just not been a good start. That run out from of Rohit Goyal of his own making, just ball watching instead of listening to his partner. This one's off the pad, down the leg side. Would have been a wide. Just clipped the outside of the pad and no run. So it's Shamukhan Ravi coming in again, getting good in swing. This is whipped away. Nice shot by Madashetty. Just got a bit leg side there. He does move it in quite a bit. You can see the swing. And he went with it. And it's the fastest part of the ground. One of the Yellow Jackets there chasing it. And 16 for 2 now. Madashetty now moving on to 5. We haven't seen the best of Vamshi Madashetty in this tournament. The lusty 6 yesterday in the run chase against the Tigers. But really hasn't gotten going in any of his innings. Got a few starts though. As Ravi comes in again and left outside off stump. No swing there. Madashetty comes in again, and again I think he's lost that swing. And another wide there, outside off stump. So these balls tend to swing quite a bit, and especially early on. Normally there's a bit of a breeze that comes from left to right here. It does vary in Prague. So Vinny Sandhu's in the chat. Let's have a look at this. This is high in the air. Player coming around and takes a catch. Well, Madashetty, he got that boundary, but then lost his wicket. There's only 2 men out because of the power play. He managed to pick one out. It's a really good catch out there. And it's Sandeep Kumar. He made a lot of ground and took it comfortably in there and did all the hard work. And as you can see, really comfortable catch in the end after making the ground, got really steady with it. And Barbarians have lost another wicket. Hi to my friend Vinny Sandu in the chat. And we had a dumplings night last night, which was pretty great. Vinny Sandu eating a couple of hundred dumplings, it seems. Just kept on ordering them, and just loves it. It was pretty good, though, I've got to say. Went out with some of the team. And, it was a very pleasant night out. As Ravi takes another wicket. It's been a really good opening spell here from Shanmugam Ravi. He's taken 2 for 9. He's got 3 balls left. 3 balls left to the power play. And Michel Manet is the new batsman. And he's batted pretty well throughout this tournament. He'll want to go on with a bigger score there. And again, they need a partnership. Ravi comes in again and just poked down through the third man area. It's going towards the boundary. Might even get there, you know. Had it, and it has. Just a little prod. Shows you how quick this ground is. Just pushes it. And the chase was on. Sagar, he's not the slowest on the field, is Sagar. And he couldn't catch up with it. And as the day goes on, when it starts to bake, this ground will get a little bit faster as well. Had a little bit of rain in the last few days here, but generally over the last month or so, it's been almost none. As Shanmugam Ravi comes in again, this one's hit the pad. Just to give you an indication, this ground hasn't been mown for 4 weeks, according to the groundsman. And it's lightning fast, the grass is short. It just hasn't had enough water for it to grow. Still a little bit green and yellow in patches. And Manet gets that, well, almost past the fielder. And they'll just get a single from it. So, at the end of the power play, pretty good one for the Spartans. Let's have another look at this. Head towards the umpire, gets out of the way, and another one on the shins there. That's Varun Saxena, who I think we'll see with the ball a little bit later on. Copped one on the shins. We've seen quite a few of those. The fielders not wanting to use their hands for some apparent reason. As we see here, 3 off the first, and 9 off the second, 11 off the third. But have a look at those wickets. 1 wicket in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third. So they're getting pretty consistent wickets. The Spartans. And they'll continue with spin with Prasad Ramachandran. But a really good opening spell there from Shanmugam Ravi. 2 for 14 off his 2 big wickets as well. And that's called a wide. Been a few wides actually creeping in. As I remove more ants from my water. We've been overrun by ants here in Viennoge. It's just clipped over the top of the bowler to Taigi on the boundary. The field restrictions have been lifted because of the 3 over power play. So it's still has to be 4 in the circle. It's a 30-metre circle, and then the rest of the fielders can be outside that circle. There's a bowler again. Full toss there, and finds a fielder. Well, that's what they're doing at the moment, and that shows sometimes as a team, when you're hitting the ball not as well as usual, and you've got a bit of pressure on you, you tend to find fielders rather than finding gaps. And Manet has gone over the top. Well, no gap needed there. He's just blasted over the long on region for 6. Nice shot by Manet. You can see he's got good power. Safe shot too. And the first 6 of today's play. Very nice shot there by Manet. He's had good starts as Manet. and he's scored at a very good strike rate. Just hasn't quite gone on with it. And it's a good ball. Swing and a miss. And you have to say the same with Jagan Everson in a sense. Until yesterday's innings of 79, it was brilliant from him in the final game of yesterday's play. It says call it wide again. It's umpire Pete Vincent out there, who's the president of the Umpires Association. It's with Joe Foster, who I think is the secretary of the association. So two of the most high-standing batsmen, umpires. This is, well, they've managed to butcher that, the Spartans. The bowler called it, and the cover fieldsman called it, and then, well, I don't know if anyone called it. They just both went for it, and it was almost a collision, and it was Parth Baladia who almost took out the bowler. I know would have won that. Parth's a big man. This is hit hard towards Taegi. Can't stop it, and that's another 4 runs there. Jagan Everson, he hit that one hard. And that's the end of the over. A bit of a lucky one for Barbarians not to lose another wicket. And at the end of the spell from Ramachandran. So 38 for 3 at the end of 4. The run rate's not too bad. They've lost 3 wickets, but if these two can stay in for any part of this innings, and look good for the Barbarians. As you can see, it's been a steady rise up to a run rate of now 9.5. And a wicket in the first 3 overs, but this is the first over that they haven't lost a wicket. Almost did, the Barbarians. If there'd been better communication from the Spartans, would have lost their 4th. So Taegi is going to be the new bowler. Kept him back a bit for the middle overs. Kranti, the captain for the Spartans, has led his side pretty well. Taegi comes in, and this is hit over the top by Mane. There's a man out there, won't reach it. One bounce over the rope, and that's 4 runs. A nice shot there from Vishal Mane. He moves on to 17 off 8. He's doing a bit of the heavy lifting here, and if these two can stay in for the majority of the innings, and I think Barbarians will get up to a healthy score. They're going about 10 and over at the moment. And if you look at the scores so far in this tournament, about 125 is pretty much par. Taegi comes in again. This is hit just over the top of the covers. 3 players coming around. It's going towards the boundary, and well, they all leave it for each other. That's Gina Panelet and also Kranti. Yeah, they all made good ground to get there. Let's have another look at this. It's just bouncing, and probably Panelet the closest. Tried to use his foot and then took it back. That's another 4 in that area. Taegi bowling into Mane. It's a good ball right in the block hole. Squeezes it out, and Parth Baladia picks it up in the cover region. It'll bring Mashak Jagan Everson back on strike. Taegi's bowling around the wicket, so it's pushing the ball across the right-hander. Comes in again. This is smash for 6. Well, right onto it there was Jagan Everson. He looks for that. He loves that shot, and he's got very, very quick hands. He does play the ball very late, but when he sees something he likes, he just demolishes it. Lovely shot. And it's a 50 up for the Barbarians. Taegi's getting a bit of a hammering. Comes in again. And that's a really good final ball. And Jagan Everson fishing. And that's the end of the over, the halfway mark. Prague Barbarians are 53 for 3. 62 days to go for the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship, and starts on the 25th of September, 31 nations. There'll only be one winner. These are the groups. There are 6 groups of 5. It's the biggest tournament we've ever had, and apparently, according to Vinny Sandhu, the biggest tournament in the world, numbers-wise, as far as the number of countries participating. The reigning champions of the Netherlands, and they'll play the group winners, the 6 group winners in Championship Week, starting October 16. Oh, it's gone. Mane played all around that. Ball didn't quite get up as much. It's Sandeep Kumar who comes in. Just played a horizontal bat shot that clipped the top of the bails. Mane can't quite believe it. We'll have another look in a moment. It was a bit short. See the scratch mix. It's a bit short. Came through pretty quickly. Took the stumps. That's the end of Mane. Good little contribution. We'll have a look. Just hits the very top of the bails. I'd say it's precise bowling there from Sandeep Kumar. He pushed that through pretty quickly, actually, did Sandeep. That's another wicket down for the Barbarians. So, Jagan Everson is still in at the non-striker's end. The new batsman comes to the crease. He's trying to get, looks like a leg stump line. It's Prem Nandivada, who bowled the first ever ball here in the Czech Super Series back in 2020. It's called a wide. So he does share a little bit of the history of this this tournament and of the European Cricket Network. Does Nandivada. Sandeep comes in again. It's called a wide again. Well, he's missed the radar both sides. Missed the target both sides since the precision of the first ball. And I don't think Vishal Mane can quite believe what happened. And, it's a bit of an edge. Well, that's what the Spartans thought. The umpire says not out. Flashed outside off stump. Let's have another look at this. And looks like there was a clear gap between bat and ball. So it's a good decision there from the umpire. And another wide. So it's been a bit of a mixed bag here from Sandeep Kumar with a perfect first delivery. A caught behind shout, but then a bunch of wides. Comes again. And another good ball. Well, it's not very consistent, but when he's got it right, Sandeep Kumar's a very difficult customer to face. 56 for 4 at the moment. And another wide. It's been a long over. What's been good's been good though. And Nevada still not off the mark. Jagan Everson is 16 off 10. See, still 3 balls left in this over. Seems like it's been going for a while. This is just over the top of the man at fly slip. And that's 4 runs for Nandivada. Let's have a look. Just off the toe, end of the bat. No chance for that the fielder. Nandivada gets his first boundary. Travelling okay. Lost 4 wickets have the Barbarians. But again, a little partnership here. Give Jagan Everson a strike. He's only faced 10 balls. And, Sandeep Kumar. It's been a strange old over. It's either been brilliant or a wide. That one got a bit lucky as well. Could have gone to the man at fly slip. Seen that position put into play quite a lot. This could be gone. Umpire says no. I think it was going down leg. Very quick decision from the umpire. Let's have another look. And came in a bit. Probably hit him in line, but was going down leg. Good decision from umpire Pete Vincent. And this one's right in the block hole. Again, a really nice delivery to end up this over. It was just a bit of a mixed bag. With some loose bowling, but also with a very good wicket of Vishal Mane right up top. So after 6, Prague Barbarians are 64 for 4. getting about 10 and over. I want to increase that. As you see the scorecard with Devinder Singh going for 1. Vishal Mane, good contribution, 22 off 12. Jaganeverson's still there, 16 off 10. It's been 13 extras already, including 9 wides. So it's not been very disciplined from the Spartans, and has pumped up that score a little bit. Maybe Jaganeverson will be facing against Varun Saxena, who's had good patches with the ball. He has been spanked by a couple of teams though. So we'll have to see what Jaganeverson does. He's in a position where he's got 4 overs left. He doesn't need to take too many risks. He can still get this score up to about the 120 mark. But he'll have to bat well. But Saxena, you won't want to drop it too short. You won't want to get it too straight. And let's hit the pad. Outside leg stump. No appeal from the keeper or the bowler. I think there was an appeal from long off. Jaganeverson, well, that one is not out. They get a leg by. He's missed out again, I think, as Jaganeverson. He waited on it. Let's have another look. So he waited on it and then saw he could hit it. That's a pretty good shout for me. Obviously the umpire didn't like it. This is a full toss and it's been hit past the fielder, and that's 4 runs. Bit of a gift there from Saxena. Nandavada gets another boundary. So yeah, I'm going to say a no ball as well for height, and it is a free hit. Tuna panel at the fielder there, who couldn't get a hand on that. So it's a free hit. Let's see what he does. Well, it's another gift. Full toss outside leg stump, and Nandavada gets another boundary. That's the easiest 4 runs he'll ever get, Nandavada. So it was a outside leg stump, just put away to the fastest part of the ground. The yellow jacket out there is trying to pick it up. In fact, he's thrown it back onto the field just. So we'll get the ball back, and we'll have to do something a little bit different to what he's doing. Varun Saxena, he's gone for 9 already off the over. It's another full toss on leg side, turned around the corner, didn't get as much of it as he wanted to, the batsman. And just a single. That should have been put away again. Living dangerously is Saxena. Comes in again and charged a bit there. Didn't get hold of it, did Jaganeverson. They'll look for 2, won't get it. As the ball comes back to the bowler's end. Good piece of fielding out there. Looks like, not sure what is out there. But nice pick up and throw, straight back to the keeper. Nandavada, he's on 13 off 8. And another one down leg side, called a wide. He's got away with a little bit, Saxena, though, in this over. It's been a bit scrappy. He'll probably get a wicket here, though. Tends to be what happens. And when you get overs like this, it'll be a rare good ball. Oh, got away with it there with a dodgy inside edge, the batsman. And they come through for a single. So that run rate, they keep on hovering about the 10 and over. That was 13 off that one, but Prague Barbarians after 7 are 75 for 4. As we see here, this is the squads for the ECI Czechia coming up this weekend, starting on the 29th. And there's some good players for all teams there. Czechia, Cyprus and Greece. And see some favourites from the Cyprus and Greece series coming up. But Czechia, they've named a very, very big squad. And they'll narrow it down, obviously, towards the end of the tournament. One name that won't be there is Venki Margashayam, who injured his hand fielding a couple of days ago. As Madareddy is the new bowler. He's pretty reliable. That one got a bit leg side though, and Nandavada's hit another boundary. And the bowlers, Margaretti, Sagar has he's just put it on leg side. Too easy for Nandavada, who's mounting a good little innings here. Sagar have to correct this a bit. He's been a very good bowler for quite a few clubs during the years, has Sagar. Very experienced player. And again turned away on the leg side. That's another 4 for Nandavada. Likes that area. And Sagar, he's swinging it in. He's angling it in. And he's got very little protection on that side. So he might have to rethink things. He's got very much an offside field. And Kranthi hasn't changed anything. He's just going to rely on his bowler not to drift it too far to the into the pads of the batsman. This has been hit down the ground. And really good piece of fielding there. That was hit pretty hard by Nandavada, who's in good touch. It was Kasi Balakrishnan, who we'll see with the bat a little bit later. He's had a good tournament. As Kasi Sagar comes in again. And a big swing and a miss there from Jagan Everson. That's a better line and length there from Margaretti. So, still a couple of balls left in this over. It's gone for 9 already. And that's going to be called a wide. He knows how strong Vaishak is on his legs. Anything that's too straight, he tends to whip away for 6 on the leg side. It's 14 or 17, not as fluid as what we saw him yesterday. But that's a nice shot over the top, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nice cut shot, just a bit short and wide there from Sagar. And right onto it with Jagan Everson. Nice shot. Another 4 runs to the total. And a bit of foot fielding finally from the men in yellow. We thought they'd stamp that out. They've gotten much better. The men in yellow doing a good job retrieving balls. This one's hit down to third man. Oh, it's gone straight through him. Well, that's a bit scrappy there from Shanmugam Ravi. He got right down to it. Let's have a look at this. Just prodded down, right behind it, and straight through that long barrier. Well, it's been an expensive one from Margaretti. He's gone for 18. Prague Barbarians now 93 for 4. They're mounting a good score on the back of some nice little partnerships. Vaishak has really anchored this innings. But good contributions from Nandavada here, and also from Vishal Mane. As Sandeep Kumar comes back. There's a good over first up from Sandeep. In a way, lots of wides, but a crucial wicket, that of Mane. It's been hit high. Player coming around, won't get it, but it won't go for 4 either. They'll come back for 2. Didn't quite get all of it, did Nandavada. But he marches on. He's 25 off 13 now. In fact, he's 25 off 13, Nandavada. Sandeep comes in again. And just hits straight there to Balakrishnan for a single. It'll bring Jagan Everson on strike, who's have to start to get going a bit. He's 25 off 16. And I think he'll have to let loose. It is the 9th over. It does all happen in the 9th. And this is a bit of rubbish there from the bowler. Kumar, full toss, just 4 runs. But too easy there for a batsman of this class. Smashes it onto the leg side as the man in yellow walks another 50 metres to fetch that one. So Sandeep will have to do better than this. And good ball, squeezed out. They'll just get the single. Fielder comes in. That's Parth Baladaya, who's out on the boundary. And even if they get to 120, it's still a very achievable score for the Barbarians. This will be a no ball. And it's been just he just put a bat in the way, did Nandavada, and it went all the way to the boundary. So that'll be re-bowled, and it will be a free hit. Let's have another look at this. It was a pretty awful delivery. Just literally stuck a bat out. And the pace of the ball and this outfield did the rest. And Nevada, well, that was the free hit. And he got away with it, did Kumar. That was a good ball. No run. Comes Kumar with his final delivery. Turned around the legs by Nandavada. Really good innings this so far. 34 from 17. That was too easy there from Sandeep. Just tucked it around the corner to the fastest part of the ground. Raced away to the boundary for another 4. 110 for 4 with 1 to come. And it's been a good recovery from the Barbarians after early wickets. Have a look here. The economy rates. Shamagun Ravi, definitely the pick of the bowlers with 2 for 14. The rest has been a bit expensive. 1 for 1 big wicket there for Sandeep Kumar. Ended up going for 25 off his 2, though. Most expensive of the bowlers. So, look, it'll be Niraj Taigi to take the final over. Looks like he's going to bowl over the wicket to Jagan Everson, who will have a swing at pretty much everything. I think he is 30 off 18. Taigi actually is coming around the wicket. And good ball to start with. Squeezed out to that cow corner area just for a single. It'll bring Nandavada on strike. They've batted well, these two. It's a really good partnership for the Barbarians. That's Taigi. Ball again around the wicket. He's a very experienced bowler, as Niraj Taigi. Went for a few in his first over. They want to get put the brakes on here just to keep the Barbarians under about 120. Barbarians, though, they want a few boundaries here in this final over. And it's a big swing and a miss from Nandavada. Taigi shows his experience. Nice tight bowling. Good contest between these two. Comes in again. And that says launched. That's a huge hit. That's gone onto the Banks field. And the man in yellow trudges off after another one. That's was just in the hitting zone there for Nandavada, who's on 40. There's a good chance of getting 50 as Nandavada, and he's deserved it. 40 off 19, and misses that one. It's again good bowling from Taigi. Didn't get much wrong with the previous delivery, did Taigi, but Nandavada just liked it and smashed it. Taigi's gone for 22. Couple of balls left. 117 for 4 are Barbarians. Comes in again. And going to be called a wide. Well left there by Nandavada. That angle from coming in around the wicket, as you have a look at it. And good call. I think it clipped the back edge of the line. But it's always going away from the batsman, so it's probably a more difficult call. It says hit down the ground. Kranti's coming around and picks it up, just a single. It'll be Jagan Everson to face the final ball of this this innings. 119 for 4. Pretty good total for the Barbarians. About a par score though, and Spartans have the firepower to be able to deal with it. They have to bowl very well, the Barbarians. Taigi, he'll come. No, he will come around the wicket still. Final ball to Jagan Everson, who would like to try to smash him on the leg side for 6. Let's have a look what happens. Well, it's a good ball from Taigi right in the block hole. They'll look for 2, I think. And they probably get it. And they do comfortably in the end with their throw rolling low. And that's a pretty good total of 121. Losing 4 wickets there, the Barbarians. Lost a couple early, including their main batsman, Devendra Singh. But good contributions along the way. Vaishak, he batted through the innings and held it all together. And it allowed Vishal Mane and also Prem Nandivada to build innings around him. So let's have a look at this. That was really good bowling there. Straight up from Shanmugan Ravi and the big wicket, that of Divi Singh. And that was a costly drop. That was Jagan Everson, who was out. This was the quite comical run out. Don't know what Rohit Goyal was doing. Well, I do. He was ball watching, and there was no communication from the two batsmen. But then there's a really good innings from Vishal Mane, who took over the run scoring, allowed Vaishak just to be able to play his own innings. And also Prem Nandivada came in and was excellent. This one, again, the collision, and luckily for the bowler, he didn't hit Path by Baladayan too hard. This one is the one with all three of them sort of converged, had a meeting, and watched it go over the boundary. But Prem Nandivada scored well in just boundaries. Did Nandivada. Jagan Everson, and it's probably not as fluid as what we've seen him, but usually played the right shot at the right time. Puts him in good stead for the rest of the tournament. It's a nice cut shot. It's a bit of loose bowling though, quite a few extras, especially wides, bowled by the Spartans. See that one with the fail fielding with the long barrier. And as I said, good innings there from Nandivada and also Jagan Everson. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And it's Devendra Singh who missed out again. It's 2 in a row for Devendra, but Vaishak 33 off 20. Really good contribution from Vishal Mane, 22 off 12, and also Prem Nandivada with 41 off 21. And look at that, 19 extras, 12 wides, and a couple of no balls. Their bowling figures. The pick of the bowlers is Shanmugan Ravi, 2 for 14. 1 wicket for Sandeep Kumar, and there was a run out as well. But it's not pretty with the extras. 12 wides, 4 byes, and 2 no balls, leg by. 121 for 4. The Barbarians. Spartans will have to bat well to get there. Got a good batting lineup to do the Spartans. Barbarians. I don't say they're on the box seat, but they've got a very competitive score on the board. And we'll be back to this to Prague for this European Cricket Series Czechia match between Prague Barbarians and the Prague Spartans. Spartans needing 122 to win. We'll see if the Barbarians can defend their total in a few minutes' time. See you then.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning and welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series here from Czechia. This is match number 42, getting to the business end of the round stage. A match between Prague Barbarians and Prague Spartans. Very important for both these teams to get a win, to continue their hopes for the top four. So it's the two batsmen who'll be facing for the Spartans. We'll find out in a moment. It will be Kranti, the skipper for the Spartans, who'll open the batting. It's in the non-strikers end. Looks like their keeper Diraj Thakur, who's batted pretty well earlier in the week. Very tall figure of Diraj will be facing the first ball. It will be also Tripurari Kanyalal will be bowling the first ball. Had a bit of a shocker yesterday against the Tigers. Got taken out by the general manager. 43 from his 2 overs. And he's a very good bowler, is Tree. So see how well the Tigers went in that game. We'll see the first ball of the second innings of this one. Good ball straight up. And Kranti rushes through for a single. I've been joined by a special guest in the marshmallow for the second innings of this game. Venki Magashayam from Vinaradi is here with me. Hi, Venki.
Good morning, Danny. Thank you for the warm welcome on the stream. How are you? How's the cricket been today?
It's been fantastic. Yeah. It's only the first game, as you know.
Yep.
And I'll ask you a few questions in a moment as we settle in here. Just the umpire Pin Vincent there, just fixing the stumps, going back to the mark. So you're a little bit injured there. We'll talk about that after this delivery, I think. As Tree will bowl to Kranti. And we're going to miss. No run. So you've been captaining Vinaradi during this tournament, but you did yourself a bit of mischief the other day.
Yeah, I went for a dive at long off, trying to stop the boundary, but just coming back right here.
And it's hit just out of the reach of Tree and picked up on the boundary. So and Tree will now be bowling into Thakur. And that's going to be called a wide.
Close call that, Danny.
Yeah, I think so. He does tempt that line sometimes, does Kanyalal. So what did you do to your arm?
Yeah, just coming back.
Well, Divi likes it. It's going to go back to a replay. We'll have a look at the replay in just a moment. But Devinder Singh likes this. Let's have a look at Thakur. So he's moved slightly out and he's moving back and
he's just inside.
Just in.
Wow.
Just rolled his foot back. Good work there from Devendra Singh behind the stumps, but not out.
Also really good work by Dhiraj there to quickly get his foot back into the crease, aware that there's that stumping coming in.
Absolutely. There wasn't much to play with either. He just rolled his foot back. So you know Dhiraj pretty well, I hear from.
Yeah, absolutely. He and I go back to film school. He was there a year after, I think, after I finished, or maybe a year when I was there, like a year lower. And we spent a lot of time together on projects and worked together on different crews.
So he's hit nicely.
Nice shot that.
Very nice shot through the covers, 4 runs. Let's just pick that gap. Really nice shot there from Dhiraj. Yeah, so you worked in film projects with him.
Yeah, like we were in school together. We were students and we had to be on crew for each other. 3 coming back here. Ooh.
Just pushed out to, well, a bit of a
overthrow, but good backing up there by the Barbarian fielder there.
He's about 10 metres away from from Divi Singh, and he launched it over him by quite a while. Did Pram Nandavada, who I think batted very well for the Barbarians.
I think it was a very important innings for the Spartans. Yeah.
So 20 matches since the Golden Ball, and we saw about 4 days ago now, maybe even 3 days ago. It's been a long tournament.
Brno versus United, that was a good one. Everyone was hoping for one, and it finally happened. I didn't think it happened in Prague, but sort of glad it did, and it was a really nice one. It was a very interesting Golden Ball.
Well, the final over where Ayush Sharma, I think, hit 4 sixes to get them into the Golden Ball.
Into the Golden Ball, exactly. I think that was... It was very... how do you say? It was very heartbreaking for United, I suppose, for Ayush, because he did all of that effort and then just missing out with that run out, like, hurts, stings.
Absolutely. And comes the left armour. Come in, it's Purohit, who's been, again, really good since he's come into this Barbarians lineup. Just changes the angle slightly. Doesn't do too much, just buys a really good line of length to the right-hander.
It's also interesting to see another left-arm seamer after Joe Cope from Vinaradi. And it looks interesting.
There haven't been too many left-arm bowlers here in this tournament. So it comes in again. It's a nice shot, straight to point. No run.
Unlucky to find the gap there, but hit from the middle of the bat. You could hear it on the mic. Lovely shot that by Kranti.
So Kranti's a very good batsman. I love watching him bat when he's in full flight. Haven't seen the best of him in this tournament yet, though. But it's the right time for him to star. It's called a wide. So Venki, you've been doing quite a bit of work around the ground to prepare this facility. What's your schedule? What do you do?
Well, it really depends. I mean, it's been like a lot of lead up to this event, and we've been taking it in phases. And always, it's like almost like a 3 or a 4 week phase where.
Oh, this is smashed on the leg side. It's high in the air.
Should be 6.
It is 6.
Yeah. Lovely shot there by Kranti. Completely swinging it and getting it for a maximo.
Yeah, it's he's very fluid. He very rarely looks like he's working overtime, does Kranti. His shots, he uses just good economy with his shots. Doesn't overhit anything. And that was a nice shot for 6.
I actually have heard that. I've heard you say that before in the comms, and it's really true, Danny. I think there is that. It's like he's not putting any effort at all, but it's still going all the way for 6. It's very fluid to watch. It's very nice.
He's one of my favourite batsmen to watch when he's really going is Kranti. It's another nice shot. This one he finds a fielder.
Once again in the over, gets it off the middle of the bat, but unlucky to not get 4 runs for that.
When he's in form, like when he's really batting well, he must be really hard to bowl to, because he can hit to all parts of the ground. He's got really good technique. And so, I mean, he's 7 off 6 at the moment. So you can see things that are not quite there yet. And that's a nice ball. Again, hit down the ground, back to the bowler.
So coming back to the ground and the prep for it, so I think in the 2 weeks prior to the event starting on 17th July, we got a lot of the work done in the second last week, where it was just like making sure that the ropes are in. We have all the equipment. Purohit coming in here. Last ball.
It's a good one too. So at the end of the over,
it's been a really good over by Purohit here.
A really good over.
Yeah.
He's been, as I said, I think he came in the last few days of this tournament. He was not here for the first couple of days. As we see the standings at the moment, and 5th and 6th at the moment, Barbarians and Spartans, but Barbarians have only played 9, fewer than any other team. So they've got a good chance of getting to that 4th spot. It's very competitive between Brno United, Barbarians, Spartans and Vinaradi look like they're on the cusp. Same with Tigers. So, and I'm sure I'm missing out Bohemians as well. But Prague PCC have really cemented their top spot. I'll see them up against United in the next game, which would be really good.
Matchup, yeah, absolutely. Like The ground, I mean, again, Danny, just the ground. It's been a lot of team effort, I have to say. It's just not been a solo effort by me. There's been Dan, Phil, me, Joe, all of us who've been involved and trying to get the ground ready for this event.
This tree coming in. Trying to use his feet well and get
4 runs.
over the top. 4 runs. That's a nice shot. Just moves across, changes the angle, and that's a really nice shot by Kranti. Yeah. So the what's involved in preparing the ground?
Well, you need to make sure you have all the materials for the event, and for example, paint, spray paint, ropes, a bunch of random stuff sometimes because you can't predict what could go wrong when. Three coming back in here for the 3rd ball.
Kranti again moving across the crease. Tree saw him coming. Just a single.
Quick single that. They know that the fielders are on the 30-yard circle, so they can easily sneak it in. So good stuff here. Getting the boundary and the singles in the over.
Yeah, good awareness here from the Spartans. They're a talented side, the Spartans, and this is hit well by Diraj. That'll be 4 runs on the leg side. Again, just to use his feet well. Moved across, and maybe a little bit over pitch. Not too much wrong with the delivery. That's a really nice shot there from Diraj, who looked good early in the week. He hit, I think, a 42 odd, and looked very good.
Nice flick of the wrist that by Diraj. Getting 4 runs for it.
They need about 13 and over. They're a little bit behind that rate at the moment, but they still haven't lost any wickets. These two are looking pretty good. I'm saying that was slightly missed time there from Diraj. Kranti looking for the second, but it's not on. So there's a lot of preparation going into tournaments like this, especially with the ECN coming to town.
And you always have the issue of cutting the grass, but fortunately, or you could say rather unfortunately,
this is just bunted back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, so unfortunately here in Prague, we've not had that much rain as we would have liked, and that's always the case during the summer. But even last summer, there had been quite a bit of rain, so it was still a little more plush, and we had a lot more grass cover, and you could say that the runs weren't as much on this. The run rate was a little low, and you could see that from the stats provided by the ECS crew, and that's one of the things. So if you got to know when to cut, when not to cut, and unfortunately we didn't have that. So that's one of the other problems we always have, Danny. So with not having that much rain, I guess that's out of the way. And then it just generally comes down to having the lines ready, having the 30-yard circle marked, having the boundaries correctly spaced out, making sure they're evenly 50 all around the park.
Well, this is a fairly new ground as well. I remember that the very first ECN we played here, it was just almost completed when we started play. As Purohit starts again. This is hit over the top. Player going back and takes a catch. That's the end of Diraj. It's a pretty good innings, but Purohit strikes and caught at 3rd man there.
Purohit deservedly getting one for his efforts here. Slightly wide of the off stump. Diraj goes for a slice, you could say, or for a slash, trying to get it a little off from the fielder, but gets it straight into hands. Good catch there on the boundary. I think that was Kunal, if I'm correct. Yeah.
It's well, he's got lots of tape on his fingers there, the fielder, but a nice catch taken, and the first wicket down. That's needed by the Barbarians just to break this partnership.
And in the power play, Danny, so important one, they just broke, just when they were sort of getting a momentum in their favour, they just broke that partnership, rightfully said.
Yeah, so just, well, I think it was the first ball after the power play, Venky.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, that just relaxes the field a little bit, but they got through the power play, and but probably wouldn't have had a player back there if it were the power play. So
it's also a very interesting plan or a line he's bowling at, and the length. It's a little bit of a back length away from the batter, so there's always that fielder coming in play for that catch. But just coming right back to the ground prep, Danny, there's also the other things you see, like the camera tower, and you have the tents put up, and you have the the fences and the branding. So that's all sort of, you need equipment and you need to rent that. So shout out to Dan Casey, who sort of helped us out there with a lot of the planning much earlier, which is also part of the ground staff work, where you can't just expect to rock up a week before, 2 weeks before, and expect these things to sort of fall in place. These things need to be rented out and, called for. So all of this goes into ground prep. So it's a lot of team effort here. Yeah.
Absolutely. And look, I mean, it's appreciated by the by all the staff from the ECN to put on these events. There's a lot of work we don't see on camera, but just have to be done and have to be done locally. So it's a good cooperation between the two. This is hit into the covers. There's a man back there. Now look for two, just get a single. But you're right. I mean, look, we don't have a luxury of having either running water or electricity at the ground yet. I mean, we're hoping,
exactly, that being the key word, yet.
Yeah. I mean, with the golf course, we're on pretty good terms with the golf course now, which is really good to see. And this is
what a shot.
Beautifully hit on the leg side. And Kranti launches that one again. Didn't hit it too hard. And he's been joined by another good batsman out there. It's down on one knee. Lovely shot there from Kranti.
Yeah, gracefully hit that by Kranti. Puts one knee out and just completely clears that. Gets 6 runs.
It's just so natural for him. He's just as I said, he's a fantastic batsman to watch when he's in full flight. And I don't think we've seen the best of him quite yet in this tournament. This will be if he bats well, I think cool.
I think it'll be a captain's knock today for Kranti.
Hopefully.
And, to get his team across today will be very important in that qualification scenario, which will be coming up very soon. Because we still have some games left on Wednesday and Thursday where Vinaradi come in and play 4 games, 2 games. So if they manage to get a couple of wins, that could be a little bit of a twist.
Let's brew it again. It's a good ball outside off stump, left by Kranti. He's a little unhappy with himself. Balakrishnan is 1 from 1 at the. I think he's got a 1 ball left. The batsman having a bit of a chat. Yeah, Vinaradi have had a bit of an up and down tournament. The first games in the mornings have been absolutely brilliant. Sort of sparkling knock from Sean Dalton with 82, and then the games later in the day have been a little bit rough. This is lifted into the car park. Beautiful shot, right onto it. It was leg side, and just got it wrong. The bowler Kranti straight onto it. And 6 runs.
Kranti really capitalizing on that on the second last and the previous ball as well, getting 6 in both cases and just putting Purohit off his line and length. Purohit had really good figures before those 2 shots, and unfortunately not a bad effort, but just hurting his economy here.
Getting smashed into the car park doesn't help your economy at all. This is down leg side, called wide.
Kranti putting a lot of pressure here back on Purohit, making sure that he can sort of get more runs out of this over. 6 wide, 1 more ball coming up. What can Kranti do? Keeping them in the game here, Danny, with these 6s, making sure that the run rate's almost there every over. And it's something even Winnie mentioned on comms the other day. Despite wickets being taken for the Spartans, they always manage to keep up with the run rate and make sure they're in the game.
Got a lot of talented batsmen. That's a beautiful shot again. That's just leant back on it. And just eased it through that point area. Just a lovely shot there. That's the end of the over. And Kranti moves up to 28. And Purohit 26 off his over, even though it was off his spell. 44 for 1 off 4 overs. Look, Vinaradi have had a bit of an up and down tournament. You saw really good innings from Sid Gowd early on, and also from Sean Dalton. But then, at the same time, Sid's been run out twice. I think he's faced 1 ball in the last 2 games.
That's true. That's absolutely true, Danny.
And for a quality batsman like Sid Gowd, it's just
bit unfortunate.
More than a little bit of a tragedy for Vinaradi.
Yep.
So
I think it's been a tough season for us, but it's also been really good in the sense that we were able to introduce some new players to the format and get some experience in there. Yes, the results have not been in our favor always.
So it's hit down the ground.
Piyush into the attack.
He's got a hat trick a couple of days ago.
I was just going to mention that, Danny. Yeah, a lot of us have been on that chance to get a hat trick, including me, but just not able to execute that third wicket. And Piyush was successful finally after all those chances within this ECS in Czechia.
There's been a couple on hat tricks, including Danny O'Connor. I'll have a chat about him in a minute. Actually, Danny O'Connor's been really good for you guys.
Danny's been a revelation and a really awesome revelation, because he's like he's got endless abundant energy in him, and it really affects and infects everyone on the field. And he's also been really good with his skills, and he's backed it up.
This is hit over the top, lovely shot for 6, and it's hit one of the barriers, frightened one of the United players, and lovely shot again from Kranti.
Kranti just clearing his leg out again and completely pasting that for a 6. Just hitting the branding right next to us here, Danny.
A nice shot, 34 off 17. He's starting to motor now, is Kranti.
That rattling sound will be in the fielder's ears.
Definitely. And again, that's another
That's
shot.
4 again. What a shot by Kranti. They're just cutting that ball away.
He's so dangerous to bowl to, because he can hit shots to all parts of the ground. You haven't seen one lift over cover yet. He's got a really good lofted cover drive as well as Kranti, and also along the ground. It's so, when he's really in form, he's just very difficult to bowl to.
He's really playing the captain's knock that the Spartans needed today. 67 in 32 balls, Kranti on 38 and 18. This game is there for them in the taking. They just need to keep up every over, make sure that they get that one boundary, 1-6, or at least multiple boundaries, so that it doesn't get too high a run rate to chase. But completely in for the taking here, Spartans.
Barbarians have not had the best couple of days here, as this one's hit down the leg side. There's a man behind it, just be a single. But Barbarians lost both their games yesterday. One against the Tigers, where the general manager Hassanat went absolutely ballistic at them, and they couldn't quite get the total in the end. But really, Barbarians, they'd played fewer games than other teams. They'd had a reasonable record. This is hit well by Balakrishnan, 4 runs, almost hit the beagle there on the boundary. It's Lons with his beagle and his kids. So what's his role now in Czech cricket? Is he president of the association? We'll come back to that in a moment. So tonight in Portugal, Marlow against Friendship CC, double header, and that'll be brought to you from 6:30 here local time. Corey Rutgers with his first night of Portuguese action. A big thanks to Rico Fool for his wonderful work there in Portugal, bringing you that night series. It's been great to watch. So Lons is
president at the moment.
President of the CHMKS.
Sorry, no, he's the chairman, and president is Prakash. My bad. That's a flip.
Yeah. So he's the chairman of the CHMKS, the organising committee, the governing body of Czech cricket. So he's an important guy. You don't want to take him out, Kasi, because that wouldn't be a great thing. Did get closer to his beagle. So I don't know the name of his beagle. Do you know the name of his beagle?
I actually don't know the name of his beagle, and I should be a bit disappointed knowing that he's also a club member of mine. But we don't get to see that friend of ours too often. So hopefully I'll make an introduction and find out soon.
I think I'll have a chat to him as well. This one's picked up the point. It's Jagan Evisons there, who's probably one of the best fielders in the country. So I wouldn't take on his arm.
It's going to be a very important few overs here for the Barbarians and the Spartans, because they would need...
Oh, got away with that, did Mane.
Both teams would need to accelerate, and of course, one of them needs to accelerate and one of them needs to make sure the runs don't get away from them. Spartans looking at the more tougher job here.
Well, they're right on target at the moment. The halfway mark, as this is lifted over the top, could be gone. And great catch. Well, it's a big wicket. They did really well out there. That's Pruitt, I think. And that's Kranti, who's gone. Didn't quite get all of it. Pruitt very close to the boundary. Took one step back. Looked at the rope and saw he was inside. So that is a really, really big wicket for for the Barbarians and for Vishal Mane.
Big wicket of Kranti, finally getting that wicket, and fantastic catch by Purohit there, making sure he first caught the ball and then saw where the rope was and not getting too caught up with where the line was. And most people fumble it or, you know, sort of touch the line in that confusion. But really well executed catch, and rightfully getting that big fish wicket of Kranti. It's still a captain's knock in my opinion. I think he's given them that opportunity to stay in the game and go for the chase. I think without that knock it would be a much uphill task for Spartans. So let's see if Kasi can sort of come in and now play that role that he's been playing ever so often in this tournament for the Spartans, where he's just taken them so close to the line, to the finishing line. And even a couple of days back, Kasi played a blinder of an innings against Tigers, where he was just 3 short of the last ball.
Yeah, he's been really good this tournament, as has Sagar. I think it's going down leg, but Sagar made already hit a 50 against Vinarati in very short time. I think you remember that one. I'd rather forget it.
Yeah, he hit me for a couple of sixes, and I remember that one.
Continue. This one's called a wide outside of stump. So
yeah, just coming back to the groundwork also, just to finish that thread off. But even during the event, there's a lot of active participation on the ground that happens, Danny.
This is in the air, same man, can't reach at that time, 6. And well, Sagar, he has a lot of power, and that loves to hit the ball hard. And that was a really nice shot straight down the ground.
Sagar's really strong in that part of the field, and he can absolutely clear the boundary if it's in that hitting arc of his, and you cannot bowl that to Sagar.
Oh, it's 4 runs.
Another 4 runs.
Too easy. He moved across and just swept in down to the fine leg boundary.
Despite the wicket in this over off the first ball, Danny, it's just not coming in place for Barbarians. They need to stop the runs here, or they need to get even more wickets, because at this rate they're giving the chase away. 15-25, looking much more easier for the Spartans.
Absolutely, and it's a full toss. And that's going to go to the boundary as well. 4 runs. Well, Sagar's come in and does what Sagar does. He's smashing it to all parts. And well, after a big wicket there of Kranti, it was an expensive over there for Mane, and 76 for 2 with a target of 122. 6 overs gone. Pretty even at the moment. They need a couple of wickets to the Barbarians. So we see their scorecard here. Little contribution there from Diraj up top. Kranti with 39 of 21 was really good. And now Sagar's starting to get motoring. Kasi is a good batsman at the other end as well.
I think he's the perfect partner to have in this position for the Spartans. He can definitely take, I think you could say, a lion's share of the strike and maybe go for it. But the way Sagar is also playing, I think you want to give him the strike back here. 46 and 24. I'm sure the 2 batters have spoken in between and they know how to go about this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rohit coming in.
Well, he didn't quite pick that up, did Vaishak. He attacked it, but there's always going to be a single there. I'll bring Sagar back on strike.
Kasi got lucky there. He was ball watching, and if that throw would have gone into the bowlers and much quicker, there was an opportunity for a run out there. And if I were him, I would complete the run first and then think about the ball.
We'll talk about the bowler Rohit Goyal. That's how he got run out in the first innings, where he was just ball watching. And Vaishak literally jogged to the other end, and Goyal just had no chance at the keeper's end. And come back after the little fumble for 2. But Goyal was stranded, but he just waited and watched the ball and didn't have any communication with his batting partner at all. So
I think what would have happened is that he would have expected the ball to sort of fumble, or he would have expected to go for a 4, but then, it just stood in. But you got to say wait or no run, or there has to be clear comms. Absolutely.
Well, I think Vaishak called it. This is Sagar. If he got hold of it, it would have been in the car park. But mate already, he's been good so far. 16 off 6.
I did watch that video, and I did see Vaishak completing the run, which is exactly what Rohit should have done as well, but probably went over him at that moment for some reason.
Well, non-striker should get there pretty comfortably, and he just kept on watching the ball and forgot that he had to run. And this is hit straight by Sagar. Just be a single.
It's been a really good over this by Rohit, and he's managed to not get hit for a 4 despite that short ball which just went for a dot. He's really lucky to get away with that.
That's it with this this T10 format, is that one over can change the momentum of the game so quickly. A good over here from Goyal, if he can keep it together, just another couple of runs, then that'll tighten the screws a little bit for the Spartans. But all it takes to the Spartans to have one big over, and the momentum will swim back towards them. Comes in again.
White ball.
Called a wide. Good take by Divi.
And also with wickets in hand here for the Spartans, they're going to target, I mean, 1 or 2 balls in the over. They're going to tell themselves, hey, we have to go for the 4 or a 6 in these balls because we have the wickets in hand and we just need 42 and 20. So even if it's a top edge for 6 or if it's a clean hit for 6 or a 4, it's a complete positive for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So Goyal held it together pretty well. Still a couple of balls left in this over. Bowling to Balakrishnan. Gets that through the covers. There's a man there. Should be. Oh, they're looking for the second one, and well run in the end by the Spartans.
Really good pressure there by Kasi, being loud in the calling, putting that vocal pressure on the fielder, making him fumble possibly because they know that he's going for the batters are going for the double. So good stuff there by the Spartans.
Talking about being vocal, you're very vocal on the ground, but in a very encouraging way. And we'll come back to that in a moment. And whoa, pinballing around everywhere then, and a shy at the stumps for no reason by Divi. That's a bit loose by the Barbarians. Bit of frustration maybe, not sure why.
They just lost a dot ball to a single, but I still think it's a great over, 8 runs from it.
Yeah, well, when you need about 13 and over, let's have a look at this. So it looked like an inside edge.
Almost hit the stumps.
Onto his foot.
Oh, just above.
Just pinballed everywhere. And then, well, we'll have another look. So inside edge, and then down onto his leg, off the keeper, and then Divi for some reason had a shy at the stumps.
Well, to be fair, Sagar was out, but I think by the time the throw came in, it was just too little too late and conceded that extra run. And that extra run and all these little runs are going to matter in this run chase at the moment.
So here's what's coming up next. PCC, they're 10-0 at the moment, the Machine. They'll be playing United. This should be a really good game. Very talented United side, but up against PCC, who've brought Naeem Lala back into the attack, onto the batting. This will be another good game. Still not at full strength, PCC, but still probably good enough against the United. We'll see. United, they've really been really good this tournament. As this is hoiked out into the car park. That's a nice shot by Balakrishnan. And Kumar there really just getting a bit leg side.
Kasi just, picking up where you left off. Just hitting sixes. Getting the job done for the Spartans or getting them as close as possible. And with 38, and I guess now it should be 32 to win. Just doing a fantastic job here for the Spartans.
Yeah, really good effort. And they have so many batting options. Gino Panalet to come as well.
That's true. Bit of movement here for Piyush. Gets a single. The Spartans.
There's been a lot of in-swing from bowlers generally, because it's only gentle at the moment, the breeze coming from left to right on screen, and you see a lot of that. But at the same time, with the in-swing, whoa, that's gone through his legs. So with the in-swing, sometimes it's into the batsman's hitting arc, and they'll also be hitting with the wind. So that's why we're seeing a lot of sixes on the leg side.
Piyush Kumar with the perfect delivery there, Danny. I think he'll need 3 more of those to keep his team in this game. Because after that fantastic over from Rohit in the previous one, where he conceded only 8, and you could say 7 if that throw hadn't come in from Divi. Piyush has big shoes. I mean, not big shoes to fill, but he's got to make sure he doesn't concede too much to keep his team in the game.
Absolutely. So
4 runs.
It's a dodgy inside edge there from Madareddy. He swung really hard at it. Again, he was aiming for Poland, but he got the fastest part of the ground there, and that's another 4 runs. And well, Still only a couple of overs left. It'll be a tight finish. Could be a golden ball, Venky. How would that be?
I mean, that would be insane because it's my first time on comms and it's my first time calming a golden ball situation.
Well, it's still a long way to go. A couple of overs, but it's pretty set up for it. Vinny will be gutted. As this, well, that was a bounce that went straight over the fielder's head. Let's have a look at this. It was only one bounce, and
there was a slight elevation once it bounced, but I think it was still manageable and just not getting the support from his team here, Piyush. And also a bit unlucky with that inside edge before going down to find leg. And he doesn't have coverage there, despite that in-swing, Danny, which is quite surprising there.
It was his skipper too in Matachetti, as this is going to be cut off down the that deep fine leg. He's pretty square actually.
Yeah, I would say a deep square leg there.
Backward square leg.
Let's
call it backward square leg.
Yeah.
So end of another pretty expensive over there from Piyush Kumar. It's very, very tight, this game. Let's have a look at the well, they've just crept above that run rate.
Spartans.
Only just the Spartans, but there's still a couple of overs left. They still need quite a few in the chase. And just again, one tight over, one big over will change this game.
This over is going to be extremely important in the context of this game. Like, I mean, if it goes down to the wire, this will have to be the over where Rohit gives as less as possible so that the last overs.
Well, it all happens in the 9th, and got away with it inside edge. And he's living dangerously as Sagar. That's how he bats. And how did that miss the stumps, Venky?
It's just a repeat situation from the last over here, Danny. Inside edge. Just missing the stumps, going between the legs. Fine leg, no fine leg protection despite it happening twice now. We have 4 fielders all on the offside, and you'd maybe think that after what's happened and given the runs left, yes, exactly, Divi doing exactly what I was trying to say, moving the fielders around, getting the deep fine leg for protection for that inside edge, because they're going to attempt the leg side every ball here, Danny.
Oh, yeah, look, but it's opened up. Have a look at the rest of the leg side. There's a huge gap around square leg. Comes in again. And, well, no need for fielders there. That's 6. So, Goyal, he wanted to keep it tight over. It's been 10 off the first 2 balls, and looks like the Spartans are going to get there. 11 off 10. And it's Sagar who's doing the damage. He's just a destructive batsman.
Despite losing Kranti's wicket there, nothing has changed in the way the Spartans been going about it. Sagar and Kasi just powering through here, Danny, for the Spartans. 11 and 10.
Sagar's definitely the right batsman at this time. He's a pinch hitter, and he's not scared to just swing the bat. That's what he does, and hits the ball hard. Comes in again, and a good ball right in the block hole. Just be a single. And that'll bring Balakrishnan on strike.
It's still not impossible here for the Barbarians to defend this. I think they need a wicket and just some really smart bowling. If they get a little bit of support from the fielders, just like how he ran in and stopped that too, I think there is a world where the Barbarians can just manage this.
Well, they need dot balls or they need wickets, and effectively it's
the same thing. Yeah,
but
absolutely.
You're getting dangerous batsmen out, but they've got to get those wickets. They've only got 2 so far in the innings. And this is lifted in the air, player coming in, takes it, juggles it, but takes it, and that's exactly what they needed, the Barbarians, and Balakrishnan's gone. Well called, Venky.
I don't want to say commentators curse on Kasi, but I apologize sincerely if it was something like that, but the wicket exactly when the Barbarians needed it. Could have been a 6 if he had slightly timed it left or right to the fielder, but goes straight down his throat, and I don't want to say comfortably taken because there was a pop there, Danny, but manages to hang on and gets the crucial wicket for his team. Dot ball there more than the wicket. Dot ball that for the Barbarians.
Exactly right. But also, it's another dangerous batsman in Path. But Kasi was set. He's had a really good tournament. So in part, so has Path. He's had a really good time with the bat. At times.
Path looked phenomenal with the bat, and I think this sort of format really suits Path's batting because he just likes to explode, and I think he's in a interesting situation here. Rohit coming in,
and gets away with it. It's 4 runs. and got a little inside edge, and it's so difficult to defend that part of the ground. So they've, I think he's a bit fine, that man. This is exactly where it should be. It's tree down there, and that it's a bit too little too late. He's going to go finer again.
They have an extra cover out there. I would say they should have taken that person out and probably plugged him on the leg side in this situation, but maybe a little too late. But still, I don't want to write the Barbarians off here. One more wicket and a dot maybe, Danny.
Well, they'll have to get it pretty soon, and that's not going to help. Or will it? Could be out. Lets it bounce. Just be a dot ball. That's Madasheri out there. I don't think he would have reached it.
I think he went for that little bit of a confusion before taking the catch or letting the boundary go, and I think maybe you could say in if this game ends in their favor that it was a good choice. But 5 and 6 here, Danny, comes down to the last over. You'd say it's easy for the Spartans from here, right?
You'd say so, but I think it was they took a run, which they needed to do, but it's brought Path back on strike. Sagar you'd want on strike here. But at the same time, Path is a dangerous batsman, and he's shown it already with a boundary. But for a fresh batsman to come in, his timing's not quite right. Look at Sagar, he's 37 off 14. He's the one you want on strike. So a few dot balls here might build up a bit of pressure. It's not over yet.
I think you're absolutely right, Danny. But I also think it's not such a situation where you can't trust Path to finish it. He just needs to take a single, get Sagar on strike, which makes it 4 in 5.
Agreed.
And they can finish it in singles if they need to. They don't need to go aerial. We know how lightning fast this outfield is. We know there are tons of gap, and I think hopefully Path has that in mind while going through this last over.
Well, the pressure's on Kunal Mohite, and that's been slammed for 4. Well, a bit too short from the bowler. I think they might have run out of options, the Barbarians. Mohite, we've seen him in the past take the 10th over, and he's gone for a few runs. And now 1 run, actually scores are tied, 1 run and 5, and it looks like it's going to be a final over victory for the Spartans, unless there's a miracle. And this will be it. Hit down the ground. Well, it's going to go over the boundary. And good win for the Spartans. Keep them in the running for that top 4 space. And the run of losses keeps on going for the Barbarians.
This victory also opens up the table here now, Danny, because I think the Barbarians had a 1-up lead, and now I think a lot of people are on 3 and 4 victories. So it just makes the top 4 finish more spicier now going ahead.
Well, absolutely, especially just sneaking into that 4th spot. I mean,
by the way, United have that 4th spot at the moment, so the next game will also be sort of crucial for the bottom 4 teams to see how it plays out.
Well, absolutely. Look, the Barbarians haven't lost a game yet. As we see the highlights, some really nice stroke making up top by, especially by Kranti, who looked good. Again, all parts of the ground, didn't quite go on with it, but using his feet well there against tree, and it was a pretty good opening partnership. Dheeraj helping out, did his bit, scored pretty quickly, then lost his wicket there. So a nice catch. Oh, is that the?
That was Purohit's with the bowling, yeah.
So we, so I just saw a drop catch there, but I thought that was where he was taken. My eyesight must be going glare off the screen there, Vinky. But good effort from the Barbarians. They were pretty much in check the whole game. Really nice catch out there by
Purohit, yeah.
And that was the end of Kranti. And that stage, you think maybe things have changed, but Sagar came in and just, well, does what Sagar does.
Yeah,
just
kept the onslaught going.
So let's see again, just leg side bowling, and you just can't get away with it around that area. And there was really very little cover for that. And I think you got it right. Take someone out from the leg side, as we see another one go down in that area. Probably about 20 runs went down there at least in this innings. And considering how close it was, it's a hole they probably needed to plug. It was an inside edge from I think it was Path, who ended up really hitting the ball nicely towards the end of the innings. This is the final ball, a slight misfield by Purohit. And it was didn't really matter. They'd run 1 already. Big celebrations there, Sagar and Path, and a good victory to the Spartans. So let's have a look at the the scorecard in just a moment.
Yeah, it was a really good victory by Spartans, not making sure that the chase didn't get too daunting for them. Dheeraj starting off with 11 and 8, making sure that they started quick and fast. Kranti playing that captain's knock, that was really important. 39 and 21, always looked really good and just timed the ball effortlessly. But got out to a really good catch there by Purohit.
Yeah, look, all batsmen with a good contribution. As you can see, Tree only going for 18 off his 2. Much better effort than yesterday.
Yeah, coming back really well from that last 2 games yesterday.
But some of the figures there. Piyush Kumar going for 33, and Vishal Mane 16 off his over. It's and Mohite there with, well, it's only the 5 because they took the 1 before the ball went over the boundary.
It's also like you said early in the game, Danny. 122 is always going to be a just okay score, and if you can't back it up with the bowling and the fielding, then it's going to be very hard on this field, at least on this outfield.
Exactly right. We'll see here, Barbarians, really good innings from Nandavada, also Jagannathan with and Mane with good contributions. Shanmugam Ravi, the pick of the bowlers for the Spartans. But with the bat, Kranti with 39, Sagar Margaretti with 37 off 14, came in at the perfect time, and Kasi at the end, Path also contributing with the bat. And a good win for the Spartans, who won by 7 wickets. And that's match 42 from the European Cricket Series here in Prague, Czechia. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. There'll be a game which I'm looking forward to between PCC and United. United are such a fighting team. I'm sure they'll fight all the way against the machine of PCC. Back in 20 minutes' time, PCC have won the toss and decided to bat. So we'll see what they can mount up at the moment. They're averaging, I think, about 146
in the first innings.
With the bat.
Yeah.
So that's a huge total, considering also the ground in the past. Shows you how fast the outfield is and how good PCC are. We're back in about 20 minutes' time with that game. See you soon.
See you.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, good morning and welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series here from Czechia. Match number 43 between PCC and United. This should be a good game. They're a very spirited side, the United side, but it will be PCC. We'll have a look at the coin toss in just a moment to see what happened out there with Charles Croucher and with the two captains.
That'll be your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We'll bat first.
PCC have won the toss and will bat first. Over to you, Danny.
Well, PCC won the toss. It's Kushal Mendon who's out there as a proxy for the skipper Arun Ashokan, who we'll see opening the batting here with Sabah Undavizi. Won the toss, decided to bat, and normally that means a lot of runs. So see the line up. It's Davizi and Lala's in for the PCC side. Also Satpal Verma. We'll have a chat about Satpal Verma in as well in a minute. Couple of big outs for United. They do have Ruturaj in the team, but they're missing their talisman in Pramod Bagoli, and also Piyush Bagal is out for them. So it's going to be an interesting game. United, very spirited side, but without their the inspirational leader in Pramod Bagoli. Could be a difficult one. Joined in the commentary at Marshmallow again by Venki Margashayam from Vinarati. Venki, how do you see this game going?
Oh, I think it's going to be a stunning game, Danny. I think I pointed that out to you in the previous innings as well when we saw the Spartan, I think both the captains, but coming in here for the first ball, Ali Hassan Sitar.
He's being hammered over the offside. Nice cut shot by Sabah Undavizi first up. Just a bit short, a bit wide there, and right onto it was Davizi. Not the start he'd wanted.
Interesting start to this match, and especially to first ball to Ali. Ali being an ex-PCC member would not take that too kindly or nicely, I guess. And Sabah just saying, "Hi, Ali, welcome back. How you been? We've missed you."
He's a really good bowler, and he's very consistent. I'm sure he'll come back well against Davizi. That's exactly what he does. Really good ball.
Yeah, Ali's not going to back off from this fight. I think Ali loves the fight. He's a quiet guy. He's a very modest person. Doesn't speak too much, or I think if you sort of know him, but he's a fighter. He doesn't leave anything behind on the pitch, and I think that comeback was a way of saying it.
Super consistent with his bowling generally. Comes in again and it's been prodded down through the gap. There's a man there. It's actually a pretty good field set for Davizi, especially early on, especially if Ali can keep it outside off stump.
Arun on strike here. Arun's also been doing pretty well in this tournament. He's been hitting runs and hitting them cleanly. Also playing a lot of a supporting role initially when Sabah's in there. I've noticed him just sort of dabbing the ball away to third man or within the 30-yard circle and giving a lot of the lion's share of strike to Sabah. I guess with the ECI coming up this weekend, probably wants Sabah to get more into the runs, I suppose.
Sabah's been good. I don't think he's been hitting the ball as hard as what he.
It's timing the ball.
Yeah. He's timing the ball, which is Sabah at his best, and I think it's really good. Especially, I think this the surface helps him, and also this outfield as well. Here comes Lisetar again, going to Ashokan. Good ball, nice and tight.
Arun would have played Ali a million times in the nets,
Mm.
so would exactly know how Ali would be approaching this. He's not going to take Ali lightly, even for a single second, and make sure to play him off. And but Arun's but not a person to also not put the bad ball away. If he sees one, he's going to take full opportunity to put that for a 6 or a 4.
He's so strong, is Arun Ashokan, especially straight down the ground. And this is
A little full tossed up and put away for 4.
lovely shot. And just, you can't get away with that. It was, tried the Yorker, it was a bit wide, and it was just a half volley. And Ashokan just leant on it.
Bread and butter for Arun.
Absolutely bread and butter. He does quite often show the full face of the bat. He's a pretty correct batsman. I love when he hits straight as well. And it's just such a safe shot. Sitar comes in again. Just turns it around the corner just for a single.
Smart cricket this from Arun. Knows that he has the boundary in the first over. In fact, there's 2 boundaries in this over and now a single, so 10 runs.
Good
Yep. Sorry, go on.
No. Good start from the from PCC. As just 10 from the first over. Not a bad over from Sitar. Didn't get much wrong, but what he did get wrong cost them. Don't worry about the expected score. That's probably the average runs for 146 against 114, and average runs against 96. So it looks like a very comfortable victory on paper for UCC, Venki.
It's all. I mean, not only that, Danny. Just because the stats come up, a lot of the teams who are playing against PCC, and if they happen to be put to ball first, they're always thinking about how low can they keep PCC down to, because it comes down to that run rate at the end of the day, where how can you get as close to that total, because most likely they're putting up 120, 130 plus. So it's going to be tough for United today. It's going to be about how much they can defend.
He's a good bowler though. And, wow. There's a big appeal. It must have flicked the pad.
Not called a wide, exactly, Danny. So it's definitely, hit him outside the line of the stumps, and no LBW there, and also probably pitched outside the line of the stumps.
But I think it wasn't called wide, so it must have flicked a bit of pad, and that's what got the United players excited. Bindra, the bowler, has been really good for UCC this tournament. Oh, another good ball. And Amandeep Bindra, he's been very impressive during this tournament. Very consistent. Often picks up wickets as well.
He's also a left arm medium pacer, I suppose, who's swinging it in, which is very, very rare for players within the Czech scene to play against. So a little wide then, put away for 4. Arun not missing that full half volley there, I think. Yeah, just a little wide, but still in reach. Puts it away.
It must be so difficult to bowl to a lineup like PCC's. Well, you know that if it's just slightly wrong, it's going to get put away by anybody in the top order. You look at Daviti and also Arun here. Then you've got Naeem Lala, and then you've got Sudesh. It's that top 4 will get you every time. And this is it, just over the top of the man at mid-on, and that's another 4 runs. That's, I think, when he's at his best, Arun Ashokan, when he hits straight. And that's exactly what he's doing here, looking ominous already for PCC.
Last 2 shots came in the V there, Danny. That's the most important thing. He's hitting in the V, you know, like not playing cross-batted, just playing what's there on offer from the bowlers, not creating something extravagant or, looking for something, trying to pick the specific gap in the field. Just playing the V and really good batting. Also, I was just trying to. Okay, they got a slightly wide second slip there, Danny, or a gully, I'd say.
It's strange one. That Bindra, this has gone through the fielder. He'll have to chase it. Won't go to the boundary. It
just
will go
hits
to the
boundary. Oh, unfortunate that.
Well, that's not great there. It's
poor fielding.
Chakravarti Chalapa out there and doesn't get down. He's got a long chase, and so we haven't seen Chalapa in the tournament so far. So it's not a great introduction. Bindra has gone 12 so far from this over, and this is hit. Well, that's 4 runs. Got a little inside edge on it, but always 4 runs when it goes to that region, and that's an expensive over there from Bindra. Didn't do too much wrong, to be honest.
No, I think Bindra is trying the right tactic here, trying to pitch it up look for this in swing and maybe hope for the the gap between the bat and pad to get the ball. But yeah, with a batter like Arun, who's just he's just in good form and he's seeing the ball so well, it's just going to be difficult to get that in swing bowled.
Look at the table here. PCC 10 from 10 at the moment. The machine United,
Cruising.
They're in 4th place at the moment. They've only played 10 games as well, so I guess destiny's a bit in their own fortune. They do have a game against PCC here, and I think another one later.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to try to get one of at least one victory out of those 2 games.
It's that bottom 4 drama that's going to come down to Danny, and it's going to be a absolutely lovely drama with Ali running in here, but just a dead ball.
You're absolutely right. It's going to be such a difficult. You can't predict really who's going to get into those places. I think Brno, after a disastrous start where they lost all their first.
What
4,
a comeback by them!
They've come back, and I think they've won 7 in a row. So as Ali continues, nicely hit down the ground, just be a single. And they didn't go for the run, which was wise. He fumbled that, the fielder.
Really nice looking shot that by Sabah. Just timed it well, but went straight to the fielder.
Yeah, I think Sabah's growing in a bit of maturity, which he needed to do. But Arun, I think, is a bit the same. I'll go back to that in a moment. It's been creamed on the leg side. He's a strong. See, on both sides of the wicket is Sabah. Uses his feet well, and one bounce over the boundary.
It's a lot. It's a lot to do with confidence and momentum with Sabah's batting, and you can see that in the way he progresses with the shots he takes. Like you can see how he tries to get that first 4, second 4, and then once he knows that he has that sort of command over the bowler or the command over his own skill, he just starts walking out and starts hitting people. And it doesn't matter where you bowl to Sabah. Sometimes you can't put a fielder in every spot because he can really play around the park.
Exactly right. But I think he's bowled a bit of subtlety. He has a guide down towards that 3rd man area. He's also very strong on both sides of the wicket and straight. That's one slightly mishit. Going back to Arun Ashokan, he's been in the national team setup for quite a while. I remember when I first joined as coach for the national side, I had a meeting with, I think it was Raj, who was the manager at the time, and another member of the selection committee. Comes in again, and that's hammered for 6 square. It's a very typical Sabah Devizi shot. This one, too much width and just slammed over the top of the infield, and 6 runs.
The second you see width in that ball, you know that's going out of the boundary. There's no chance Sabah was missing out on that free 6 there. Bread and butter for Sabah, would never miss that ball. But there have been times though, Danny, I think, where he's gone chasing for that sort of balls and nicked it, or sort of like when you could say if someone's taken the pace off the ball, sort of top edged it. So do you think there's like a way you could get Sabah out? Is there something you could try?
Oh, look, I think we've seen him in the past where he tries to prod the ball, and he's not doing that now. He's taken that kind of out of his game, but he's super difficult to bowl to. It's not that line. That's called a wide. Chased that a bit, but just sort of closer to his body, and a little bit shorter. But I mean, it's fine margins really, because you're as likely to get his wicket as to actually getting slammed over the boundary for 6.
Because every team playing against PCC would be thinking, how can I get the top 5 out quickly or cheaply? Because there's no way you can sort of control them in the power play, because no matter what they do, they're going to hit the ball.
Well, that's part of the problem, is they're all unique players. I mean, Devisi and Arun are completely different styles of players. They can all hit the ball hard. Then you've got Naeem Lala, right?
Who's a fantastic timer, but he can time it out of the park for 6. Like.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You've also
you have Sudesh coming after that, maybe.
Sudesh coming
then
in.
Then you have Ritik.
You have Ritik. You have Aditya Katiwala as well.
And who's looked pretty good this tournament.
Fantastic this tournament. So the top, you're looking at a top 6. Normally you have a top 3 in a team with supporting roles afterwards. You've got a solid superstar batting lineup of 6 up top. And, you know, I don't think they've got the strongest bowling lineup. They've got no one who can blast you out of the attack, blast you out of the
Park.
out of the park.
Yeah. Oh, that's a beauty by Ali. Drawing him in for the shot and just unlucky not to get the outside edge there from Arun. And
yeah, drew him. And just a little bit wide, but really good bowling to finish up from Ali Sitar. And PCC, after the power play, a 38 for no loss. It's a
familiar sight, this, Danny.
really familiar sight. Going at 12 and over already, almost, or 12 and a half and over. But it's very difficult. What you need to do is put a pressure on them, get early wickets, but you need to get 6. It's super difficult. It's the same as PCC in the past as well. I remember playing for Barbarians years ago and getting them 6 down for not many, and then they're bringing national team players like Roy or Rohit to sort of wrap up the innings. It was always been frustrating. They've always had the depth, but I've never seen the batting lineup as deep as what it is in this tournament.
It's something interesting that happened when we were playing. Pindra coming in here for the 4th over. Yeah. And that's whipped away for a 4 there by Sabah.
Yeah,
very nonchalantly also, Danny.
Yeah, he just flicked it. Nice shot. And he's looking good for this this ECI tournament as well at the end of the week as Sabah. And playing against Greece and Cyprus, and none of these guys have bowled to him, and that's really going to be an exciting.
It's also going to be a very different surface from what I think these Greece and Cyprus will be used to. I think they've played a lot on cement pitches, and I think coming into this clay-based surface, it's going to be a bit of it's going to be tricky for them to adapt, and it's also going to be interesting to see how they adapt and how well they do.
Well, especially early on. This is a good ball there from Bindra, just squeezed out for a single. Yeah, totally agree. Look, going back to Ashoka, Devisi, I think he's got raw talent, which he showed early on, and then I don't think there was something about his batting as like an arrogance about it that was a little bit of toxic arrogance. Now he's arrogant with his batting, but it's actually a very positive arrogance. Does that make sense to you?
No, absolutely. I think that's a lot of work been done by Arun, and I think the coaching and the leadership staff at Czech cricket, I'm sure they would have spoken to Sabah about it. They would have noticed that. Lovely shot there. Lovely feeling by Ruturaj on the line there. Looks simple, but with this outfield, it's lightning fast and coming at you, and you could easily pop that one for 4. So well done by Rutu. But just coming back, I think they recognized that about Sabah. They saw that he has the energy which needs to be channeled into a much more purposeful cause, or like into something like his batting, or maybe the way he plays.
It's,
Plugged it. Put a fielder there now, Danny.
I think it's very wise. Didn't quite get away with that one. Didn't time it. But going back to Arun, it was similar with Arun. We had, I think it was Sudhir Gladson and myself and Raj, who were the captain of the team, the coach, and also the manager, who talked about the selection, about the vice captain for the national team at one stage. This is Pindra bowling to Ashoka, and that's wide.
That's 4 runs also, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is. So 4 wides, 5 wides, not what they needed at this stage, and yeah, very wide there from Bindra. Just lost it completely, and they touted him as vice captain, and I was very surprised at that suggestion, because he was young, he was raw, he'd not captained PCC, and I was completely against it. Ended up not going through as vice captain at that stage. It says he's lifted over the top, players under it, and through his hand, Ruturaj couldn't hang on to it. That would have been a big wicket. And, well...
there's an age-old saying in cricket, Danny, catches win matches, and I think that's what Rutu's going to be thinking for the rest of this game. Because Arun, the big fish for PCC, or I mean, in this team, every wicket is a big fish, or at least there are 6 wickets which are like that, but you can't be dropping those.
You can't afford to, can you? So, good response from Bindra.
Really clever shot that by Arun as well, recognizing that both the fielders were close, and if he could sort of needle that gap, that's probably 4 runs, but unlucky there, but full marks for the execution.
Again, going back to Arun,
the vice captaincy.
Well, it was something which was planned, and I didn't see it firstly, because he just didn't have the experience. There was a bit of a divide in the national team at that stage, I think, but it was brought together a little bit later. There was good spirit in the team. Arun came back into the fold, and he was made the national team captain. Actually, Sudesh was for a while, but there was just too much responsibility for him with the bat and the ball. Arun came in and has learned a lot about the captaincy, and he's matured as a cricketer and as a person.
Yep.
So I think he's wonderful for this PCC side. Leads them very well, and also leads the national team very well. And you've been
Exactly. I was just going to say, Danny, Rutu coming in here to bowl the 5th over.
This could be interesting. Whoa, very interesting. Well, he's made up for his drop catch by getting the skipper and kept a little bit low, and a big wicket there. And Ruturaj has got his man.
There's no better feeling in cricket after you drop a catch, you get a wicket the very next over. If you're a bowler, that is. If you're a fielder and batter, you don't even have that opportunity. But what a ball here by Rutu. Beat him in the flight or the swing, I think, or just the dip. And unfortunate for Arun that missing that, not getting anything, and clean bowled. Important wicket this for United CC in the context of this game. And as I say that, they have another important wicket to take, which is Naeem Lala, who's been no short of runs in this tournament. Just looking absolutely mental here.
Yeah, Lala's he's opened the batting generally. A good little innings there from Arun, but Lala is a very difficult batsman to play against, and normally he starts scoring from the first ball, does Lala.
But there is this, I guess Bindra's overs are over, because there is a little bit of times where I've noticed that against Joe Cope from Vinaradi CC, Naeem Lala does struggle a bit with the ball that comes in and goes away. But unfortunately with Bindra running out with his overs, they don't have that option to play with.
Well, Ruturaj has got 1 from 1. See what he can do to Lala. It leaves it outside of stump.
Really good first 2 balls here by Ruturaj, getting the wicket, important wicket of Arun, and now the dot ball. They'll have to look for dots here, Danny, to sort of decrease the run rate that which PCC are going at.
I think they'll need wickets. I mean, they need to get Lala, Davitsi, and also Sudesh. Afterwards, there's a bit of batting to come, but it's not the same quality as what you see here. As his hit down the ground. Don't know if it was a chance there for Ruturaj. And Zahir Sharma who picks up the ball.
You got to keep these batters quiet and keep them considerably quiet. It's not even like you can allow them to hit a 4, because you give them a 4, then it's just like, okay, when's the next 4? When's the next 6 coming?
But it's difficult to get them quiet, because anything that's not right,
margin of error.
That's it.
Yeah, it's so small, the margin of error with these teams. Yeah, but anyway, with Arun, like I just wanted to say, I have not been part of the national setup, and I've only recently been privileged to sort of be a part of it and get selected, and really it is a privilege, because you think you can just make your way into the national team, but it's not that easy. There is a lot of competition ahead of you, and to get picked it's truly an honor. But coming after that, you realize straight away that when you're in the team practice, or when you're in the sort of like when we're practicing at Vinosh, Rutu coming in here for the 4th ball. Oh. Good. Swinging in across the line here, Lala, looking for trouble.
Yeah, indeed. Really good over so far from Magare.
Keeping his team in the game here and making sure that PCC don't run away. But yeah, like Arun has that influence over his players. I think it's a good sort of influence. It's an influence where people can sort of trust him, and they allow him to sort of let them be influenced.
I think he's definitely got the respect, as this is hit nicely to the covers for 4 by Lala. Let's have another look at this.
It's a beautiful shot this by Lala. Over pitch, slightly drifting in late, but still picks it so well and gets 4 runs for it.
We just get such good value for shots on this ground this year.
Yep.
And so he just, there was one earlier last week where he literally prodded it forward and went for 4. As you see, 62 days to go. The countdown continues for the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship.
And it stays at the Kaatama Oval recently. Yeah,
it's a fantastic facility.
Which is awesome for the ECN.
So 6 groups there, 5 teams in each group. Hopefully you'll get a ticket if your hand gets better there.
Yeah, that's the idea, to work towards that. I mean, to work towards every playing opportunity, because we get very few in Europe, Danny. So we've got to make the most of the season.
Well, this is a fantastic tournament. The ECIs as well have been a great innovation from the ECN as well from your cricket network. And Ayush Sharma is the new
6
bowler.
runs.
Well, yep, not much wrong with that delivery apart from the fact that it's right in Saba's hitting zone. Have a look at this.
Cannot ball in that arc to Saba. It's just begging to be hit for 6, and Saba rightfully putting it away. And Saba's just quietly moved on to 29 from 13 here, just not breaking a sweat, Danny. And this is what Saba's just been up to in this tournament, just playing really good cricket. But coming back to Arun and his respect and influence, I think, yeah, I think you feel it, and I think it's a good thing because you want that sort of communication from the captain and from the coach, because otherwise you don't know where you sort of lie.
So, this is hit beautifully square. There's a man back there.
Yep.
Look, there's a lot more strength in Czech cricket now.
Yeah.
Remember a few years ago when Sudesh was just, everyone relied on Sudesh to get all the runs. Arun played support roles. But now it's just, there's a lot more depth. Saba coming into the team, Ritik coming into the team as well. Gives a pretty solid top 4. And then you've got a lot of other batting to come after that.
Dylan Stain, not to forget at all.
I know. He's very, very handy.
Missing leg stump there.
I don't think he's available for this tournament as Dylan, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yes. I think that might be true, but I'm still not completely sure of that, but you're probably right there, Danny.
I think Dylan probably prefers the 20 over games, and he's really good. That's, he holds a world record, does Dylan Stain, as well as does Sabu and Davisi and Sudesh Vikramasekara. So it's well, I mean, we're playing at a level below, well, a few levels below a lot of the other countries, as we're seeing with the qualifiers in Scotland at the moment, with especially Austria struggling, but Germany and Italy. Italy been fairly competitive, but playing on turf is a very different thing, as we're seeing.
Flicked away by Saba. Fielded there, Danny, and I think you're right, Danny, especially with the conversation about how the over reliance on Sudesh has been very evident, and I think that it's not that the Czech team does not recognize that or the players don't feel it. They are very aware, in my opinion, that they know that, okay, this can't happen, this cannot go forward, we need to contribute, we need to be able to, because there's only so much you can rely on a person. And I think that culture, that idea of the one player only being the savior or messiah. What a shot by Naeem. Freebie there, a wide full toss by Ayush, and gets spanked for 4.
Yeah, that's not a good delivery, and got exactly what it deserved. But you're right, and I think that, I mean, Sudesh has slowed down with his bowling. You don't see him bowling as often. He was lightning when he first came into the league.
As I've heard, yeah.
But he's slowed down a bit. Still a handy bowler if you need him, but if you don't need him, you shouldn't
necessarily go to him. Absolutely, I agree with you there.
And he's 41 years old now, is the beast. And this is hit straight towards us. Well, protect the equipment, Venki. It comes into the marshmallow. And it's a nice shot there by Lala. And it's dug out of a plastic bag, I think. Thanks, Shamal. So
really nice shot by Naeem there. Hits it straight to long off. Just such a clean hit. Looks really good while batting also, Naeem, I have to say. Just moving the score here really well here.
Yeah, so going back, oh, this could be out, you know. Got him! Well, really good ball and a bit of revenge there from Sharma, who's taken a bit of stick in this innings, and that's another big wicket. And
finally, the one that he goes across the line for, but just a little too much there, Dan. He gets hit probably middle and leg there.
Yeah, he tried to hit it down the leg side, and let's have another look at this. It's a good ball, and not much wrong with that decision either. That was a very easy decision there for Farouk, the umpire.
Yeah, made his mind up quickly there.
So
but I think that was a good one. I think, yeah, it was pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was pitched in line. Actually, talking about the beast, here he is. And again, he doesn't use his feet like he used to. He's still, when it's in his hitting arc, it normally gets dispatched a long way. But as we see here, all batsmen getting a bit of a start. Sabuan's still there, dangerous, but Ashokan and Lala gone. And Sudesh in next. And Satpal as there for for PCC, a player you know very well.
Yeah, Satpal, who was an ex-Vinaradi CC player, and unfortunately he sort of made his own terms and moved across party lines and went to PCC. Not something us Vinos flicked away for 4 there by Sabawoon.
Yeah, that's just leg side. You can't afford it. Raj is the bowler, just taken off his pads, and nice shot there by Sabah.
Yeah, you can't be bowling middle and leg there in full, especially in his arc to Sabah. It's just going to be 4 to 6, and you're lucky if it's not one of those 2 events.
I think it was even pitched outside leg, so it gave him a bit of a free hit because there's no LBW decision coming.
And also, we just have John Gray in the comments saying don't need to be giving away free hits to PCC, and I completely agree with you, John.
Very true, John. We've not chatted much to anyone in the chat this morning. I said hi to people, but if you have any questions for Venki at all about Czech cricket or about being a groundsman here or his contribution or to the national team?
I think Danny's very kind to call me a groundsman. I think I wish I could say that, but I'd say I try to be a groundsman. I hope I am one.
Well, field's looking pretty good. This is good delivery first up to the beast, who just hits it down the ground.
Yeah, so I think in this innings for Sudesh, I mean, of course, he can hit at will and he doesn't need a license to hit. But I think he's going to give, again, the strike back to Sabah. It's just going to be like, you've been here for 17 balls, Sabah. I think you're seeing it pretty well. Just do your thing, mate. Unless, like, of course, Sabah is just not, timing it well for some reason.
Well, he's 36 off 17 is looking okay. No, he was looking okay. And that's another wicket. That's another huge one. And Ruturaj with a wicket. And 3 of the top 4 are gone. It's a tough ask for any team, but they've got Davisi just then. They've got Ashokan and Lala. If they can get Sudesh for not many, they're in with a big chance here. United. And Ruturaj, really good bowling, came off his pads onto the stumps.
Super bowling this by Rutu, taking it away from him a bit, and also Sabah playing across the line there, just was asking for trouble, missed it completely and bowled. But I think we've seen teams at this stage, not too often, but also you could say quite often, where they picked a couple of wickets from PCC, they've taken out a couple of top guns, but they're yet not able to hold them back, Danny.
Well, there's still a lot of good batting, and here's the captain in Kushal Mendon to come in. He's vastly experienced for the for PCC and also the national team, so it won't be much easier. But I guess he's not quite the same level now as Kushi as the top 4, but still a top batsman.
Kushi's been just a single there by Kushal, wades it away to mid-on. But yeah, like Kushi can hit a long ball, Danny. I've been playing with him recently for the national team practices, and I went for the tour to Vienna for the ECI, which is hosted in Austria, and he was part of it. And he captained the last game there, and one of the bigger things that he goes by in his philosophy of playing cricket is dot ball. Is enjoy the game when you're there, because we were under the pump in that situation, and a lot of us were hoping we don't lose another game, and he took over for that one game, and he said, go do your thing, show your skills. And I think that's how he plays his cricket, and I think he's going to hit the ball hard here, Danny.
Absolutely. Look, as we see here, the upcoming events, we have the ECIs coming up this weekend after the end of this tournament, and Portugal, the night series in Portugal continuing. Then there'll be ECIs and ECSs in Switzerland and Dresden, and then some women's cricket, the Continental Cup in Romania, and also the Netherlands, Ireland and Netherlands Jersey series coming from the Netherlands later in August. Looking forward to some great cricket in the next month here on the European Cricket Network.
It's non-stop cricket over here on ECN. It's the juggernaut that doesn't stop.
Thank you, Venki. As we have good pick up there, and that's out. Well, that's another huge wicket, and the beast is gone. Really good pick up and throw, and
what a moment here, Danny.
Absolutely, what a moment. So the big 4 are gone for PCC, and Sudesh has run out. We'll have a good look at it from side angle, but it was a fantastic pickup.
It was also one of those decisions where for the few times the umpires haven't gone back to the TV for referral, and the piece called it straight away, so it must be sure shot run out.
Let's have a look
I
at
didn't
this.
see him ground his bat there. There you go. I think he probably missed out on that. Maybe if he had slid it in.
And a good throw right next to the stumps.
Oh,
No, he
miles
was
away.
nowhere near.
Not even in the frame there.
It was Amit Pangaka who threw that in, who's famous on the ECN for the golden ball, where he kept his ground, and PCC, I think it was the Rooks
Yep.
at that time, celebrated a victory that never came, and he held his ground. And another man who's out there actually fielding next to him in Shaimal Joshi ran the second one, and to the confusion of the PCC Rooks side, United won that golden ball. That has had many looks on the feed.
It was one of the most. It was probably one of the most popular like clips or event that happened in that series. I remember it just kept going and going and going. It was a talking point in a lot of conversations.
It was fantastic, mate. Made world cricket news, I guess, in some ways. Actually, there's another clip also of the final ball, the buys that went for 3, and then it would have gone to 7, but it was the end of the game with involving the Tigers. That's gone viral. Apparently, about 3 million views of that one. It's good to see.
Spread like wildfire, and lovely shot here by Raj, just threading the gap here for 4. Really good stuff here by Raj. Just a little wide there, gets his opportunity to freeze arms and gets it past the cover fielder there for 4. So Raj coming here, also part of the national team setup here.
Yeah.
The manager for the Czech national team,
Was
the
a
men's team.
good bowler for many years for the Czech Republic, and also a bit of a pinch hitter. So, I mean, it doesn't get any harder. Sudhir Gladson is in, former national team captain. Rod Deshmoini.
Yeah, wealth of experience in their team.
This is in the air. And
No man's land, unfortunately.
right between 3 players. It'll bring Kushal Mendon back on strike.
Possibly could have made a catch out of that if they had run backwards and judged it, but always a tough one.
It's yeah, it is very difficult on this ground, and well, it's been a pretty good over so far. The bowler is Manish Jungid. Comes in again, and this is in the air. This could be out, and gone. Nice catch, and that's the end of Kushal Mendon.
So
Well,
United are really pulling things back here in the second, in the back end of the game, and this is exactly what I was talking about, Danny. It's about capitalizing after getting those 4 wickets. You know, it's about trying to put the brakes on PCC when you can, because otherwise they easily run away for 130 here.
absolutely, and
130 plus, I'd say.
you put pressure on any team, and you can get them tumbling, and that's what's happening at the moment for PCC. We haven't seen this during any of the games this week, and United, they're that kind of team. When they get ahead like this, they'll get a bit of a roll on, and fantastic.
Really good catch that by Pawan Kukreja. It's always easy to look. It always probably looks easy on the telly, but it's much harder when you're out there trying to actually catch the ball. And there's a lot of things to play with, the wind, where you are. So really good catch taken there by Pawan, and it's an important catch because Kushal can hit the ball, and you want those people out. And let's see what Satpal can get up to here. I know he's more of a bowling all-rounder, but he always sort of backs himself with the bat here, Satpal.
Well, it's been a good over so far from Manish. And this is in the air. It's over the top of the field.
Probably
Should go
getting 4 for that, yeah. So striking at 400 here, Danny, of the first ball, Satpal.
I wouldn't argue with that. But end of a really good over there from Manish. And an important one. There was a run out and also a catch. 1 for 9 off his over, but also that run out, as we see here. Just a steady flow of wickets. No wickets lost until the 5th over, and then 5 down now. They are 99.
I think United have an opportunity to be the first team in the tournament to also keep PCC at probably their lowest total in the first innings. I think they still have 12 balls to go, so I don't want to say count either Raj or Satpal out from hitting some massive maximos. But United have a really good chance to keep them in like the 120, 115 range and make a chase for it, because we know United have the batters to do that, Danny.
Yeah, I agree with you, Venki. I think it's a very big opportunity. And well, Raj can hit the ball hard. He's more a bowler, but because of he had a knee injury quite a few years ago, and he stepped out of the national team for quite a while. He's now the manager of the Czech national side. Comes in and, oh, it's a good ball. Hits straight and 6. Well, it didn't look like he got much of it. Let's have a look at this. He kind of squeezed it out. It was a low full toss. And good power, 6 runs. Just missed with that low full toss.
Absolutely dug a 6 out there, Raj. From a low full toss, which would probably, you can say, is a really good ball at this point in the stage by Ayush, but still Raj just made 6 out of it. Just goes to show you the kind of experience he comes with and the kind of hitting power, I suppose.
Exactly right. It's a good comeback from Ayush. I think it'll be important with the bat.
Wild swing that though by Raj.
Ayush Sharma featured a few days ago when United needed some big hitting in the final over. So a question for Venki. What would you say if the... well, actually, I'll come back to that in a moment with Sharma bowling. And bowls him! Well, that's the end of Raj. Bit of lusty hitting, but Ayush Sharma bowled a straight one. And that's the end of Raj.
Important wicket that for United. Important in the sense that it's a dot ball and takes away the slightly dangerous Raj, who could probably hit anywhere in the park or at least clear the boundary. So again, United in a position where they can probably keep PCC at a low first innings total and get them maybe in the chase.
Well, I think everyone in Czech cricket wants United to win, apart from the teams that really want to get into that spot. But just to show a bit of a chink in the armour, that they are beatable. So Samira Madaranga is the new batsman.
I think in the previous PCC game, or I'm not sure which one it was Samira who went opening.
For absolutely no apparent reason. I think I keep on telling the story about Ed Knowles, the former captain of the national side, and for Vinaradi, who the first man on his in his batting lineup was always Samira. He called him the manager. Said Samira, number 11.
Really good job here by Ayush, getting the dot ball here. So it's been a good over for Ayush, despite getting hit for that low full toss 6. Gets the wicket, so essentially 2 dot balls here. So he'll need a few more, but yeah.
We'll come to this question. Question for Venki. What would you say is the area which needs the most attention in Czech cricket actually going forward? Infrastructure, coaching, batting, bowling, visibility.
It's a really heavy loaded question there, John.
Yeah,
It'll take me forever to answer that one, but I'd say in short, it's a little bit of everything, if I have to be very honest with you. But just coming back to Ayush here. Dot ball here. Ayush just doing a stellar job for United at this point of the game. Getting 3 dots basically back to back. But back to the question, I think it's a bit of everything, John. I think we lack a bit of everything, and you'd say a lot of visibility and infrastructure. I'd say get more money. I think just to be very honest with everyone, I think we work with very limited funds. But Ayush here coming in for the last ball. Dot ball. What a fantastic over this for Ayush, getting a wicket and 3 dot balls on the trot here. So really good finish there by Ayush. 2 for 25.
Yeah, really good finish and a big over. It all happens in the 9th, and it just did. I think with a big wicket of Raj there, as we see the bowling figures, and I think it will be Manish Jungid who will end up bowling the final one.
Rutu coming in clutch after that drop catch of Arun, just completely showing that okay, I'm not disturbed by that catch. That that ghost isn't haunting me at all, and doing really well. But what's a good score here for PCC to finish on?
Oh, I don't know. Well, this could be caught as well. Raj is coming in. Could be a collision. Dropped it. And it could be a run out. It's gone the wrong end. And there's overthrows. Well, this is a disaster for United. And a bit of fancy footwork. Oh, should have been caught. Probably, definitely been run out at the keeper's end.
It's just not been Rutu's day with the field here, Danny. It's a second drop catch here, and I think what will be bothering him a lot is that he missed out on a dot ball opportunity.
Look at this. He's definitely would have been out.
Myers.
But then at the keeper's end it went again. If he'd gone keeper's end, it probably would have been out.
And you could see Abhi sort of signaling there with the gloves, and doesn't matter because Samira's taken that chance and put it away for 4 there. What a incredible shot there. Bowl in the slot and put away.
Yeah, just right in the slot there from Manish. And well, look, they'd probably won about 120, which is defendable. But we've seen a lot of scores of 120 get caught. So this one is a dot
really
ball.
Good bowling this by Manish.
Yeah, going back to John Gray, and we'll concentrate on these last few. You're right. It's improved a lot. I remember the early days, about 15 years, well, early-ish days, 15 years ago, and it's improved out of sight. It's going down leg side, just a leg by. But and year on year it improves.
That's absolutely bang on right, Danny. And I think someone who's new like me, who's come recently in 2017 and seen Czech cricket for about 5 years now, we get easily, it's easy for us to sort of say that, oh, Czech cricket's not moving forward, or not a lot is happening. Just coming back to the second last ball here. Flicked away by Satpal for a 4. Important runs here for PCC. They don't matter how they come, but this was a really good shot. Full toss.
Poor bowling there from Manish. He tried the Yorker again and just got it wrong. And easy runs there for Satpal. Well, it's look, I think we'll continue this conversation
after the last ball.
I think even in the next innings, because there's a lot to talk about Czech cricket and cricket around Europe. Actually, to be fair. Oh, lovely shot. Well, that's 6 runs and a very good finish there off the last couple of balls. Satpal Verma with 10 off the last 2. Manjit, good over until then.
What an important last 2 shots that probably for PCC, and if it goes down to the wire, then they're going to be thankful to Samira and Satpal, who gave them that little bit of boost or ammunition at the back end or in the last 2 overs. So United would not be feeling too bad here with this finish, I think, Danny.
Yeah, but look, those 10 runs off the last 2 balls, will that be crucial? And as we see some of the highlights with a really good opening stand here from Sabah Windavisi, and just getting out a few boundaries. Aaron Ashokan, as usual, hitting straight, hitting long, and doing very well for his side, the skipper.
And Sabah just sort of slashing it away for 4 here, just carrying the momentum through the innings and again flicking it away. Sabah just was looking in really good form there. Unlucky that by Bindra, just some undisciplined bowling going for 4 byes, and I think this was the drop catch and Rutu giving that for 6, and he'll be looking back, but don't worry, Rutu's got his own highlights coming up, and that's the one of the captain right there. Clean bowl by Rutu, so a very next ball after he dropped that gets the first wicket. So Naeem continuing he had a flurry of shots on the offside. Sabah just doing what he does best, hitting on the offside on the full. Some bit of bad bowling here by United, which rightly being put away.
It's a lot of things going just a bit out of reach, but that was the LBW of Lala, and then saw Sabah continue.
This was also a little bit of the comeback period for United, where they started picking up wickets. First was of Naeem, and then Sabah, and I think next was Roy of the run out. So
it was Suresh. Yeah, just
right here. Yeah.
Really good work. I think it was Amit Pengaka with the throw. Nice throw, good work.
There's also good collection from Abi to not hit the stumps first and make sure he got the bails off correctly there.
Absolutely. And the runs kept on coming.
Another wicket there, I think. Yep, good catch that by Pavan.
That was the one that dug out by Raj. He didn't last much longer. Good ball there from Ayush Sharma to take his wicket. But right at the end, it was that drop catch. That was Satpal, and then the attempted run out. It cost them some runs. Did that. But Rudraj is a good batsman. I'm sure he'll come back and hopefully.
Abi as well. Abi, Ayush, and Rutu are going to be key wickets for the United CC, and for PCC as well. They're going to be looking to get these 3 batters out. And I think PCC, with how many ever wins they have, I think it's 7 wins. They're not going to be worried about 10 wins. They're not going to be worried. So as you can see, Sabah Windavisi 36 and 18, looking really good. Arun Ashokan 29 and 14. Naeem, that's, you could say, not getting off with a little more runs than he should have, but 15 of 8 is pretty nice there. Sudesh, again, not an eventful outing for him. Kushal also not providing much, but those 3 batters at the end, Raj, Satpal and Samira coming in clutch when it mattered for CCC so that they could get them to 123.
The pick of the bowls there, Rudraj Magare with 2 for 13, including a couple of big wickets. Ayush Sharma also contributing with a couple. Manish right at the end with 1 wicket, but just those 2 expensive balls right at the end.
Yeah.
May come back to haunt
UCC.
United. Yeah, absolutely. 123 the score, 124 to win for United against a PCC side who are not at full strength, and it's been good for them. Normally they're about 20 behind what they normally score. So we'll be back in a few minutes' time.
Exciting chase.
It's going to be a very exciting chase, and with especially Rudraj and Manu and Ayush Sharma, that I think the 3 down a little bit without Pramod Bagoli and also Piyush Paghel.
Yeah, but they're not going to let that bring them down. I think they're going to go for it. Being the 4th team in the table, I think this win's going to give them that upliftment or that safety that they very much need, Danny.
Absolutely. And we're back in a few minutes' time with the second half of this game between PCC and United. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
So welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series match here from Czechia between PCC, the Prague Cricket Club, and United. And well, it was a really good effort after a positive start by PCC from United to drag them back, getting good wickets, and it's the most wickets that anybody has taken against PCC, and also the lowest score. Thanks to the info in the chat there by Chris Smith. Really appreciate that. That's fantastic information. And well, it'll be Rohit Deshmoini to open the bowling. He's been really good this tournament. In fact, it's Sudesh. So it's an interesting move.
Yeah, generally Sudesh always held back for the middle overs and for the end, so probably looking to get wickets here early PCC.
Do you think they're worried?
I think they're definitely thinking that United could get this.
Oh, it's a good start for United. Smash for 6. Well, how's that from Ruturaj? I think he's on a mission. Have a look at this.
If there was ever a moment to know what the intent was for UCC, you could see it off this ball, Danny. They're going to go for this chase, and they started off in the perfect way possible.
Ruturaj, I think he'll have to bat deep. He's a really good batsman, is Ruturaj. And it's over the top again. That'll be 4. Fantastic start from United. And they're throwing willow at leather here against a very good PCC side.
Not the best comeback ball here by Sudesh, giving him a lot of width to free his arms. And we know how Rutu's been playing this whole tournament. He's really been in good touch. So Sudesh will have to sort of think here and keep him quiet here. Not the best start for PCC, but Sudesh is an experienced operator.
He is. Let's see what happens with the next one. And that's hit. Oh, amazing foot feeling by Raj. He'll feel it in a moment, though. I think it's hit him on the ankle. And let's have a look at this. It was smashed by Ruturaj, and yeah, another one on the shins. So,
saved his team 3 runs there, and saved Sudesh many blushes amongst his teammates much later on. Back-to-back 4s, otherwise it would have been.
Well, Abhimanyu is the batsman now facing up the skipper.
White ball.
Tried to chase it, but it's been a pretty loose over so far from Sudesh. And they have a lot of options. I'm surprised they didn't start with either Rohit or Samira.
Yeah, generally they have Navi opening the proceedings even. Not today.
No, it's 4 runs. Delicate inside edge. And this continues, this fantastic first over for United. Let's hope they keep it together.
United don't mind the way the runs come as long as they're coming, and it's a perfect example of that. Just try to prod at it, Danny, but gets the inside edge.
They're such a great team to watch. I know that they've got fans around the world from just we've seen them grow on in these tournaments, from a team that couldn't win a game to the golden balls. Sudesh comes in again. That was quicker.
Oh, Sudesh was pointing out for a wicket there. Did he edge that? But tough to say, we didn't hear much noise. But let's just check that on the replay. Oh, there's a bit of a deviation after it goes past the bat, but probably in the air. Nothing off the bat there. But a really good ball there, Danny. Finally, Sudhi coming to the length and line we know him for.
As I said, he's lost a bit of pace, but he can still bowl the odd one a bit quicker. And that's another one. Good comeback.
A really good start though by United. 16 off the first over off the beast.
That's it. Very, very good over. Well, it all started with the flourish, didn't it? And United will want to keep it going in the second over. And it will be la-la, but 21 matches since the last golden ball. It was United that was involved against Brno. And if you haven't seen that game, watch the over before as well. And then the golden ball. It was such an interesting finish to the game. And so close, but yet so far for United.
It's really unfortunate because it was Abhimanyu Singh, the batter, the non-strikers, and the skipper for United who just hesitated on the second run and was run out in the golden ball. And I'm sure he'd be thinking about that moment for days to come.
Well, there was a bit more than hesitation, Venki, because when he put his bat down, he hadn't reached the line, so he went back and put the bat over the line, and that's what caused the delay in for him to get him to
you
the
don't
other
see
end.
that in the replay. You missed that little moment. You think that he didn't want to go for the second, Naeem Lala?
No, he had to go for it. Lala's bowling around the wicket. It's good, good move, bringing the pace off a bit with a bit of spin here from Lala. But have a look at it. He touched down. He hadn't made his ground, and absolutely blistered on the leg side there from Magare, who's in the mood. Lala just straight on the leg stump, and that is launched. Oh, nice shot there, Venki.
Fantastic shot there by Rutu. Just you can't bowl there. You just cannot be bowling there, especially coming around the wicket. It just makes it so much easier for the right-hand batter to put it away on the leg side. And the form Rutu's in, it's just a free hit. I understand what the tactic here is from Lala, because I've been doing the same, coming around the wicket, taking it away from the batter. But he has to stick consistently because there is that fielder to protect him at deep point. So he needs to put it in the right places for it to work.
Comes in again. And this is just over the top of Arun Ashok, and this will be 4 as well. Again, Ruturaj. This is fantastic. I hope you're enjoying this wherever you're watching it, because this is a great start for United against the machine of PCC.
It really wasn't a bad ball from Naeem there. He sort of got in the right place, but Rutu just made a shot out of it, bringing his foot out, playing it a little inside outish over the skipper Arun there at extra cover, just on the circle, and now sort of pushing himself back and getting the deep point in. So sees that Naeem isn't sticking to the initial plan. So
it's a volley, and that's going to be stopped there on the boundary by Arun, who's fumbled a little bit. They come back for 2.
I mean, the fielding position was a good change there, but still got 2 runs from it. But I think they won't mind that better than the boundary here. So Rutu looking really good for United, playing the field, getting those initial boundaries, taking the pressure off from his teammate, from the captain, so that
it's missed that one. A little bit quicker maybe from Lala. Pushed it across him. And didn't go with the line of the ball. There did Magaro, who's 23 off 9.
And you can see psychologically United will be feeling much more in this game now. Brought down, the chasing figure brought down to double digits, 96 and 49.
And it's going to be pitched outside leg, I think. Have another look at that. Difficult because he's coming around the wicket.
Absolutely,
Lala's asking the question. I think let's have a look. If it was pitched outside leg, and pitched in line, it might have been missing. To be honest, might have been missing off. Too much doubt for me from the umpire. It wasn't. He was on his crease. Tight decision, but too much doubt for me coming around the wicket like that. As we see the here the standings, PCC they're 10 from 10 at the moment, and they're in the finals. United, they've only played 10 games, won 5, lost 5. They're a good unit. Missing a couple of big players though today, and they're really pushing the PCC here in this one. Probably the lowest score they've had, I think, so far, PCC, when they batted first by about 15. And well, UCC are going at 14 and over, 28 for no loss after 2.
Samira Maduranga coming into the attack there, so the beast being taken off, rightfully so. I think Samira will probably be a little more economical at this point, keeping it away from the off stump.
He bowls outswing, and well, that's gone. Oh, that's a big wicket. It's actually Abhimanyu Singh who's gone, plucked out of the air, and it's a really nice catch there by the beast.
I thought that was going for 4, Danny, because he was just straight into middle and leg territory, and then he got that flick on, but just picked the fielder there. Unfortunately, Abhimanyu thought he was getting 4 runs for that, but Beast using all his physical attributes to get that catch, leaping in the air or just stretching his hands out and getting that important wicket at the skipper.
It was like he's on a pogo stick there, Vinky. Got up really high. He's got a good pair of hands though, does Sudesh, and that's the first wicket down. It's that of the skipper Abhimanyu Singh, and UCC are now 28 for 1. Big wicket there. Mataranga's a good bowler, and just centimetres.
Didn't deserve a wicket for that ball, but Sudesh gave him one, and absolutely fantastic stuff, and that's so crucial in this format of the game, Danny. I think we all know that fielding matters and how important these catches are, because I think PCC are well aware that it's not a full strength United, and they have a few wickets to take, and once they get those wickets, they're probably in this game, and one being Abhimanyu.
Yeah, definitely. Well, for me, these two, Ruturaj and also Ayush Sharma, they need to build a partnership. They need to continue with the run scoring, but they need to stay in. That's the main thing. And it's just dab down onto the offside for a single.
Okay, I don't think PCC are going to be worried about these singles in the 30-yard circle, but yeah, it's gonna be much more work from United if they're gonna need to chase this, and with that wicket, it's gonna be on their minds here, Danny. They're gonna be a little tentative now, knowing that they've lost that important wicket at the skip. They'd want to keep going at the same run rate, but at the same time, it's just so difficult because PCC have such experienced bowlers. They know where to put it at the right place.
You're right, and this is a very experienced bowler that just gets absolutely hammered.
This is the reverse commentator's curse where the batter benefits from whatever they're saying from the bowling. But yeah, what an absolutely great shot by Ruturaj, picking the length quick there. A little slightly short from Samira and puts it away for 6. So he understands he's received the memo today, clearly, Ruturaj, and he knows what the team needs, and he's now going to stop. And Rutu is a fighter, I know that from him. He's got that energy, and it's that energy that you want part of your team, and it spreads, when you have someone so passionate about getting a wicket or taking a catch or even dropping one, for that matter of fact.
Comes Samira again and gets another 4 runs down to third man. Nice shot there from Ruturaj. We've seen some fantastic innings in this tournament, and I don't know what it is. There's a mode that some batsmen get into where they just seem invincible, and I mean, touch wood, Ruturaj looks invincible at the moment.
It was also a great shot, Danny. If you saw that ball sort of picked up on bounce at the last second and sort of swung in, and yet he made a shot out of it, that just carving his bat towards the third man region where he knew was probably empty. So good shot there by Rutu, adjusting according to what the ball did. Wide ball that from Samira, not a great comeback that. The idea was correct to get the Yorker in, but just straying down the leg side.
It's a good game this at the moment, and used to see the 40 still in the power play. It's a perfect start from, even though they did lose that wicket of Abhimanyu, they've got a good batsman in Ayush Sharma at the other end supporting Magare, who's 33 off 11. Samira comes in again and beats him. Oh, not out, it says the umpire. Well, this might have been a little edge, and United, the PCC don't like it. It would have hit towards the back of the bat maybe, but not out.
Very convinced Sudhir behind the stumps about that, and even the PCC fielders in the infield thought they heard something on that, but Pistol Pete just making sure he has that correct. Not out.
Very experienced umpire is Pete Vincent. So that's a not out given very quickly as well. Very convinced. And
yeah, it's funny how in this format, Danny, I've noticed that even if you take early wickets in the power play, there are some teams that can still keep the scoring rate high up there. They can keep it in the 12s and the 11s or even the 13s for that matter of fact. And I think that's what you require despite the wickets. Like if you have to sort of be a competitive team when you're batting first.
Well, there's a real evolution in T10 cricket, and it's a lot of it has to do with just playing more of it, but then knowing the tactics, knowing where to put the field, knowing how to bowl, but also knowing how to bat. Let's have a look at this 16 and 12 and 12 off the
very similar looking power play is this.
Very similar.
2 runs short, of course.
I tell you what, there was a big over here, as you can see, for 20. But apart from that, it was 4 overs that kept really tight in the middle for United. They kept the score down a bit, and that was with the loss of wickets. So you see Satpal coming into bowl.
I think this is a really good bowling change by Arun. I think Satpal is going to cause a bit of trouble here, but there is that fear that he hasn't featured a lot in this tournament. So I hope he can adjust and sort of get his line and length in. Otherwise, he's going to be absolutely smashed all around the park. But I really do think that if Satpal gets his spots, his consistency correct, he can be threatening.
It's his he's his first over in the tournament, and He's right on line first up.
Bang on the money there, Satpal. Fantastic first ball. That just a little bit of back length, pushing the batter back on the stumps and pushed away for the single.
Rob Thompson, come on, Danny, call a close one. Well, here's a close one at the moment. I hope it'll get right towards the end. And it's a fascinating game at the moment. United, I mean, a couple of years ago we said we would have said the little team that could, but they're a competitive club, United. Oh, well, he's gone straight through Magare, and that's a big wicket here for PCC, and Satpal, he's come on and he's getting pats on the back from his teammates.
Exactly what Arun expected of him, and he's delivered right on the second ball here, Danny. Always known for this slight bit of in-swing there coming from the off stump and just deceives Rutu. Also dips on him and just completely misses it and clean bowled. So perfect wicket here for PCC. The threatening batter Ruturaj makes the long walk back to the tent or the dugout there.
I don't really know what to call it.
That's like a tent. Yeah. Tent stand, team stand. Yeah.
Dugout.
Let's do it. Dugout. Let's stick to that.
So they lost the second wicket, UCC, and after a bright start.
A super uphill climb from here now for UCC. Unless Ayush really plays that innings that Kasi played essentially for Spartans and took them to the last ball of the over of the innings.
As we know, they're down a couple of key batsmen. I guess, I mean, it's a Tuesday. It is a Tuesday, isn't it?
It is a Tuesday.
you lose the sense of days here in the
ECN.
Yeah. And without both Pramod Bagoli and also Piyush Baghel, who I'm sure are keeping an eye on this game and lurking somewhere in the chat.
Getting really good swing in that, but nicely played away to third man there. Raj taking care of that 1 run. I still think it's doable here, Danny, for United CC. I think Amit Pangarkar has to play the supporting role to Ayush and get him on strike as much as possible and let him face the lion's share of the ball, because it's 82 from 39, 12, almost 13 now. And if you get a 6 and a 4 and you can take a couple of singles, I know it's easier said than done. Just a dead ball here.
It's been a good over so far.
Yeah.
Right on the money from
Satpal.
Yeah. So see how he goes, and there is good bowling left in this PCC lineup. We haven't seen Sabah Davisi yet. Arun Ashokan can bowl a couple of very tight overs. He's a very good off spinner. Rohitesh Moini we haven't seen either. Kushi Mendon. I mean, it's tough going, and this is really not their top lineup. But Satpal has really put his hand up for finals Friday here for PCC with a fantastic over.
I think Satpal features in that team. If I were the PCC team, I'd feature him because he has the skills to bowl in this format, in my opinion, Danny. I think he's a really calculative bowler. I think he thinks about what he's going to bowl, and even when he gets hit, he doesn't sort of give up. He has this sort of he's a Pahadi, and it's like they're from Himachal Pradesh, and they have this sort of fighting attitude about themselves, or never give up attitude. So a wide there though by Satpal, as I say that, just swinging away.
Yeah, it's interesting who they'll pick. I mean, the batting lineup picks themselves. They've got Sharon they can bring in as well, but he hasn't featured in the tournament.
Unfortunately, he's been injured.
Has he?
Yeah, he's not been part of the national team setup. Has opted out because he thinks that he needs to recover before he can be 100% and offer himself for the team.
Well, you look at the batting lineup, and that picks itself. Depending on availability, lovely shot there
what
from
a shot there,
Ayush Sharma, and he's hit it into one of the tents. Look at that, beautiful shot.
I think that was the first bad ball of the over from Satpal, and rightly gets the treatment it deserved. Ayush Sharma not just still telling PCC that you bowl me bad balls, I'm going to put you away and I'm still going to bring a fight to you. So PCC are aware of this, and I'm sure Arun's tracking Ayush's wicket closely. But
well, they're right on the run rate at the moment that's required. As you can see, they had a fantastic start. It's dipped a bit because of the couple of wickets. It's right down to exactly where it should be. So
Amit Bangarkar has to get Ayush on strike here, and that's got to be his role. And Ayush needs to be proactive about his innings. Can't look for the 4 and 6 every ball, I suppose, Danny, even though this format sort of begs you to do that. But I think here, if he can take the first few runs like off the bat on the floor, avoid the risk, and maybe on the last 2 balls target it and then get himself back on strike, that may be the way to go for Ayush. But it's very hard to construct the innings that were in T10.
Absolutely. Naeem Lala is opting to go over the wicket. Good ball
Great
there to
bowling there.
Pengaka. You're right. I think Vinny sees it when he talks about chasing, is if you need, say 15 runs and over, right, which is a lot. As long as you get that in 2 overs, as this is hit nicely by Pengaka, just be a single. As long as you get those 15 off, like the 30 off the 2 overs, if you score 9 off one, and you can get a bigger over, 21 off the next, and it's a lot to score, but don't panic too much just because you haven't scored that 15 off that 1 over. That makes sense. And it's a good way to look at it, and that's a big wicket. Lala, he's a big performer for PCC, and that's the end of Ayush Sharma. And now it's going to be difficult for UCC. They're still in the contest. Still early on. They lost their 3rd wicket now for 50.
Virat Kohli-esque stunned look on Ayush Sharma's face, but that was a ball which deserved that sort of look. Just sort of moved away off the seam, completely takes off his middle and off, and what a beauty by Naeem. Seam up, I suppose. Yeah, just straightens there, Danny. What a peach of a delivery that.
He's a good cricketer, Naeem Lala. Well,
I guess the only remaining hope for United just got out there, Ayush, and I'm not sure how this chase is going to go from here, Danny. It's going to be a very, very uphill climb, and knowing the kind of resources that Arun and PCC have at their disposal, I don't think it's going to go south from here for them.
Yeah, it's a very difficult task, and especially when you lose your top 3 batsmen, and you've got a couple back who aren't in the side today. Again, there are no professional players in this league, so it's availability due to work commitments, family commitments. There's a lot going on. And
yeah, I have to say a massive credit to all the players that are featuring this tournament, because it's not easy to show up on mid-games. It shows that you have that sort of passion to play cricket and you make time for it. So big shout out to all the players involved. But yeah, we're not professional players, we're amateurs, and we are seeing a professional at play here, Naeem Lala.
Well, it's 2 in 2. And that's another wicket down, and it's starting to fall apart for UCC after a really bright start. And, well,
no celebration whatsoever from the PCC team, and even from Lala, just returns back to his bowler's mark and asks for the ball. So you can sort of tell from their body language that they think they've wrapped this one up, PCC.
Well, I mean, he's on a hat-trick, and he bowls like that. It's going to be difficult to keep him out.
Funnily enough, that was an ex-Vinaradi player who just got out on the first ball, Vikrant Gujara. Hard luck there, Vikrant.
As we see the Hall of Fame for hat-tricks. We've seen one already this week with Piyush Kumar. And the hat-trick has been quite a few this year. There were 5 in Hungary. It's been 1 so far in Prague. And Lala's on a hat-trick. Couple of balls left in this over. And well, Lala's 2 for 13 at the moment. Been handy wickets. Took a little bit of stick in his first, but he's on a hat-trick. He's going to be bowling to Shaimal Joshi. He's taking guard. Put in a couple of slips. I think you have to kind of do that, bring the field in a bit. Hasn't changed too much. Here comes Lala with a hat-trick ball. And, oh, it's a great ball. It's going to go down to the boundary, though. I think it's going to be byes. In fact, it will be called byes. Couldn't hang on to it. Could the keeper. It was a bit quicker, got a bit more bounce.
It's funny how Lala has gone from bowling off spin to seam up now, and he's just receiving a lot more assistance from the ball and the pitch for this sort of bowling, Danny. And I guess that was the perfect 3rd ball for a Yorker. Should have deserved an edge, but just so unlucky that it goes for a 4.
Would have been it. So 1 ball left this over. It's been a great one. Well, until then, Davisi can't reach it. 6 runs, and they continue the fight to UCC. Shaimal Joshi given a bit of a gift there by Lala, and that's 6 runs. So at the end of the 5th, UCC are 60 for 4. They're pretty much on target. So big welcome to Venki. Thanks for coming into the commentary box.
No, thank you
Venki.
for having me, Danny. It's been a pleasure being with you, and you've always been the voice of cricket, and for us at least, or you and Phil, and it's been such a good moment. But we get an opportunity to talk about these really cool-looking hats, which is basically the hats for the Karcher summer program, or you could say the summer outing for the. It's the specific ECS Karcher camp because it's happening when the ECS is going on, and the kids get to sort of see what the big boys do.
That and I mean, you saw them playing game of hardball cricket on the other pitch.
Yep.
So it's fantastic to see everyone from Karcher here. Chris and Renata Pierce doing a great job.
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
So and well, Samira Madaranga will continue. And just gets away from the batsman Pangaka. And it's, well, to be honest, they're not far off the run rate. 60 after 5, chasing 124. But they're just going to have to bat well, get a little partnerships, get a bit of luck, and they can get to this target, UCC. But they're...
Yeah, it's you'd require Sharmal to go absolutely ballistic and sort of stay till the end with Amit here, but I'd say it's a bit tough here, Danny, just knowing the kind of bowling that PCC have yet to come. But if it's going to go this way, okay, I thought that was going for 4, but just Satpal getting to it.
They've covered that gap a bit. I think they've got a backstop. They've definitely got a very fine third man. They've got a very fine leg. It's Sudir Glatson with the gloves. He's a pretty reliable keeper. Generally, for many years he has been for PCC. So they've covered that area pretty well. There's a big gap, though, a little bit wider than that. And,
interesting field set here by Arun. They have 3 people at the back. They have a very straight, fine leg. I mean, that's an actual fine leg, and a third man as well who's quite fine. And then they have a slightly wide, deep gully, I suppose, or a deep. Yeah, I think it's a deep gully.
Yeah, on the boundary.
On the boundary, and then they have 2 people here on deep mid-wicket, cow corner and long on. So I think it's going to be a lot of short stuff or full stuff, and they're sort of protecting the edges that go behind the keeper.
I think you're right there, Venki. This one's been pushed into the covers. But yeah, I think they're just protecting runs because they know that these UCC...
They're not going to go big.
They're not going to get... Bashar Joshi had scored a nice 6 in the previous over, but it was a bit of a gift there from Lala. And but dodgy inside edges or others that go outside the just little late cuts. As this is hit back to Samira, stops it with his foot, and just be a single.
Painfully stops that Samira, but knows that he's going to help his own economy right there. So fantastic feeling that. And also John Great, it's not a great initiative by us, mate, but it's all Chris Pierce and Renata Pierce who are doing it. We're just people who are big fans of theirs and of their work.
It's an award-winning organisation. This is hit towards the boundary. Raj does well to...
just unlucky there, Raj. Stops the ball, but then just gets over the line there. Good shot that by, I think, again, Sharmal Joshi that. Unlucky that Raj puts in a great effort, but just not enough to stop the ball from going. So 56 from 25 here, Danny. Not undoable here.
Well, it's possible, but they'll need more of these boundaries. And, that was, and this ground is so quick.
It's doable, I think.
It is doable. It is doable. Here comes Madaranga again. Boulder Shaimal hits it past him, hits the stumps, and well, it's going to be a run out. Direct hit, and that's the end of Pangaka. Luckily, Josh is still around. That was a bit of a comical run out. Let's have another look at this.
I just wonder why he didn't call no after it hit the stumps there. Why they went for I guess because they knew that it would take a lot of time to get the stump back up for the run out, but it just seemed a bit risky at the situation.
Well, I think Shaimal Josh has got the turning circle of the Titanic, so it's going to be difficult for him to. Actually, let's have a look at this. He hit it back. He started to run, and then Samira's just picked it up, hit the stumps.
Did he just make it?
I don't think he
probably
made it.
His bat's in the air, I think, even though.
Wow, I'm assuming. I thought he was out. Let's have another look. And direct hit. He
just dips into the crease there as the stumps. Oh, never mind. He's miles out, and that's a pretty clean decision. Unfortunate. I mean, unnecessary run out there, but I suppose it's the right batter who got run out in some sense for United, and not Shamal Joshi, that is.
Well, Shamal Joshi, I mean, we saw him hit a big 6. He hit a 4 before. He could be the hero for United.
And with Ali coming in, he could possibly have a partner who could also sort of get going, maybe. Now, I was never sure about how Amit batted, but I know Ali can hit some shots if he gets it into the gaps. Not a big hitter of the ball, but he can time it again.
Well, that's it. That you don't need to be a big hitter of the ball on this
pitch,
ground.
Not at all.
Because you just get into gaps and it'll often go for 4. So, just going back to Kacha,
Yeah.
it started quite a few years ago, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, I think, with Chris and Renata. And then they had about 250 kids, mainly locally in Prague, playing regular cricket in schools and afternoon clubs. And then when COVID hit, it delayed everything because a lot of the kids, we come back to this, wide, and it's going down towards the boundary. It'll reach it, and that's 5. That'll be a big one for United. It's Arun Ashokan who is the skipper. And
Arun would be shooting himself in the foot there. He knows exactly what's. I mean, that was just a terrible ball. Give them an extra ball and 4 runs. So 5 runs off that last one. UCC would welcome those runs because they know they just need another 7 of this over now. Not much pressure.
Well,
and there are some times where Arun gives some balls where you can hit them.
He's normally very good. Well, I think he's hit that straight into his head. I think having a look at that, he's just standing. He looks a bit rocked. Gives the thumbs up. Let's have a look at this. Top edge, and right into the grill.
Lucky not to get bowled there after the impact there.
She muscles that onto the leg side. Just should be a single. But yeah, Kacha, they were doing so well, and everything was moving forward. Regular little tournaments, and there's family days and all sorts of things happening. When COVID hit, like a lot of businesses, Kacha was struggling because of I mean, the kids were going to school.
Yep.
It's basically a year or a year and a half off, and had to start again. So it's been a struggle, but
but they've kept at it, Chris and Renato.
Of course.
And that COVID hasn't stopped them from doing what they do best, that is spreading cricket to the people of Czech Republic and to younger kids. And I think that nothing's going to stop them. I think they're very motivated people, and once they've set their sights on a certain target, they're going to go for it. And Arun just coming here, slightly wide, pushed wider. But I think United have got the runs off this over, so they're not too worried. But just finishing with Kacha, I think they're just doing a fantastic job, and it's going to be a slow.
Oh, he's got towards a boundary, and it's that second bounce again. Satpal out there, and he's not able to stop it. He came around quickly, and it dug in and took a left turn at Albuquerque, and Satpal, even though he made good ground, can't hang on to it. And that's another 4 runs there for Shamal Joshi.
44-19 here, and it's just getting closer and closer. Shamal's giving that hope that United are so desperately looking for in this run chase.
A really good game. This is high in the air, and it is going to be caught just a little bit short there. And it's Divisi. He doesn't really drop them, and it was caught a meter before the end of the boundary. Let's have a look at this. Just took the wrong club out.
I think Arun did really well to adjust his line there, and gets rewarded for that immediately by getting a wicket, pulling it a little middle and off, and of course Shamal going for the big shot because he had to. He knew he had to. But I also think this was a moment where Shamal could have just sort of played it away and taken strike for the next over. Just something he could have sort of looked forward to after getting those 2 free boundaries in the over, but not to be, and Shamal has to walk back to the tent out, as Dave mentioned it on the chat. So I think I'll go with that, tent out. It doesn't sound that great, but hey, let's try it out.
Fine, as we see what's happening tonight in Portugal. Marlow versus Friendship CC doubleheader from 6:30 European time and 4:30 GMT. There's a slight overlap between the games, and it'll be Corey Rutgers who'll bring you all the action from the night series in Portugal, with Rico Full ending his stint there last night. So Rohit
finally on, yeah,
is a very good bowler to be bringing on at this stage. He's had a really good tournament, has Rohit.
Also a very experienced operator within the Czech cricket circles. Been here for a long time, played in these conditions for a long time, so he knows how it goes here. And right the man for the job, I think. Stop leaking runs for PCC.
It's a good start. Right on the money again.
Dot ball that from Rohit.
Just a message for you in the chat. Danzilla says, is Venky back? Oi, go and do some work.
I am working. I'm working hard for Czech cricket in Kacha here, Dan. If you haven't noticed. But no, everything's under control, mate. Enjoy the cricket.
He's not going to do any lifting with the cast on his hand. He's delegating everything. He can do it from here, Dan.
From the lovely marshmallow.
From the marshmallow. So this morning, Lala comes in a little bit.
Yeah, I think BCC were just 10 runs ahead. So UCC will still feel like if one of these two batters can sort of get going, just sort of keep chipping away at runs, but not with that sort of... I mean, you got to make the most out of those balls. Almost a full toss that. If you could have just sort of positioned it, maybe 4, because you don't have anyone fine leg there. Just a deep backward square leg, as we said.
Yeah, that's it. They won't mind the dodgy edges for 4, will they, UCC, at
Not
this
at
stage?
all. Yep. But it's even a run rate game here, Danny. They would want to get as close to possible as 124 and make sure they don't lose too many wickets going forward. So,
well, that's it. And look, and they've been very competitive in this game. And when you bring in Bagoli and also Bagel back into this lineup for United, as this has been cut down towards the boundary, that'll be 4. Yeah, you bring those two players back in, and especially Bagoli, because he's an all-rounder and he's a cagey player and adds such a stability to this United side.
he's also a very vocal member in the team. I've always heard him in the 30-yard circle. I've always heard him outside the pitch. He's always got positive, encouraging words for the troops, for the lads, and I think he comes with a very nice attitude and vibe about him. I think that uplifts his team.
It's definitely a club that does everything well. A United. And this is hit on the leg side. It's going towards the gap. Sudesh will pick it up and just be a single, I think. Well, they're coming back for a second. What a throw by the beast. Well, I think he bowled it in. And it's Pawan Kukreja who will have to go. But have a look at this throw. And so he's made good ground. And a good take there by Sudhir Glatson as well.
If there's one thing we've been informed of, we've been told time and time again in this Czech cricket scene, is that we don't take on Sudhir's arm. We know he doesn't have the best arm. He bowls it in most of the times, but still look at how accurate that is. Straight lands into the keeper's hands, or just a little adjustment by Sudhir, but perfectly for the run out.
Not much of an adjustment.
Yeah.
It was right next to the stumps. Shows his bowling accuracy there, the beast. And another wicket goes down.
I completely get from United's point of view that they have to push for the 2 to sort of get the runs on, but sometimes you got to know where you're hitting it to and whom you're hitting it to, and you just got to respect the fielder.
Well, I mean, it could have gone in. It was a throw from the boundary. He wasn't too far away. It's just that the throw was spot on. So
I think the first run wasn't run hard enough, Danny. I think that's where the crime was committed.
We can say that in hindsight, Venky.
Yeah. Not in hindsight, but if you can look at the replay, you can see that, you know, the way he was running, it never looked like you'd make it back for the 2. Like, it's just...
Yeah.
It always looks so difficult. You know?
That's one of the things with cricket at this level, and we'll talk about it in a moment as Rohit. Well, actually, let's talk about it now. A lot of these players have never played formal cricket before. It's tape ball or just street cricket. There are some quality cricketers as well. And as Rohit comes in, this is hit high in the air. Sabha is under it, won't reach it, tries to. Good effort there from Davisi, but that's 6 runs. Well, it's Manish Janjid who comes in and hits a 6 first ball.
As always, a tough catch for Sabha. He knew that the ball would slightly tip over the line, so he had to first get the catch and then adjust himself, but just couldn't get completed and gives him 6. So 32 and 13 here. That 6 probably gives them a little more hope here. So can he get another 4 or 6 here of Rohit's over and just make it a little more expensive?
Oh, Manish, he's hit 1-6. He's got...
Oh, that was so close. Very well done by Sudhir to stop that from going behind him. But I guess that didn't have enough pace anyway to go away for 4.
Oh, that definitely had pace to go for 4. Let's have a look at this. And came pretty quickly.
Oh, it would have. It's a really good stop there by Sudhir. Saved his team 4 runs, and 32 of the last 12 here. Still not out of reach here for United.
It's not out of reach. It's unlikely.
It just seems unlikely, yes.
It's
absolutely
possible. Jangjid with that big 6. Ali Sitar needs to score some runs, to just to push the ball around. But
Yeah, I think coming back to that point, Danny, of these players not being professional cricketers, I think that's something that a lot of the viewers seeing from around the world forget, and they sort of always judge every player on the stream so harshly.
This is the match coming up.
Coming up next,
Prague Barbarians against Prague Spartans again. Should be a fantastic game, and they're fighting for survival in this tournament. This is in the air, going back and taken there comfortably by Mataranga. That's another wicket, and it's Ali Sitar who'll have to go. Yeah, going back to it, there's you're right. I mean, there's. Did you play formal cricket in India?
No. So basically, my upbringing was that I was born in Bangalore, but I moved to Muscat, Oman, and I sort of lived there all my life. So in Oman, I think I don't know. I think my father was a big fan of cricket, and maybe saw me being interested watching it and put me in training, and that's my formal sort of introduction to cricket. And of course we had cricket in the school level, so we played a lot of school cricket, and I played a little for the national team. I played under 15, but that's the sort of exposure I had. But I suppose that's not the sort of formal training, and then I guess that's how youth structure would be. You start at the school level, move up the under 15, 13s, 19s, 17, 19s, and then you sort of break into the senior team. But I don't think everyone here has that sort of training or that sort of cricketing exposure.
No, absolutely. So the hitting, you see a lot of big hitting in these leagues, and a lot of that comes from tape ball. But at the same time, the basics of cricket, the running between the wickets and turning and things like that.
How to catch the ball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You don't really get that. It's not trained, and I know that the clubs do a lot of training, but
it's hard to teach them at that stage, right? Like the techniques, and I think you're right, Danny. I think I suppose this Arun coming in here and just flicked away. Got a deep cow corner for one.
Yeah, it's something which, I mean, you look at Dylan Stain. I think he's a good example because he runs really well between wickets. He's a fantastic fielder. He's got a good concept of cricket. His technique's really good.
And played a lot of club cricket himself. I suppose.
Well, that's it. He grew up in New Zealand, and played hardball cricket from an early age, but at a good level, As
slash to Naeem Lala there, straight to long off. Arun's over going pretty well here. I think the game's in the bag for PCC. I don't want to speak too early as well, because you never know what can happen in European cricket. People can go berserk at any stage of the game.
That's true. Bindra is the batsman who tries to prod at that outside the off stump, but we've got a good bowler here in Arun Ashokan in the ninth just to keep the runs down. But it's been a fantastic effort from UCC. It's his hit on the leg side. Kushal Mendon, he does the fielding.
Yeah, and basically that's true, Danny. Like you see people from you can say all walks of life when it comes to how they learned cricket, and you just sort of see it all. It's like basically a big. It's like a big melting pot of cricket techniques or how you learned cricket. So you can see some funny stuff from time to time, and of course you can also see the difference in the way people play their cricket, especially when it comes to the spirit of cricket talk, or like the mankad, or like any of these sort of touchy things where a person you could say who's sort of not come with that formal sort of training wouldn't understand why you would warn someone first before taking a wicket.
Sure.
Or someone who's come with that formal training would be like, okay, don't do that again, please, and then I'll probably take you out. And I think that's what it comes down to. It's like these little things, and of course, technique being a bigger thing in cricket, of course.
Well, the another thing is the appealing, and we've now,
absolutely.
I mean, I think that now because we have these. I mean, the ECN's helped a lot for cricket all around Europe in many different ways, but one of them is actually getting people to understand what the LBW law is, or just random appealing.
Or the value of your appeal.
Exactly.
The value of your appeal is so important, and I've said this in circles, but Suresh coming in for the last over here.
Just got past the keeper, they'll come through for a bye.
28 in 6, or was it a wide? No, bye. So 28 in 5, so it's probably just going to be slightly out of touch. Difficult here for United. But yeah, like the value of the appeal is so important, because I think umpires are smart, educated people. I mean, they understand the game, and they can tell when a bowling side really knows when to appeal, and they'll probably even favor that appeal, because they'll be like, okay, they've come the closest to getting this one right themselves before asking us.
Agreed.
I mean, of course, LBWs are hard, but even for a lot of other things.
But when you get a guy from a deep fine leg appealing, it's a bit. It's a bit rich.
Yeah, dot ball that from Sudesh. So clearly just killing the game off here for PCC. making sure that nothing funny happens here on. 28-4.
I'd like to thank everyone in the chat as well. Keanu's in the chat now, and also Helix. So hi to you too. As this is patted down there by Gladson, and well, he's got 2 backstops.
There's a lot of food talk happening in the chat, Danny.
I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure lunch is here. I just saw Voids around the corner, but Italian cold meats, bruschetta, polony, none of this matters because I'm vegetarian.
Well, I think it's pies. What are you up for lunch?
Actually, I don't know what my order was. I got to check again today.
From the Down Under. Thank you very much to the Down Under for providing food. Gladson again decides not to catch the ball.
Just a lot of buys in this over, but nothing enough to bother PCC, and they knew that from the second last over anyways. So pretty much in the bag for this for PCC. So they go to 11 wins now in 2 balls time, and it's just an emphatic statement right throughout this tournament by them.
That's the machine. Also, KG in the chat. Hi Ken, how are you doing?
Another buy there.
And well, there's been a lot of buys. We'll have a look at the figures in a minute, but it's another win here for PCC. But United, I think, have proven something to all the other teams that
they're not out of reach.
They're not invincible. It's a little chink in the armour. It's still going to be a comfortable win on paper, but UCC, I think, have made a lot of friends here, and also have given a lot of belief to the other teams in this competition.
And with that dot ball, we can safely say that PCC have won this game against United by 25 runs. Or 24 runs, apologies on that. And just are clear favourites to make it on finals day. There's no doubt about that, and probably even lift the trophy from here on. But good performance by United, making sure that they didn't sort of just get brushed aside and trying to make it at least closer to the target so that they can keep up with that run rate game at the bottom 4. And this also means that the bottom 4 is alive and well and kicking. There is so much drama about to happen here. So let's just see how United got about their innings here. First ball 6 there by Rutu. That initial fireworks going really good for United by the 2 batters, the skipper and Rutu. Some edges going for 4, but they never bothered on how the runs came. Lovely shot this by Rutu, just playing over covers over Arun's head.
It was a fantastic opening innings there by Ruturaj. Abhimanyu just misjudged his the height of that delivery, and that was the big moment.
Yep.
And this was when Satpal came on and took the wicket of Rutu, and that was the turning point.
Yep. I think Satpal's over was pretty much the game that you could say in a larger scheme of things, but still they were keeping up with the run rate then, and you can see PCC slowly taking the wickets and just killing the game off from United CC. Lala on a hat-trick ball there, but just was so unlucky with that even. Just perfect stuff there to get an edge, but not to be. And Sharma Joshi getting a 6 off that slightly full toss ball there, but not. I mean, he did prove to be a bit of a problem to PCC, I suppose, but they always knew that it was just 1 wicket and that was it.
This was that run out from Samira, and just threw it towards Sudhir, but hit middle stump and left the batsman short. That was Pangaka, and well, there was a bit of hitting, and this one got a 5 wides from Arun uncharacteristically.
There you go, perfect. But even then, like even despite the 2 4s that he got the wicket in this over, which sort of again killed the game there a bit because it was Sharma Joshi. So and he got another wicket, I think, in the next over, if I'm not wrong.
And then there's a good bowler to bring in Rohitesh Moini.
Yep.
So it's
gun throw there by Sudhi to get the run out here.
Just right next to the stumps. Good take there by Gladson, who I don't think has had the best day with the gloves, but that was a really neat take. A good throw there from Sudesh.
Unfortunate, Sabha couldn't close this catch. Always going a bit over him and never had the balance of the control, but doesn't matter because got the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. And neat catch there by Samira. And Whittaker gets sort of kept on tumbling. The run just stopped flowing for UCC. So have a look at the scorecard. Ruturaj Magare, the pick of the batsman, 33 or 14. And if you could have kept on going with that.
Needed a partner, Danny, from the start.
He did. Look, he had pretty good support from Abhimanyu to start with, but he just launched an attack. And it was good bowling from Satpal just to get that wicket. Sharma Joshi also with
double figures
contribution.
Yep.
See the bowling figures. Bukamasekra. So look at the buys, 7 buys and 10 wides, 18 extras that pumped the score up. Some good overs, especially from Lala, who took 2 wickets.
And even
Satpal,
Arun did really fantastic there. 2 overs, 15 runs for 2 wickets.
well, definitely Satpal's wicket of Ruturaj Magare was the important one. And as we see, this is the final match summary of match 43 here from the European Cricket Series in Czechia. And good win there for PCC against United, who are very competitive in this tournament. PCC, the machine rolls on.
Yeah, United will be at least a little happy that the fact that they got close and kept them quiet, but I guess it's not enough. And the next game here, Prague Barbarians versus Prague Spartans, match 44 in ECS Czechia 2023, starts in about 15 minutes. The news from the toss is that Barbarians have won the toss and decided to bat. Most teams always picking to bat first here, Danny, for obvious reasons. But come back, I guess, in 15 minutes for that start of the game. I may not be here. I think Danny's gonna...
I think we have another special guest in. Hopefully you'll join us for the game after.
Definitely
which will be a replay of the United and PCC games.
Oh, really? In the same day? Okay,
Doubleheader.
fantastic. Wow. Okay, so United get a chance at redemption and revenge. Yeah.
So, thank you, Venki. See you in a couple of games, and hope you enjoyed your time in the marshmallow. And thank you again for joining us. To all you out there watching the game, we'll be back in about 15 minutes' time for the next game between Barbarians and Spartans. See you then.
Absolutely.
It's not
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series here in Czechia. Match number 44. Replay of the game earlier in the day between Prague Barbarians and Prague Spartans. Should be another really good game. Barbarians, after some early victories, have gone winless in the last three, and they want a big win against Spartans, who looked pretty good this morning. Got a good depth in both batting and bowling. So as the players come onto the field, we'll have a look at what happened with the toss.
Okay, your call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's a tail.
We'll bat first.
Barbarians have won the toss and will bat first. Over to you, Danny.
Yeah, pretty good toss to win, I think. Barbarians, they won the toss, elected to bat. They are without one of their top guns, Devendra Singh, who had other commitments, unfortunately. He has to work to make a living. So Barbarians going to be down one of their top batsmen, Rohit Goyal. Will want to improve what he did last time, where he was got into a bit of a mix-up with Vashak and got run out for a diamond duck. Spartans have a really good bowling lineup and good batting as well. Good depth for the Spartans. They're 4-7. Barbarians are 4-6. They want to win games. Especially Spartans, if they lose another one, they're going to be out of the running for the top four. Barbarians just want to get a couple more wins under their belt. So I'm joined in the commentary marshmallow by the destroyer, Stefan Gooch. Good to see you.
G'day, Danny. G'day, cricket lovers around the world tuning in. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really good game. I'll talk about Steph in a minute. But it's just been pushed out to covers just for no run, and there's Shanmugan Ravi, the opening bowler, who bowled really well against the Barbarians earlier on in the day with some nice in-swing bowling. Got Divi Singh, which is a huge wicket. Again, massive in-swing. Tyagi gets smashed to him again. He drops another one. Well, he's not having a good tournament with his hands, is Neeraj Tyagi. Let's have a look at this. It was hammered by the batsman and went straight to Tyagi. Couldn't get out of the way. Guess he saved 3 runs, but not the greatest fielding. We'll bring Jagan Everson on strike. A lot of responsibility on Jagan Everson's shoulders here for the Barbarians. This is called wide. He's a former Spartan as well, is Jagan Everson. So he'll want to get one up on his team, his former team. And Rohit Goyal is the batsman who had a life during that first ball. So Dave is filthy back. He'll be back sometime during the week. This is hit over the top. There's a man back there. Just a single. Well, a bit of a misfield. They'll look for 2. So, Steph, you've been enjoying the tournament?
Very much so. It's always a pleasure to come back to Prague. We love it here. I've been very well looked after, and it's some good cricket as well. So yeah, very much so. We love it.
Well, we went out for dumplings last night at Dim Sum Spot up in Angel. Bit of a plug for them. This is hit over the top. Nice shot there, and one bounce over the boundary for 4. And that was pretty tasty, I think. Talking food talk, because we just had our pies from the Down Under. But I know that Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, is a big fan of Dim Sum Spot. And I think Steph is now.
Yeah, I mean, it came highly recommended from Mr. Maximo himself, and he insisted that I went down there, that we went there all together, and he dragged us there, and I'll tell you what, I wasn't disappointed. It was phenomenal.
Yes, very, very good down there. Oh, that could be close, Not out, says the umpire. He does a lot in the air, does the bowler Ravi. Probably going down leg side. We'll have another look at it. Goyal is... let's have a look. It comes wide of the crease, and I think a good decision, missing leg. But you got a couple of hellos in there. Wayne saying the Gooch in comms.
G'day, guys. G'day, Dave. G'day, Wayne. Good to be back. Oh, it's a good ball, actually. He's quite a canny operator, isn't he? He's quite hard. Looks like he's hard to get away. That last one, just sliding down, but a very good ball. And not a bad first over, you'd have to say, Danny. 7 for no loss.
Yeah, pretty good over there for the Spartans. And well, they're still there. They're down a vital batsman, Barbarians. As you see, average runs 4, 115 for Barbarians, 111 for Spartans. A lot of those have been gotten by Devi Singh, who's not here. Average runs against 124 to 120. So it's a perfectly balanced scale there. Runs for and against. So supercomputer saying that Spartans are favourites, but I wouldn't read too much into that. Path Baladia is the new bowler. He's been really good with the ball, and the bat has Path during this tournament. Bowling to Jack and Everson. So just Kranti, the skipper, is moving up into just a regular mid-off as Path will start against Vaishak. And well, got one just backward a square. That'll be 4 runs. Backward a point, I should say. It's a bit too full there, and got it as a full toss. Didn't try to overhit it, and 4 runs.
Yeah, it's really nicely played. Just picked the gap there. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Just worked it down to third man boundary. 4 runs. But as you say, Divi Singh, a big hole in that batting lineup. And he's been fantastic all tournament so far. So it'll be interesting to see how they compensate for that.
Well, I've got Goyal at the top of the order, expecting Vishal Mane to be pumped up a little bit as well. This has been hooked over the infield. That's 4 runs. You've been here quite a few times, Steph, and you've never seen this outfield like this, have you?
I have to say, I would love to be batting on this outfield right now. It is fantastic, and it's the exact opposite that we just had in Hungary 2 weeks ago, where it was slow as anything. I've never seen it like this. It is about as paradise at the moment. It's through the infield, it's 4. And from what I've heard, from what you've told me, and from what everybody else has told me, rain has been scarce around here for a while.
Very scarce. It's been pretty warm. It's been about 35 degrees at times. This is a gift, and, well, taken, but it looks like a top edge. Has it gone all the way? Well, it's gone for 4. Good chase there, but got away with it slightly, because that should have been 6. Vaishak, I want to bat deep here into this innings, Vaishak, because you got a really nice, I think 82 the other day. Looking very handy. Path comes in again, and it's called a wide. So talking about Hungary, your blinders came up and with a victory the other day. I'm sure you'd be well. You must have celebrated for about 3 days until you had to come here. And this is over the top, 4 runs. So how's the mood with the team?
Oh, it's fantastic. The Mighty Blinders finally got up and won the championship, won the tournament. It was a fantastic moment for everybody involved. And we've come so close over the last couple of years, been second almost every tournament we've played in. So to get up and win it was a huge moment for us. So yeah, you're right. We celebrated for quite a while. A couple of the boys have probably still got some sore heads. But it was fantastic. It was a really fantastic moment after a lot of effort over the last few years. So really still buzzing and flying high from that.
Yeah, it's a good effort, and of course it's an offshoot as this has gone down past the keeper. It's called a wide, and that's gone down for actually it's a no ball. It'll be a free hit disaster. So it's off the pitch. Let's have a look at this from Path. Completely loses it.
Yeah, it's sloppy.
He's bowling on turf here, Path, and it's gone past him. The keeper. It's gone past the fly slip, and that's 5 free runs and a free hit. Jack and Everson, I think he'll have a swing at this. Comes Path, and didn't get all of it. Didn't get past the infield. Just a single. Well, maybe 2. Launched it.
It's all happening.
Tiras the core, the keeper. You hear him say, "Hey," with his hands out. I don't know what the fielder was doing. But, yeah, look, the blinders. And it was, I guess, it's a similar situation here with the Tigers in Hungary with being kind of the evil empire and being the dominant team for so many years. A bit of a changing of the guard, which is good to see. Hard to see PCCB losing in this tournament, though. They've been so dominant.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, the Tigers in Hungary are a fantastic team. I mean, I used to play for them myself, as you know, Danny. You commentated one of the tournaments. This one's going to be another wide, a bit of a sloppy over here from Bath. But the Tigers are an extremely, extremely high-quality team with very, very good players. But, you know, it's just good to have that competition and to be able to challenge each other across the whole landscape of the community, which is what the blinders is for. This one's worked backward square for the single. So yeah, so it's just a nice feeling to be able to compete on that level, and you know, I think it's really helped Hungarian cricket in general.
Yeah.
But you know, the Tigers, I can only say good things about them. Really, they're a very, very good team. They play extremely high level cricket, and yeah, they've been very dominant for a long time. But it is nice to get up there and knock them off the perch for once.
Absolutely. As we see here, Spartans in 5th, Barbarians in 6th. One win for either team will get them towards that top 4. But you have to say that it's sorting itself out a little bit, the order. Definitely PCC are in the finals Friday. Bono looking pretty good as well after 7 wins on the trot. We'll see them again in the next couple of days. As Shan will continue. Shamagam Ravi. And just turned around the corner. Straight to the fielder. Chance for a run out. And he hurried there, did Goyal. It was a good pick up and throw. Back to the keeper. Bring Jagan back on strike. Comes in, bowling to Vaishak. And crack through the offside for 4. Lovely shot. And that's when he's at his best, hitting both sides of the ground. Used his feet well too, Vaishak.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal shot. Just pure timing. Gets across to it and just whacks it through that offside field for 4. He's looking good at the moment. He's on 22 off 8. And it's a pretty good start here. I'm just going to answer this question in the chat from Wayne. He's talking, comparing me to Mark Cosgrove. I'm not sure if I should be flattered or upset about that. I'll take the batting. I mean, he's a good batter, but hopefully I'm not looking like that yet. I'm not far off. I reckon the camera puts a few kilos on it. That's been whacked away over the top of the leg side field. He's going to go away for 4. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. He waits for the ball really well, does Vaishak, and he's got quick hands, especially on the leg side. So, very nice shot.
Well, thanks, Wade. I appreciate it, mate. It's good. If I can bat anything like Mark Cosgrove, I'll be pretty happy. I can eat like him, I'm sure. I'm sure of that.
So 41 for no loss at the moment. There's still 3 balls left in the power play. Back to this game, and Shamagan Ravi has been pretty good. But, well, left alone there by Vaishak, and it's just crept in that line. Let's have another look at this. And, whoa, played with it, didn't he? Started it wide, and it came in a bit.
So it's actually a really good ball at the end. It's just snuck inside as it's crossed that line there. Very good bowling.
So comes in again. Hit flat and hard, and Kranti does well to knock it down. Just a single. It's a good effort there. Really hit hard by Jagan Everson. Although, well, he's down at the other end. There's only 1 ball left of this over. Goyal just playing his role at the moment. Run a ball. But, almost, as I said, at the end of the power play. Relax the field a little bit. And this is hit just over the top. It should be 4 as well. No chance for the fielders. This ground's so quick. As soon as he gets past the infield, and this was very wide, had to reach for it, but got 4 runs for him. So 46 for no loss are the Barbarians. Really good start for them. Good power play, going at about 15 and over, helped by that second one that went for 25. And the Barbarians and the Spartans are both still in with a shot of that 4th place, even, well, probably higher as well. But they just have to keep on winning games.
Yeah, it's a pretty big game in the context of the tournament, really. Both of these teams would be desperate to get this one. They're pretty evenly matched, I'd say. But you have to say that's a very good power play. 46 for no loss off a power play is a great platform to launch from. So I'd say they're probably just taking the chocolates over in the power play.
I think so. Niraj Toigi, the new bowler, bowling over the wicket now to Jagan Everson, who hits a nice shot through the covers. Lovely timing. 4 runs. That was my shot of the day so far. Have a look at this.
Yeah, down on one knee. That's just a classic cover drive, isn't it? As you said, Danny, that outfield is just lightning fast. As soon as it's burst through cover, you know that's 4 runs all day.
I think in the past we've seen Vaishak here playing for the Spartans, and he's tried to hit the ball too hard because the outfield just, you'd hit it hard and it would stop. So this is going to be called a wide. But it's really some batsmen like also Devendra Singh for Barbarians. You've seen the quality of their stroke play because they're getting good value for shots now.
Absolutely.
Comes Taigi again and tucked around the corner. Oh, it's good fielding there. Didn't quite get all of it there. Did Jack and Everson as the partnership. It's 51 off 21, going very well.
Yeah, I'd have to say this is probably one of the fastest outfits I've seen in Europe so far. It's not often that you get value for shots like this. Tiagi comes again, it's been punched into covers. Oh, it's going straight through cover. It's got to run away. This could go for 4-2, and it does. There's that right on cue. There's that outfield. It is lightning fast. It almost speeds up as it goes.
It's amazing, isn't it? And considering, I mean, it's the latest we've ever played a tournament here. We started one in May, which was ridiculous because it was freezing cold and just this horrible wind, more than a wind coming through. Now I think it's a perfect time. I love cricket in July in Prague. So this is hit a long way, just rock back, and that's 6 runs to Jagan Everson.
Yeah, he's onto that like a flash, just dropping a little bit short there, and he's just pummeled that over through cow corner over the top for 6 runs. Yeah, as you said, Danny, the conditions here for cricket right now are fantastic. I think I've been here a bit earlier in the season before, and it was so cold, so windy. We were losing tents left, right, and centre. So now's the perfect time to play.
Comes Taigi again. It's cracked, dropped. Oh, it's a tough chance. Got a hand to it. It's going to be 2, I think, and throws just a little bit wide. Well run in the end, but well, Johnny Panelak couldn't hang on to that. It was a really good effort. Let's have another look. And it was pretty well hit. Would have been a nice catch if he could hang on, but couldn't with the specky. Taigi, well, have to come back in again. And well, Steph, look, one thing I wanted to ask you is your roles within ECN. You're kind of a bit of a Swiss Army knife of the ECN crew. So we come back to Taigi. Just for people out there, what are your day-to-day roles, and what have you done? I mean, apart from commentary, as Helix says hi to you on the chat.
Yeah, g'day Helix. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a jack of all trades for the ECN. I mean, my normal bread and butter these days is tournament refereeing and umpiring at our major tournaments. But I started off in operations, and one of the things that ECN is trying to do is sort of equip all staff with the ability to do all roles, because we do have a very busy schedule, and it's helpful if everybody can jump in for each other at times when people have days off or they're not able to do it, and it just gives you that versatility. So yeah, at the moment I'm here as operations, which basically means covering the people who have days off. So you have to do some scoring, have to do some reffing, have to do some commentary, all this sort of stuff. So
we're stepping in big shoes, big colourful shoes, and that of Vinny Sandhu. But it's good that we've had Phil in earlier in the week, and also Venki was it's gone straight through him. It's like a game of croquet. And Anish, I don't think would have liked to see. Was not going to like to see the replay of that one. But it's great you can come in and have a chat to us and just let us know, or let the people outside of here what you do within the organisation. And it's a beautiful shot over the top there from Vaishak. That brings up his 50 off 19 balls. Lovely shot, too short from Sandeep, and just hits it over the top into the weeds.
That's absolute class. That's just too short and wide, and he just obliges. Vishak, what a shot. 6 runs and a fantastic 50. Brought it up with just 19 balls, and Barbarians are looking very good here.
Well, 74 without loss, and we're not even halfway through the innings. And they really need a win to Barbarians. That was a bit of a rot on they lost 2 yesterday. They lost the 1 this morning. And they had played fewer games than any other side, so they had the opportunity to really get into that top 4, and they've just missed out in a few close games, really. This is hit straight. It is going to be 6, just. No chance for the fielders. They were too wide. Grunty, the skipper who's in front of us, will have to do some rethinking to how he can get Vaishak, because he's been dominant so far, 80 and on the board, and we still haven't completed the 5th over. And Sandeep Kumar again, and hit through the leg side this time. Fielder can't get down. It's so tough on this field, but you have to think some of the ground fielding hasn't been the best in this tournament. And have a look. He's made pretty good round to it, just couldn't get his hands down. That's Mohit Tumar out there. Well,
it's getting a bit messy now, isn't it? It's starting to get a bit messy. 84 for none. You do have to feel for the fielders, though. It is a bit nerve-wracking going to that ball when it's coming so quickly and uneven ground. Oh, that's just been punched. Check drive down the ground. It's going to be 4 more. What a fantastic shot that is. That's just classy, Danny.
That's beautiful. Just hit straight over the line of the, straight through the line of the ball, over the bowler, and lovely. You're right, classy, mate, classy.
Yeah.
88 for no loss after 5, and Barbarians on a roll, especially Jagan Everson, who's 68 of 23.
Yeah, I think the Spartans will be ruining that drop chance in that first over.
That's it. Yeah, absolutely. And, well, they've got a pretty good bowler coming on here after the Euros of Cricket, European Cricket Championship. You've been involved in that for quite a few years, and we'll see 6 groups of 5 teams looking good here for the first week for the Czech Republic against Spain, Isle of Man, France and Greece. It's going to go for quite a few weeks, 6 weeks of preliminary games, then the championship week in October against the Netherlands.
I think it's 3 weeks. I think each of these is 1 week.
Oh,
So 3 weeks in the group stages and then 1 week finals.
you're very right.
Yeah.
Would have been a long tournament otherwise.
It's changed this year. It's the first time we're doing it with the ECC.
That's right.
It used to be week long, but it's now two groups a week.
My maths has never been my strong point.
No, it's a recent change. It's a recent change, so it's totally fair enough. But very, very exciting for that to be on the horizon. It's always an awesome tournament.
Yeah, it was down there a couple of years ago with Phil G and
I
also
remember that,
Terry
actually,
O'Connor.
Yeah.
We had a good time down there. Drank a lot of their beer.
Yeah,
This
sure
could be
did.
a run out. It won't be, because it was well run there by these two. And I'm going to say Goyal's doing his job, just giving Jagan Everson the strike exactly what he needs to do. Sagar Reddy is or Madha Reddy is the new bowler who's been around the leagues for a long time. A very experienced bowler, bowling to Jagan Everson. It's just patted down on the leg side for a single. But we've seen some really good performances with the bat throughout this tournament. And Jagan Everson was great the other day. Ruturaj Magari also taking apart Sudesh, the beast, Wikramasekara. Last game was great fun to watch as well. And can't wait to the finals Friday. So go again. This is hit high in the air. Player going back. Can't go back far enough. 6 runs. Well, it's Goyal getting onto the action now. He picked a straight one there from the bowler and smashed it straight back over his head. It's never good as a bowler to see that.
Looks like the Barbarians are in full control now. Look at that projected score, 167 would be an awesome score. He's gone again, same sort of area, but he's a big player miss there. So a decent comeback. But you'd have to say, I think that the Spartans have to do something special now.
They definitely need wickets. They definitely need Jagan Everson, who's 69 of 24. Goyal going okay as well with that 6, but his role, well, has been just to push it around. I think a boundary here would be handy for him. Good bowling from Sagar, good comeback, and a pretty good over in the context of things. Only 8 from it. And Barbarians are 96 for no loss after 6. So it's going 16 and over. Actually, here's the scorecard, and it's very top-heavy at the moment. They are missing their keeper and main run getter at the moment in this tournament in Devendra Singh. So Vaishak taking the responsibility. It's been really good by him. But well, they're going to try new bowler in Anish Kumar Nalanagula. We'll see what happens here. It's Vaishak who's facing 69 off 24.
And this is a huge over in the context of things. 96 for no loss. If we can keep it tight here, you can probably restrict them to 120, 130 if it all goes well. If it blows out here, it can get really messy.
Well, 120, I think, was the total that Barbarians set last game, where they were overrun by Spartans. So Spartans looking, Barbarians looking for a bigger score here again, and looks like they might get it, but have to. Well, this one's going down to third man just for a single, deep backward point actually, but Jack and Everson moved to 70. Goyal on 18. He did that a little bit in his last innings. He slowed down a little bit after a bright start, did Jack and Everson. But Goyal will have to get a few boundaries or just a single to get back on strike, get Vaishak back on strike, because this has gone over the covers just for a single.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think Goyal should be having to go for it as well. I mean, he's played an amazing support role until now, but as we get closer to the end of the innings, I mean, they've got 10 wickets in hand. It's time to go big, both players. Yeah, absolutely.
And this is going to be called a wide. Lucky not to be called no ball. And let's have a look at this. Batsman just watches it go past, and I think it's going to be, well, it's tight for a no ball call, but it was a wide as well. No ball trumps a wide though, I think. Oh, it was an absolute beauty, straight back over the bowler. Let's have another look at this. Right onto it, and a beautiful shot.
It's a tracer bullet. He's absolutely belted that, and it brought up the 100 there. 105 for no loss. What an inning so far for the Barbarians.
It's been fantastic here from Vaishak. And this one's coming to us. It's gone on the other side of the marshmallow this time. He's zoning in, Steph. He's gonna aim it right at us in a minute.
He sure is.
That's another great shot. Another 6. Wow.
I'll tell you what, I won't be getting behind that if it comes in. That's coming quick.
Protect the equipment.
Yeah, that is coming quick. Fantastic batting. I mean, this 100's on for him right now.
Oh, don't say that. I said that yesterday, and it all went pear-shaped.
Oh, yeah, true. The old commentator's curse. Watch him nick off now.
Comes an Ishan. It's a full toss. Hit nicely through the covers, and must be fielded there by Parth. He's done his job in the over, and he's retained the strike. And Barbarians after 7 are 112 for no loss. Really good by Barbarians, and mainly Jagan Everson, who is a pickup from Spartans. So it's a bit of revenge there. As we see the ECIs and Czechia against Cyprus and Greece. This will be a great tournament, Steph.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. It looks amazing. I haven't seen the Greek team for a while, but I've heard some good things about them. I'm really liking the look of the Czechia team. I've seen the squad. I know a lot of these players. And I was in Cyprus not that long ago as well, and I tell you, they've got some good talent as well. So really, really excited to see this. A lot of extremely good batters as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing them bat out here.
Absolutely. It's coming up on the weekend, Saturday 29th and Sunday the 30th. There'll be Saga now to continue, but it should be really good. I think the Czechs will have the advantage early on with the pitch, but I think it'll even up a lot towards the end of the tournament. Whoa. Jagan Everson gets one in the guts. He's on 83 off 29, 30 now.
He's missed out there, though. He knows it as well. You can see it. That might have hurt him, but he's also ruined the fact that he's missed a half-tracker on leg stump. That should have been going behind square for 6.
That should have been. He hasn't missed out on too much as Vaishak in this innings. But it's been a good spell from Matt already, considering what's gone on from the other bowlers. Oh, he's got him again.
That was a bit quicker, though. Had a bit of extra pace on it. Kind of just rushed him. He never got into any position to play the shot. That's a really good bowling, actually.
It is. Yeah, Saga's been a good bowler for many years here in Czech cricket. Very experienced. Doesn't mind the short ball either, does Saga. And it's a bit of a chat between the batsmen. I think just a bit of encouragement, nothing more. He's definitely not teaching him how to bat.
Don't think he needs that.
So it's been a good start to this this 8th over for the Spartans and for Sagar. In fact, Sagar is a former barbarian. So as you can see, there's a bit of a switch there. Oh, this is hit straight towards us this time, and Kranti dances around it. That's 4 runs. It's tough. Hit straight and hard, and he just overran it a bit, did the Spartans skipper.
Yeah, also, I mean, let's be real here. Out here is a lightning fast outfield. It's a little bit uneven in parts, so you can see it takes these big jumps when it hits us. So I think a few of the guys are a bit nervous to put their head straight over it, which I can understand.
We haven't seen any incidents of players being hit.
Touch wood, yeah.
So far.
Yeah.
But look, with the national team a few years ago, we trained on a baseball field, and it just improved our fielding because you could actually. Oh, this is going to the boundary as well. And he's into the 90s. 91 is Jagan Everson. It's a nice shot there. But we trained on a baseball field late on a weekday. We got eaten by mosquitoes, which was horrible, but it was so much different feeling on a good surface rather than, I mean, it's getting better every year here at Vinoj. But as Sagar comes in again, and Sagar, I should say, and that one is, well, it's taken a left turn at Albuquerque, and it's another 4 runs.
Oh, yeah, no, I feel for him there. He had no chance there. It's just turned square. Oh, mate, it's his day, though. He's on here.
He's on 95, and it's...
I'm not saying anything.
It's the equal highest score scored earlier in the week. 95. And it's Sagar Mugger ready to come in. Oh, he's giving a gift. It's a no ball. It's a free hit.
Oh,
hello. So 94 scored by Ratul, and then 95 scored by someone who I completely forget. I can't remember who scored the 95. I should remember. It was Divi.
It was
Divi
Divi,
Singh.
yeah, it was Divi Singh, yeah.
Divi Singh from Barbarians, and Jaganese has got a free hit here to get somewhere near his...
oh, mate, this is what you want, isn't it?
Oh, it is as a batsman.
Free hit on 95. I mean, he's just missed out on that one, to be honest, but he's got another shot at it.
I'm having a chat. I think the umpires are chatting, the batsmen are chatting. Again, just a little bit of a word of encouragement from Goyal. I think he's done his job well, has Goyal. He's 19 or 14, hit a big 6, but mainly just turned over the strike. We've never seen 100 in T10 cricket here in Prague. And, we won't see it yet because that's wide.
Still a free hit.
Still a free hit. And as Joe Foster does the whirly bird to indicate that that free hit continues. Sagar bowling to Jagan Everson. And hits it. It's going to be stopped by the fielder. It's Taigi out there, just a single, 96. So this is the highest score ever in a T10 game in Prague. It's a pretty good single to take, to be honest, because it'll keep him on strike. And Prague Barbarians charge on, 127 for no loss after 8.
Yeah, very, very good batting and set themselves up for a huge last couple of overs here. And I don't want to say anything about this innings because I'm too scared I'm going to curse him. But he's batting sensationally at the moment. And as you said, he's really filling the hole that's been left by Divi Singh. And it's this is where the great players step up. So very impressive innings here.
He was super disappointed not to get Barbarians over the line yesterday in the game. And so I think he's vowed to himself to make amends today. And he certainly has. As it will be Mohit Dumar to bowl his first over, I think, of the tournament as well, Mohit. And he'll be bowling to Jagan Everson, who's on 96. And this is outside off stump. Good line of length there. Just a good dot ball. They need a lot of those to the Spartans. I don't think wickets really matter at this stage for the Spartans. It's just getting as fewer runs for the Barbarians, letting out fewer runs as possible. And this is hit through the covers. It's going towards the boundary. And that's 4 and 100. Well done to Vaishak Jagan Everson for the first ever 100 in T10 games here at Vinoj in Prague, and he's trying to get his helmet off. He's trying to acknowledge everyone, and that's a great innings, and he's acknowledging everyone. Congratulations, Vaishak.
Fantastic work. You love to see it, don't you? 100 off 38 balls. And what a lovely shot to do it, just off the back foot. Nothing fancy, just punch it through the covers for four, let the outfield do the work. Take it, bow, Vishak Jagannathan. That's incredible stuff.
Incredible stuff indeed. And, well, he scored 80-something yesterday, getting a pat on the back there from one of his former teammates. And, well, they were hoping he wouldn't turn up and score this many runs against them, Spartans, but I'm sure he'll be get a couple of handshakes and pats on the backs and congratulations at the end of the game. So, Jagannathan, he's done it. I don't know if he's going to relax yet. He's still got a bit of work to do. It's the 9th. Can he let loose now, Steph?
Well, he's got plenty of time. That's what I'm saying. He's still got a large number of balls. Who knows where this could go? Let's see. This is exciting. The shackles are off. Jagannathan not so wide.
How many times?
Always the way.
All the way. Especially, the worst is the hat-trick ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Hat-trick ball.
Yeah.
Helix, is the oval watered, Danny? No, it's not. Definitely not. We'll come back to that in a moment. As this is hit for in the air. Sandy's coming under. Doesn't get it. Lets it go past him for 4. Well, nothing going right for the Spartans. Probably should have just kept the runs down, Sandy. And he rushed forward. Never going to catch that one-handed, down low. And it's another 4 runs there for Jagannathan. No, we don't have a water supply here, Helix. So what we do is we rely on rain, and it just hasn't rained much in Prague. So this grass hasn't been trimmed for a month now. It's the fastest ground we've ever seen here in Prague. So I wish we could water it. This is another, what's called a no ball, actually. Free hit again. This is not going well for the Spartans. And Nick Devonshire gifted a membership for, now it's called a no ball front foot. Free hit. And he's taken full advantage. That's another 6. Well, nice shot there by Jagannathan. And he moves on to 110.
What a shot. That's a phenomenal shot. He's just got under that, picked it up so early. It's not an easy shot to play that. Straight back. Look at this. We see it here. Bang. Just swivels around. He's in some sort of touch at the moment. And this is getting a bit messy now. There's still a lot of balls left in this game. What can he do? Jagannathan is just hitting them cleanly.
It's a really great innings here from Jagannathan. And Mohit comes in again. Where can he bowl this one? Well, he's going to bowl another wide. I think I have to speak to Maximo about the highlight reel. I know he's probably watching. Is Vinny on his day off? But Pilar Samad saying, well done, Vaishak. And Mohit comes in again, and he's right onto that. This could be out, or it could be, great fielding, but Sandeep, he's lost it. But just a single, just stuck out a mid.
As casual as you like. Probably could have just taken that with 2 hands, but he stuck his mid out here. He's right on the boundary, just well done. He's done really well there.
That would have stuck. Yeah. That would have brought the house down.
Yeah, well, that's what they need to be doing. They just need to be stopping the boundaries. And so he's done a good job there. I wouldn't really worry too much about wickets at the moment.
Oh, not the good shot. And that'll be 4 more. And he continues, just Jagannathan. Nice shot again. Just muscled through that onside. And he moves on to 114. And Prague Barbarians with an over to go, 148 for no loss. Well, this is PCC territory, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. This is an imposing target being made here by the Barbarians. 148 runs for no wickets. 1 over to go. What can they get to, Danny? 160, 170?
Oh, they're going to launch an attack, and it'll be Niraj Taigi to bowl.
He went for 18 in his first. So.
Niraj is in or thereabouts to the national squad. He was in Austria and bowled pretty well in Austria, to be fair. And he got spanked in his first over. We saw Tree also for Barbarians, who you'll see a little bit later. Went for 43 yesterday. as Taigi comes in, bowling around the wicket. And he's got through Goyal. That's a dot ball. Goyal just needs to get Jagannathan on strike. So probably not the greatest shot there from the man, the perennial non-striker. Taigi comes in again. Hit. Well, he's missed it again. Well, this is good bowling from Taigi. He's just bowling in an area that Goyal doesn't want to hit it. And I think Goyal needs to at least get Jagannathan a couple of balls in this over. Taigi comes in again and misses again. Really good over here from Neeraj Taigi. And I think Jagannathan's having a chat to his batting partner, who is swinging and missing. He just has to push it forward and run.
Just bat on ball. He's got one job. Get bat on ball right now. That's it. Come on, Goyal. Let's see what he's got here. Tiagi bowling really nice lines.
Well, that's what he's got.
That's what he's got. That's the one. He's got that away. He's got all the way 6 runs. So a little bit of respite there for Goyal. He's taken 1 over the boundary for 6.
Well, it's interesting because from dot balls, he's brought it back, just scored a 6. So the actual it's not a bad effort. 6 off 4. Probably the last over he should have been going a bit more though. That's clipped behind square for another 4. So Goyal is getting into the runs now.
Yeah, Taigi just getting his line wrong there, just too straight, drifting onto leg stump. He's trying to get that angle from round the wicket, outside off. The start of the over was perfect, but that one's too straight, and obliged Goyal just clips it off the legs to the boundary. So 10 off it now, so not too bad.
158 now. Yeah, 10 off it, not bad. And there's 1 ball left. What's Goyal going to do with this one? He's going to smash it into the outfield. No fielder there. Should go for 4. So after missing the first 3, he's come back and he smashed 14 off the final over. 162 for no loss, Prague Barbarians. And they're in with a very good shot of winning this game against the Spartans. Oh, Steph, that was good fun to watch.
It sure was. That's one to remember. Seen something pretty special here. Anytime you see a T10 100, that is one to remember. And this was one to remember. I mean, was it him that gave the chance in the first over? I can't quite remember. I think it might have
been. We'll have a look at. We'll show the highlights. I think it was Taigi who dropped it. We'll have a look. And this might be it. Actually, it was Goyal.
Yeah. So you have to say basically a chanceless 100.
Yeah, absolutely. And really well batted. That's about 200 runs in 2 days for Vaishak, which is a really good going. And he's really taken responsibility here for the Barbarians. You see some nice shots early on. That was a beauty. The square drive. But the ball kept on going towards the boundary. There's no real highlights for the Spartans either. It's just they were just doing a lot of ball chasing, and quite a few went through them as well. But Vaishak is the story. Jagannathan with the first 100 ever here on Czech soil in a T10 game. Batted brilliantly, and again a little bit of iffy fielding helped him along the way. But there were other times where the fielders just had no chance.
Yeah, it was pretty relentless batting, you'd have to say. These highlights show it. Just crossing the boundary, ball after ball after ball. And it was just like that shot. That is just a beautiful cricket shot. He played a number of these shots. I think this one goes as well. There it is. This one came towards us, and I'll tell you what, I wasn't getting behind it because it was travelling like a tracer bullet. But you have to say, Jagannathan, he just found the boundary all around the whole ground. It didn't really matter where he was being bowled to. He was hitting, and that was the one turning square. But it just didn't matter. This is the one where he brought up his 100. He just punched it through the covers, and what a great moment that is for him, Danny.
Absolutely. And look, he's just, over the years, Vaishak has shown a lot of potential, and he's just never gone on with it. He played in the ECC where it went down with Phil, and he continuously failed. And we were wondering what was happening with him. But now you can see his quality and what Czech cricketers picked up about him, and why they put him in the national setup, because he is a very, very good cricketer. Just needed to work out how to do things correctly, and he certainly has now.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that from this innings. He's played spectacular this tournament. I'm really impressed by him. Is he going to feature in the ECIs this week?
He's in the lineup.
Fantastic to hear. I'm not surprised after seeing that innings.
So we'll have a look at the scorecard, and well, no wickets down. 15 extras as well, but it's dominated by Vashak Jagannathan with 114 from 43. Good support role from Rohit Goyal, who played just not the ball around to get Jagannathan back on strike, and then with some lusty hitting in the back at the back end, he ends up with 33 off 20, 162 for no loss, and bowling figures will not look pretty. As you can see there, no wickets anywhere. Sandeep Kumar going for 24 off his, and then Mohit Tumar 21. No figures underneath 10 there. And 162, 163 to win for the Spartans. It's possible, but improbable, I think, Steph.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough gig, that's for sure, but we will be back to see it, that's for sure.
Yeah, back in a few minutes' time to see the second half of this innings, as we see this match summary come up. Spartans will need 163 to win against Barbarians, and Barbarians have got a very good total to defend. We're back here in a few minutes' time for the second innings of this game between Prague Barbarians and Prague Spartans. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series, Czechia. A match between the Prague Barbarians and Prague Spartans. It's the second one they played today. Spartans won the first one, and Barbarians looking pretty likely in the second, posting 163 to win for Spartans, who've got a very good batting lineup, but they'll have to bat well. The highlight of the Barbarians innings was a fantastic 100 for Vasak Jaganivasan, 114 off 43, as Tree bowls the first ball. It's been cracked through the offside square for 4. Lovely shot there, and that's the keeper, Dheeraj Thakur. So Steph's back in the commentary, Marshmallow with me, and it's going to be a good run chase if they're to get there.
Yeah, well, if you're going to have to knock off 163, then that's how you want to start it, with a boundary.
It's a pretty good way to start.
Yeah, it's a very, very nice shot.
This one's hit back to Tree, who bowled a lot better this morning. Got hit for 43 yesterday against the Tigers, with the general manager just taking him to town. It's once again to Dheeraj Thakur. Kranti, the non-striker, turned around the corner and just a single. Bring Kranti back on strike. They have a talented batting lineup. Kranti is again a similar batsman to Jaganivasan. When he gets going, it's really difficult to hold back. And also Kasi Balakrishnan. It's a nice shot. Oh, got away from Jaganivasan there and got a bad bounce. Chased quite far, and they came back for 2. Fielder picking that up. It's a little bit of light rain here in Prague. Just a few drops, nothing to worry about. What we do need here in Prague is some heavy, consistent rain after the tournament. That's Kranti. We're facing the next ball from Tree. It's not the quickest start after a boundary first up. It's been a pretty good over from Tree, if he can keep it together. And that one he can't keep together. It's too wide, and just put a bat out. Did Kranti down to third man for 4. So 4 first ball and 4 last. 11 off the over, and it's not good enough for the Spartans, who need about 17 and over. But it's not a bad first one from the Spartans. 22 matches since the last golden ball. Will we see a golden ball here? Are you getting the tingle, Steph?
I can't say I am, Danny, at the moment. Let's see how it goes. I mean, 163 golden ball, that would be one of the all-time great games. So maybe we're in for it. Who knows? I mean, 11 off the first, it's not too bad. I mean, chasing 163 is very difficult any time.
Yeah.
You just having to go at that kind of clip over after over after over. One over where you don't go anywhere near it just ruins the whole chase. So,
oh, yeah, that scoreboard pressure is just... I mean, we've seen it. I don't know what the highest chase is. The cricket encyclopedia, Vinny Sandu, will tell you off the top of his head.
I can tell you, it happened last week at the ECIs in Hungary. Yeah, Hungary chased 174. Oh. Yeah, with I think 2 overs to spare, or 1.5 overs to spare. It was phenomenal. They didn't lose a wicket. Vinod Ravindran and Sheikh Rasik, 2 of Hungary's most talented cricketers, just went to town. And it was against Portugal, and I believe it was Portugal. Yeah, I think. I can't remember. It was Portugal or Sweden. I can't remember exactly who it was against, but it was phenomenal. So that was the highest run chase on the network.
Normally, you'd have to say that to get that many runs, Hungary would rely on Zishan Kukihel, because he's just a destructive batsman who scores. I mean, I think I'm not sure how many he scored. Did he score 9 in a row, 9 sixes in a row when I was there a couple of years ago?
Yeah, it sounds like him.
It's ridiculous.
I've never seen anyone hit the ball like Zishan. I've been lucky enough to be at the other end for a few of them, and it's just something to really awe.
It's hit down the ground. Good feeling by Tree, who digs himself into the ground. No run. Good start here from Piyush Kumar, who actually they've provided a lot of highlights, Barbarians. Kumar with the first hat trick of the tournament. As he comes in again, and this is over the top. This will be 4 towards the third man area. And Diraj, well, he's looking okay at the moment. Just getting the odd boundary, and they'll need a lot more than that. But it's a good start here for Spartans.
Yeah, I mean, they say if you're going to flash hard, and that's what he's done there. And he's squeezed it away down to that third man boundary. I think that's just how they're going to have to approach it. When you need over 16 and over, you don't have a lot of time to sort of get set. You just have to go hard at it and hope for the best.
I mean, they've got some good batting to come as well. Parth Balade has been really good. Kasi Balakrishnan, Gina Panelets hit a 50. So has Sagar Madareddy. So there's a lot to come for the Spartans. This is a dodgy inside edge. It's been stopped well by a Barbarian foot, and they'll come back for 2. So
that's pretty well done, because this, as we've said before, his outfield's so fast. If he didn't get a foot down to that or something on it, that's racing away for 4. I think that could be very valuable. Those kind of stops are so valuable out here. You'd save 10 or 20 runs like that quite easily.
You very rarely see a player catch up to the pace of the ball as well in this outfield. It's always a bit of a losing race. And that one keeps a bit low, and no run.
Each dot ball just makes it that little bit harder, doesn't it? You can already see that the required rate up to 17.5, just over. It's not an easy one. It's not an easy one to keep. They need a boundary here, I'd say.
Yeah, look, sometimes it's just one big over, but you need a lot of big overs. Whoa, this is a big shot though. Up in the air and over the boundary, 6 runs. Got right under that, did Thakur.
Yeah, it's exactly what they needed. That just releases a little bit of pressure. Another one here, and they'd be feeling pretty good about this over.
Yeah, it's a 12 off so far, and another 6 here will bring the run rate to about what it needs to be. 23 for no loss. 1 ball left in the second. Thakur 17 off 8. Kranti is 6 off 3. He'll want to get a bit of the strike as well. Well, no more strike for Thakur. That's the end of him. And another wicket for Kumar. Just a big swing and a miss.
Yeah, I don't think he had much of a choice. He kind of had to go after it, didn't he? But just got that inside edge and just played it on. But a handy innings from him there. 17 off 8, off 9. So not too bad. I mean, it's T10 cricket, isn't it? You never know what's going to happen. It can change so quickly. As you've said, it could just be one huge over or one tight over and the game slips. But we're still on for a game here right now, Danny. I can't say I'm getting the tingle, but I think we're still on here.
We are still on. And yeah, it's such a different. I mean, it's still cricket, but it's so condensed. As we see the table here, and Bohemians and Brno have, looks like they're going to sneak in, but still a few games to go. Brno on a big winning streak. PCC up the top. These two are 5 and 6 at the moment, and well, it was Spartans that beat Barbarians earlier in the day. It looks like it might be a reversal of fortunes for the Barbarians. As we see, it'll be Rohit Goyal, who was the support act for the Jagan Everson show in the first innings. He'll be bowling, and he's getting the keeper to come and have a chat to him. It's the skipper with the gloves, Vanchi Madashetty, the absence of Divi Singh. I'm sure he's keeping an eye on this game as Divi. Well, hope he is.
Yeah, absolutely hope he is. If he hasn't, he's missed out on something quite special in that first innings. I'm sure he is. But Goyal played a good support role. He's definitely contributed in this match so far. Let's see what he can do with the ball.
So he'll be bowling to Kranti, the captain of Spartans, who again is a really good batsman. He hasn't gone on with a big score, has Kranti, yet in this tournament, but he's getting starts and he's looking really good. But I think he needs to go a little bit further in this one. That's Rohit. And it's hit Jagan Everson. It's a nice stop. He's a good fielder also, Jagan Everson, and he'll be there hopefully at the weekend. He hasn't done his chances any harm with a couple of big scores in the last couple of days. Goyal again to Kranti, and opens up a bit, gets past the field. That's 4. Line that up, and he's just really economical with his shots, as Kranti. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. Good placement, can hit a big 6 if he needs to, but generally it's just technique and timing from Kranti.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty epic placement there. He's taken that from outside off, and he's hit it pretty square on the leg side between the two fielders there. 4 runs, that's what he needs to do. I mean, as you said, he's got a few good starts in this tournament. You can see that he's a class batter, and he's got it in him. So right now is the time that he needs to step up and play a captain's knock. And he started pretty well here.
Comes Goyal again. And this is
Shot
cut through the field, 4 runs. That was a nice shot.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's pretty. Look at this. Look at that. Just timing, all timing, wrists and timing. That's a beautiful shot.
That's what he can do is Kranti. But again, we'd like to see him. Well, could we have 200s in the same game?
Don't think we've ever seen that on the network.
That'd be fun.
That would be very fun, yeah. 200s and a golden ball.
Hello.
That's now we're talking.
Wishing for a lot here.
Yeah.
That would be one of the epic all-time games in ECN history.
Sure would.
So Granti's 15 off 6. 32 now for the loss of 1 wicket. Still in the power play. And I don't know, with the power play, does it help or hinder teams to have the power play? I'll come back to that question in a minute. As it's just pushed out into the covers. There was Tree there who fumbled the throw. What I'm saying is that the pressure's on with the power play, and you can put a lot of pressure on batsmen just with the physical presence of fielders. But then when you relax the field, it tends to be that there are only 4 in the circle, and that pressure's released somewhat. How would you? I mean, you captain blinders. How would you, as a captain, deal with that? Is that something you'd normally do?
Oh, that's a really nice shot again, though. He's whipped that away. It's a bit of a top edge, but he's got 4 for it, so that's very handy runs there for the Spartans. Yeah, to answer your question, yeah, I mean, it depends on the batters really, and what kind of a player you are. You know, if the batters out there are big hitters or like to be very aggressive, then the power play can be a bit daunting for a fielding captain because you're only allowed 2 guys out. So, you know, these guys can go over the top, they can hit big, they can take these risks. But I see what you're saying. Oh, it's a good ball. Actually, very nice line of length there. It's a big swing and a miss. I see what you're saying though. With the 4 guys in, 5 out, it gives you opportunity to really to rotate the strike a lot more. And you know, 5 guys. It's a big ground. It's not like they're everywhere. So I think it does release a lot of pressure. I personally really like to bat after the power play. I mean, I like it, and you kind of change your strategy a bit. But as a captain, I mean, there's pros and cons to both sides of it, really.
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, it relaxes that pressure, but also you see so many batsmen get caught on the boundary, especially this week. It's been right there at long on. There's been a lot of catches in that area.
Yeah, I mean, that long off area in T10 is crucial. It's where I'd say 70 to 80% of the catches are taken. You want your best fielders there, but you know, just like you said, T10 is such a different beast. It's cricket. It's a game. It's a new form of cricket that's just so different to any other form.
Yeah, it's exciting to watch.
Yeah.
This has been hit through the covers, and that'll go all the way. That's just almost a forward defensive. That's look at the timing. Just really prodded it forward, and it flew across this outfield. No chance for the fielders.
Yeah, that's really this outfield really gives you value for your shots. It's incredible to watch, and nothing taken away from the batter. There was a really nice shot. He's just leant on it and punched it through the gap. But as I said, once it gets through that infield, it almost speeds up and it's almost impossible to catch.
This is one of my favourite shirts here with 999 Hitman. This one's just going to be a single as we hear farm machinery going on in the background. That's probably from the golf course, I'd say. But there's a lot of farming around here. It's a sugar beet field apparently.
Yeah, I heard about that. Pete the umpire.
He
knows a lot about it. He gave me a class on the agriculture around here. Very interesting. Shout out to you, Pete.
This is hit over the top. Fielder's got no chance. It's going to be 4. And that's 4 more to the total for the Spartans. This is just bounced in front. One of the Yellow Jackets picking that up.
I think we might have a slight scoring issue here because the scoreline's down at the moment, but I think they're sticking around in the game, the Spartans. I mean, they're finding the boundary quite regularly, and this is all they need to do. They just need to stay within striking distance, and then at some point strike 1 or 2 overs, and you never know.
It's one of those things is, I mean, do you just bat how you bat? You know you need to get as many runs as possible, or do you look at the total and do you focus on the total? Because scoreboard pressure's like, it's huge. Do you just ignore that and just say, look, we're going to try to get as many runs as we can off each over? I don't know. It's one of those things. As a coach, I would probably say just ignore the scoreboard. You know what you need to do. You need to get fast runs, and then just don't look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think personally, from my experience of batting in these matches, I take it one ball at a time. You sort of go out there and okay, we need to get this many runs. So this is the mindset I need to be in. But then each ball, you're okay, where are we at right now? There you go, another swing and a miss. Pretty good comeback here from the bowler. You think like, okay, we've got 10 off this over, we've got 12 off this over, we've got 13. What do I need to do? I've got 2 balls left, or maybe I've only hit 8 off this over, and I need a boundary. So I think that's what's interesting about T10. As you said, it's so condensed, so quick. You have to take it ball by ball, and it can change so quickly.
Yeah, it can, and we've seen games just turn in 1 over. I mean, every tournament, but often game after game, it's either a really tight over or a really expensive one. This is almost a no ball. I think it's just hit the pitch. It's the edge of the pitch, but I think it's just hit the pitch. So they're confirming it, and it'll be called a wide. I think Joe Foster, it will be called a wide.
Yeah, I think here's a perfect example. So this over's gone for 9, but you need around 16. So I'd be looking only for a boundary. That's pretty close.
That is very close. Look, you need that boundary, but 10 off it, and it's not enough. 19 and over now, 19 and a half and over the need. But they've still got a lot of batting to go. It was a pretty good over in context here by Kumar. And that's Thilak Kumar. So, have a look at this comparison. So, you can see there the worm is underground still, and there was a big acceleration coming up. So, the new bowler will be Rohit Goyal. He'll be coming on 13 off the first. Off his first, I should say. And Kranti is on 20 off 9. Balakrishnan not getting going yet. Goyal left outside off stump, called a wide. That tactic of bowling towards that tram line is effective, but there are a lot of wides given. Do you think is this a tactic that you've employed with the blinders?
Yeah, we definitely have, because it's one of those things. It's about finding the balance. It's not slot ball. So if you go for a couple of wides, but you sneak a couple in, that is a slot ball. It's a full toss. It's been punched out towards mid-wicket. It's only going to be one. You have to say he's missed out there.
Yeah, he has. Full toss. And can't afford to not score those. 48 for 1 at the moment.
Yeah, so I think with that wide, attacking that wide line, if you get a couple of wide, we saw it actually in our last over of the final. Ali Yalmaz, one of our death bowlers, was really attacking that line. He gave 2 or 3 wides, but snuck a couple in, and they weren't able to get him away because they were in a really good area. So, yeah, we were willing to give away those 2 or 3 wides in order to not get hit for boundaries. Yeah. So I think it can be really effective at times.
Yeah. Look, and you see it as a constant tactic. So you see they get the Hall of Fame here, and the name added there, the 17th century, Vashak Jaganivasan, 114 of 43 for Prague Barbarians against Spartans. And again, really good bowling here. It's been a good over from Goyal. Only 2 coming from it so far. And Balakrishnan, he's not looking very comfortable out there. He's 8 off 8, which was in context of this game is just not good enough. Of course, he can accelerate that, but he needs to do it now. And misses another one. Well, I think Kranti's the skipper at the other end. He needs to have a chat to Kasi to give him the strike or something, because they've eaten an over here. I just said that it's 1 over either way, and it's definitely a Barbarian over here so far. 2 to come from this one. Kasi hits it straight, and player coming around should just be a single. That's a Piyush Kumar with a fielding. Bring Kranti back on strike, but he'll only have 1 ball left of this over.
Yeah, it's that over we talked about, isn't it? It's kind of killed the game in this 1 over. It's really, really good bowling. It hasn't given him a lot. Balakrishna just doesn't look comfortable though, and 9 off 10 in the context of this chase is just not enough. And if I was Kranti, I'd probably be thinking about getting someone else in there, to be honest.
I think you're right. I mean, he's been good this tournament, but just can't hit the ball at the moment. And well, someone who can hit the ball is going down towards the boundary. Really good stop. It'll bring Kranti back on strike, but fantastic over from Goyal. And well, it brings up the Spartans 50. But we haven't seen many stop down in that area throughout this tournament. So really good work there. And it's Kunal Mohite out there.
Yeah, it's a very good over. It's hard to come back from here. They need 22.6 per over as we have a look at what's happening tonight in Portugal. Marlow versus Friendship CC, the double header. Great series shaping up over there. Excellent stuff. So be sure to tune in. That is at 6:30 Central European time, 22 to 10 o'clock PM Indian time, and 4:30 GMT.
Comes the new bowler. And again, really good bowling there. Thilak Kumar. And it's slipping away from the Spartans at the moment. Halfway through this innings, they are 50. They still need 113 runs. So this is just hit on the leg side, just be a single.
Someone's got to give now, Danny. They have to do something special. It's really slipping away from them at the moment. You want to go out. You don't want to fade away. You know, you've got to go for it.
Especially with, I mean, Sagar Matareddy hits the ball a long way and very quickly scores runs. So does Gino Panalat. So he's not giving him. It's going down leg side. But again, a leg bye is not going to help their target, or their total, I should say. As this one is heading down leg. Good call from the umpire.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if I'm the bowler and the fielding captain, I'm pretty happy that's given not out. I'm trying to keep him in at the moment.
Yeah, you do that sometimes with batsmen. Just whatever you do, don't get him out. And Kranti's facing his 23 off 13. He's gone okay. Gone a bit cold in the last over or so. Hasn't had much of the strike. And Balakrishnan, he's absorbed too much of it. Comes in and Kranti hits it through the cover region. Just a single. And again, it's petering out. They need something spectacular from here. 25 and over at the moment. 110 runs needed from 26 balls. And I don't see, especially Balakrishnan at the moment, unless he really changes things up. Charges, another dot ball. And that's exactly what you want as a Barbarian.
Yeah, I think Spartans have missed the boat here. I mean, personally, I think the retiring out tactic is underutilized in T10. I know it can be a little bit tough on people's egos to be told you're not hitting them well, get out of there. But it's such a quick innings; you have to use every ball.
And sometimes you know as well as a batsman. That's called a wide. That's a tight one. You know as a batsman when you're not hitting the ball. And I've seen batsmen walk off. Chris Pearce from the it's a fair enough call, I think. Chris Pearce for the Cricket Academy. He retired himself one day because he just said he just wasn't feeling it, and he had to score quick runs, and he just walked off the field and retired himself. And this is full toss, bit of a gimme, but he finds a fielder, and well.
This is what I mean. When you're on, that goes to the boundary. You know, when you're on, you can hit those to the boundary. It's no shame in it. Everyone has on and off days.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're on, sometimes you're not. And I think, if this is a 40-over match, you can scrap around for a few overs and get into form, but you don't have that kind of luxury in a T10. So I think it has to be done pretty quickly.
It's been a good performance from the Barbarians, though. They're 55 off 6. The Spartans, and you know that they were going to be chasing the runs. There's a good effort up top from Dheeraj Thakur, and Kranti has gone all right. It's gone a bit cold, but just too many balls absorbed by Balakrishnan. And it will be another new bowler. It will be Neil Panja. Yeah, to come in.
Yeah, I mean, take nothing away from the Barbarians. They've bowled pretty well. They've bowled pretty good line of lengths, not really giving many freebies away. And they've fielded reasonably well as well. They've stopped the balls in the outfield.
He comes in and misses it pretty well through the offside, and it'll be 4 runs. They'll need a lot more of that. But another tactic also with the bowling. How attacking can you be with the bowling, and how defensive do you have to be? Or do you just judge it by the bowlers you have?
It's a really fine line. It's a balance, and it really depends on the context of the match itself. But it's one of the biggest challenges of T10, I'd say. Well, there he goes. He's going to get another one. It's going to go all the way. It's a beautiful shot. 6 runs. So after saying all that, they've turned around and just started hitting him out the screw. So that's a really good shot. 2 boundaries in a row.
He's finally turned up, hasn't he?
Yes, he heard us. He's heard us. He said, "What are you saying about me? I'll show you." I mean, right now you'd want to be, I'd say, just bowl defensive. They need 100, around 100. Just keep it as defensive as possible. You don't need to worry about taking wickets too much.
Well, he's got more there.
He's got 3 in a row.
Well, now it looks pretty good for him, actually. 24 off 16.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, he's turned it around now, and fair play to him. He's batting really well. He's hit 3 balls to the boundary in a row. 24 of 16 is not too bad. But you just feel it's a little bit too late, isn't it? I mean, they still need just a touch under 27 and over.
Well, he's hit 14 off 3 balls, and the run rate's gone up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's true. That's concerning.
Comes a bowler again. And this is hit straight. This should be 6. Well, this is a big over. It might be too little too late, but they're still with a bit of a chance. This will be a miracle if they get there from here. But and this over's on to get above the run rate of 26. That's 20 off 4 so far. And Balakrishnan's woken up. He's now overtaken Kranthi. And Panja comes in again. This is launched for 6. Well, I think it's fair to say that it's a nice 1-over spell here for Panja, because he's gone for 26. 1 ball left. He's going to go, what is it, supersonic? Is that what Vinny calls it?
I think so, yeah. I just want to put it on record, a public apology to Kasi Balakrishnan. I was saying to retire him out, and here he comes, and he's just hit 5 boundaries in a row. So let's see. I mean, slowly bringing the required rate down a touch, but there's still something special required. Can he go another one?
Oh, he can, I think.
He can. No. Oh, that's good fielding out there.
There's a little high five from the fielder as well. Oh, it's got to go for overthrows.
It's all happening.
Well, it's 28 off the over, and it's what they need every over, though, unfortunately, Spartans. And after 7, it's 83 for 1, chasing 163. As we see the next game, it'll be the return of PCC and United. We saw them play earlier, and PCC again have won the toss and elected to bat.
No surprise there.
No surprise there at all. Really, Tomar's in the lineup. They're just strengthening after the last game where United gave them a bit of a scare. But United, Piyush Bagel's in the side, which is handy for them, and stiffen off the batting a bit. But still no Pramod Baguli. It's a bit new over. And Kranti's gone now. That's 6. Smashed it over the long on for 6. That's a lovely shot. And Mohite, who's taken a bit of stick in this tournament, to be fair, Mohite. He's I don't think he relishes the call from his captain to come and have a bowl, because his figures must be awful during this this tournament. Mohite, he's come on as a death bowler quite often as well, including the last game. And Grundy's gone again. That's another 6. Well, Steph's what's happening in this game.
They've certainly waited to make their march, but they are marching right now. Almost every ball going to the boundary. You feel like if this happened 2 overs earlier, then they could be on target for an amazing chase. But then again, I mean, look at this. At this stage, Barbarians were only 112. I mean, it's still close to 20 runs further ahead, but it's not huge, is it? If the next 3 or 4 balls go to the boundary, you never know.
Well, I mean, the first two have been pretty easy for Kranti. Let's have a look at this one. Well, doesn't quite get all of it. It should go to the boundary, I think. No, good stop there. They'll come back for 2. And a wild throw. It'll be Tree. He'll pick it up in the cover region. Didn't quite get all of it. Good fielding out the boundary. And just 2 from it. 14 so far off the over. 3 balls to come. And that's short rubbish. That was pretty awful from Mohite. And got away with it. At least it didn't get launched.
This game's still got a twist in it, I think. These two have started to find the middle. Where's this going? He hasn't hit that very well. It's up in the air. It's going to be caught. Oh, they've run into each other.
Oh, no.
They've spoiled each other. They're going to come back for 2.
Well, I've got to say the communication in the outfield hasn't been greatest in this tournament. And it's Tree and Vaishak. It's Vaishak's game. And he's a good fielder. Tree maybe getting in the way. Let's have a look.
Oh, it's a regulation catch for either of them.
Well, another 2 runs.
The 100's up now. Oh, that's a good ball.
And it's just going to be 1. So you're right, the 100's up. And still needs 60 odd at 28 and over. And it's been 18 so far from this over. Run rate continues to grow. So 6 here will bring them a little bit closer. They'll need it. They need 4s and 6s off pretty much every ball.
Yeah, exactly. It's at a point where basically every ball needs to go to the boundary, and it looked like it was going to happen for a while there. But a couple of just singles. Here we go. It's another good ball. He's get away with it. There might be a run out here.
And he's back. Well, that wasn't a great ball. It was a half tracker. Should have been smashed and didn't quite get onto that one, did Kasi. So, at the end of the over, it's after 8. As the score just flashes off the screen. Have a look here. The worm is just under. It's after 8. It's 101 for 1. Still plenty of wickets in hand, but they just can't run rates 12. They needed 16 from the start. So, well, we've got 2 overs to perform a bit of a miracle here. Need 31 and over, 62 off 12. It's possible, but improbable. And it is Tree Kanya Lal, who he did go for 43 off 2 yesterday, but he's a pretty good bowler and an experienced campaigner is Kanya Lal. Coming in bowling to Kranti, who hits that straight and hard. Fielder gets behind it, and just a single. And I think that's pretty much game here. No, very good performance by the Barbarians. I think I know my man of the match.
I think it's a pretty cut and dry choice there. But yeah, I mean, the Spartans here, they just left their run a little bit too late. If this came a couple of overs early, if they had 3 or 4 overs left, then yeah, they could have it in them, but just a little too late.
It was 1 good over. I think it was, well, he's gone. That's the end of Kasi Balakrishnan. And, well, in the end, it was a pretty good over. Did absorb quite a few balls early. And some lusty hit him, got him up to a pretty decent score. But really just not enough, I don't think, for the Spartans. And Barbarians, well, they've broken their right. They'd lost 3 in a trot. And it's just would have been probably called a wide, just got an outside edge. And neat catch there by the skipper and keeper for the day, Vamshi Madashetty. So it's Niraj Taigi coming out, and when you've got hitters like Madareggi and Junapanalet in the lineup, I mean, he's an inventive batsman, Taigi. He's probably going to try a reverse ramp shot first up. Tree bowling to him, and well, he hits it straight. And Swarup picks up the ball. Hitman 999, and doing it pretty easy now, the Barbarians. And this game sort of starts to peter out. I think. Well, how do you see Barbarians' chances in the tournament? Steph?
Just get back to that off this ball. It's been swatted away to the leg side. It's going to go to the boundary. It's a good shot. He's hit that pretty well. Yeah, I mean, they're a good team. There's no doubt about it. I think they're a bit of a dark horse, actually. But having a look at some of their batters, what Jaganivison and Singh have done, I think on their day they can really take it to anyone. Of course, PCC look like a very, very difficult team to beat.
Yep.
But also at the same time in T10, I've seen it happen a million times where a team can, on their day, just overcome anyone. So actually, I like them. I think they're a pretty good side and they're in a pretty good position.
Oh, this has been launched. Just a bit too short there from Tree, and that's hit onto the other field. Nice shot there from Kranti, who's I think just brought up his 50. Have a quick look at that. It's pretty close, unless I'm mistaken. 52 off 22 for Kranti. Pretty good innings, but just not enough. And he's hit the same area, fielded. Yeah, look, they're a PCC, the class side within this tournament. They're undefeated so far. They're going to play United in the next game, which will be again probably another really good game. Pramod Baguli is back in their side just to strengthen the batting for the Spartans. Sorry, for the United side. But Brno, another team with. When you've got Riaz Afridi in there, as we see the bowling figures, fantastic overs in the middle with Rohit Kohal and also Thilak Kumar going under 10 in a chase where they needed a lot of runs. It's a pretty good effort. But yeah, we're looking at starting to look towards Friday. It's getting pretty close. It's what is it? Tuesday today? Tuesday.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like Bruno. I think Riaz Afridi is a real X factor. I'd have to say I think that he's bowling as quick as I've seen anyone bowl in Europe on the whole tour. It's a really nice shot. He's picked out the fielder. He's been dropped, and it's going to go for 4. There you go. A bit of entertainment at the end of this innings, but yeah, I really like the look of him. I mean, we've seen a lot of these guys around Europe, and I'd say Mohamed Cameron, everyone knows of the hitman from Spain. He's very quick, but I'd say Riaz Afridi is bowling as quick as I've seen anyone bowl. Yeah. And it's great to watch.
It's a bit of rubbish. It's fielding for the man who's just come out of the shed. Let's have a look at this.
He was walking in from the shed.
Here he is. Little psychic abilities there.
Perfect time.
He knew it was coming, yeah. Oh, this is in the air. And it's going to be a collision.
Oh, no. Oh, wow.
The calling for the
catches.
catches.
Was like 2 steam trains going at each other. I don't know how they avoided each other.
I tell you what, the keeper with the helmet on, I think, would have got the best of it. I think he's got... Has he got a massive pad?
It looks like it.
It looks...
Yeah, he's wearing a chest pad, a chest guard. Look at them go. They're just eyes on the ball. At this point, you're like, this is a surefire collision. Oh, it pulls out at the last second. Good communication in the end.
I tell you what, I've never seen that before.
I haven't either.
It's definitely a chest pad. I don't know how much confidence he has in his abilities as a keeper there. Better shed if he has to wear a chest pad.
I don't think I've ever seen a keeper in a chest pad either. Maybe he's just forgotten. Was he batting it? Did he bat? No.
Oh,
he's wearing something.
He just saw him. The bowler just saw him at the last moment. There was no call.
No. That could have ended a lot worse than that.
So, Prague Spartans are now 124 for 3. 3 balls remaining in this innings. It'll be a good win for Barbarians. So keep their chances of a Final 4 finish alive. And they've got some batsmen firing up the top of their batting order. And, well, it's a very slow walk in for the Spartans batter. And it's Parth Baladia who'll come in. And hopefully there'll be no more wickets and we'll end up in this game, because we don't want another slow walkout like that. So here comes Piyush Kumar. He's taken 2 for 22. We've seen that so many times. The Richie Beno scored 2 for 22 throughout this whole tournament. Phil G, if he's listening, will appreciate that. Terry's in the chat. Just a bit of news from Estonian cricket, I think. So he had to cancel women's national team training due to rain. So he's here to watch some Czech cricket. I think Terry will be very happy. A long-time Barbarians player, Terry. Really good performance by the Barbarians in this game. And this is high in the air, and it's going to be dropped. There's no way he was catching that. He was miles away from it. Called it early.
You did. You just knew there about a second before he got to it.
You could just tell.
No, you could. So he's in no position to catch that, is he? Look. Yeah, no, he didn't even get a hand on it.
Well, Piyush Kumar, his figures would look better if that had been taken, but he's got another one. Oh, luckily
What
it's the
is going
last,
on?
it's the final ball, and that's the end of the game. Piyush Kumar picks up another wicket, and the Prague Spartans end up on 126 for 4, well short of the total of the Barbarians. And there's the man, Vaishak Jaganivasan, whose 114 is the highest score ever in a T10 in the Czech Republic, and also the first century. So fantastic day for him, and really good win for the Barbarians. So Art Friday, lol, very casual fielding.
It sure was. What a fantastic last over that was. There's all kinds of things happening. The guy coming out of the shed, the drop catch. Oh, fantastic. European cricket. You won't see it anywhere else, folks.
So it was a good start from Thakur. A 4 first ball, and then some pretty good runs from Thakur early on. Then dragged one onto his stumps, and I brought Kasi Balakrishnan on, and it wasn't really fluid from him, but Kranti at the other end was batting pretty well. Some nice shots. That was a delicate glide through the third man area for 4, and Balakrishnan did get that 4 through third man as well, but that was a lovely shot through the covers. There were highlights for the Spartans. The problem is that there's just not enough of them. They didn't lose that many wickets, and they scored a few boundaries. It's a pretty decent total, 126, but it's pretty much a par score. What wasn't a par score was the 162 scored by the Barbarians, as we just see lusty hitting throughout. So Steph, it's a good game to watch. Really good from one side in particular with Jaganivasan. That was the collision there between Tree and Jaganivasan there. But a good game to watch. Looking forward to seeing the rest of the day's cricket as well. It's a United and PCC game coming up next. What do you expect from that game?
Well, yeah, I think it'll be a pretty good game. As you said, PCC seem to have strengthened their lineup a little bit, of already very strong lineup. So you'd have to say they're obviously going in favourites. They're undefeated and they are looking very, very strong. But United, you never know. They're also another dark horse. If they come off, I'd like to see someone challenging PCC at some point.
I think it'll change a bit on Friday, because it's a combination of things, and PCC are hot at the moment, and they're unbeaten but not unbeatable. United shook them a little bit in the last game. I'm sure they'll want to prove a point by absolutely obliterating United here, but it's not normally what happens in this sort of cricket. Kranti with 63 off 26, the pick of the batsman. Balakrishnan finally got going with a 38 off 21, but it's just not enough. Pretty tight with the extras, 5 wides and a leg by, and 126 in most games. That would get you a pretty good total, but not against these Barbarians. As I see the bowling figures, Rohit Goyal and Tilak Kumar, I think, pretty much made it certain for the Barbarians with good tight bowling in the middle overs. Neil Pandya tried to alter the landscape with 28 off his, but at that stage they needed about 28 and over off for each over, did the Spartans, so couldn't quite get there. So see here the highlight is Vaishak Jaganivasan with 114 off 43. I'm not going to go through any of the other figures because I think that should stand alone. And Barbarians with a big win against the Barbarians by 36. The Barbarians big win over the Spartans by 36 runs. So I'm going to take a break here and come back for the game coming up in about 20 minutes time between PCC and United. PCC won the toss, decided to bat. Let's see if they have a point to prove against a very plucky United side who pushed them quite a bit in the previous game, or in the game earlier today. So, back in about 20 minutes' time. See you then. Thanks, Steph, for popping in.
Pleasure, Danny.
Pleasure.
All right, see you later.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Cheers, guys.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
And welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series from Czechia. It'll be match number 45 between Prague and United. We saw these two battle it out earlier in the game. We're going to go to the toss to see how that went with tournament referee Charles Croucher and the two captains.
Your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
We'll bat first.
PCC win the toss and will bat. Over to you, Danny.
Well, they seem to be winning everything here, PCC. They won the toss there and, well, they decided to bat, which is no surprise at all. And we'll see how many they can put on the board. But United, they shook them a little bit in the previous game. They've taken more wickets against PCC than any other side, as we see the batsmen up there. Samun Divisi, Naim Lala, Sudesh Vikramasekara, Aaron Ashokan, and then Riddick Tomar coming in to strengthen that batting lineup. And for United, Piyush Singh Baghel has come in. He's very handy with the bat and the ball, and they'll strengthen that batting. But they'll have to bowl very well to restrict PCC, who are 11-0 at the moment. UCC 5-6. They've got a good shake to get into that final four, and they'd love a win here against United. They just showed there was a little chink in the armour in the for your PCC, and they'll try to expose that a little bit more. But I have a funny feeling that the machine will roll on. I'm joined in the marshmallow by Venki Margashayam, the captain of Vinarati.
Thank you, Danny, for having me again here. I was glad I passed the test the first time around and got into the door again. So thanks for having me again. Yeah, we have a double header basically today. United versus PCC, or should I say PCC versus United? I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong in chat. It's going to be a sort of revenge story for United, if anything. They're going to try to make a win out of it. Not that they were robbed of one. They were close, but they just couldn't cross the line.
Yeah, I think they lacked a little bit of depth in the batting earlier on, as Ali Sitar comes in with the first ball to Sabu Davisi. It's a good start there from Ali.
Corridor of uncertainty, that lovely start for Ali Hassan Sitar. He needs to put 5 more of those there, Danny, and he's asking the right questions to Sabah and possibly a wicket-taking opportunity. But if he puts it anywhere else, as we've spoken, the margin of error is so little, it's probably going to go for a 4.
Well, he is very consistent as Ali. This is about the same area. Could be out, just out of reach of the fielder, and it's gone down to the boundary. Well, that was a really good ball, and Sabah, he's just poked it and just out of the reach of Amit Pangaka, and not too far away there. Really good bowling from Ali Sitar.
Yeah, got something out of the pitch there, Ali. So just suddenly bounced on the batsman at the last second, and Sabah just couldn't adjust for it, and he tried to just sort of tap it. But there was a fielder there, but just lucky to get away with getting caught.
It's quite a few fielders. They've got a ring of fielders on the offside. Look at that. They've got about a 4th slip. They've got a gully. They've got a point, and then 2 men in the covers.
Essentially, they're allowing Sabah to say, hey, you drive through the covers for a single, and we'll try to get that catch behind the wicket.
Well, it's no run. He wanted the single at Sabah, but they've also got a man deep on that boundary, so they're really trusting the bowling of Ali Sitar. Just looking, there's 2 men on the leg side. There's
8 on the offside.
8 on the offside. You don't often see that. That's how reliant. That's how. He's hit it to the fielder. There's one fielder out there, and he's picked him out as Sabah. That's a little unfortunate. But
Sabah must be feeling a bit harsh there, done by Harsh. The first bad ball of the over, you could say, and then go straight to the fielder. And that's just how cricket is sometimes.
Well, yeah, sometimes it goes for you, sometimes it doesn't. It doesn't matter how good a cricketer you are. You'll have off days. Not that Sabah's going to have an off day. Batted pretty beautifully earlier. And Naeem Lala is the batsman.
That's how PCC is at the moment. You get off Sabah off strike, and then you get Naeem on the other end.
Yeah, it's pretty tough going. So this one's through the covers. And tried to get down to it. That'll be 4. No, it won't. Bit of foot fielding. They'll come back for 2.
Good feet work there by Manish in the deep extra cover, covering a fair bit of distance to stop that from going 4, but a lovely shot from Naeem, timed to perfection. That should have gotten 4, but good effort there on the deep.
A pretty good start from Ali and from the United side. They need wickets though. They've got 5 to contend with. 4 last time. I'll come back to my point in a minute, as this has been hit firmly. Lovely shot, pierced the field. Just no effort there. Looked like oh, look at this, just punched it. There you go, boom, and through the field, and 4 runs. Easy as that for Lala.
Doesn't get easier for Lala in this sort of form. Pitched up right under the bat, well watched, timed for 4. Didn't have to do much there, and he just timed it. And it's just one of those things with PCC. I mean, United already have gone through this before. They know that the only way to keep this team, just coming in at the graphics, you can see the 143 average runs for PCC in the first, and 112 there. So it's not that nobody knows, but it's just that what people haven't figured out so far, or at least United have only done it once, is how do you get the wickets early and quick? Because that's the only way to put the brakes on this team at the moment.
Look, you can put pressure on any side and they can crack, and we saw that a little bit in the last game. The bowler is Iqbal, who gets one in the air. Player coming back and misjudged it. I think the fielder only get a single. He mishit that. Again, did Sabah. Took him a long time to turn and run with that. It was Ruturaj Magare. Yeah, didn't know the best game with his hands.
Yeah, Rutu sort of gave up on it once he knew it was out of reach. Then it was just all about stopping the 4. So I'm kind of glad that the ball didn't have some topspin and run over. Just got it back. A bit of showers here. I don't know if you pick it up on the TV, but there's a bit of a rain going on. Hopefully this should pass quick.
Looks pretty light, but hopefully it won't be too persistent. It hits the pad and they'll come through for a leg bye. It's been pretty tight bowling so far from United. And their bowler is Zahid Iqbal. He's started pretty well. I haven't seen his name in the lineup for United before, so it's maybe a good little addition here.
Yeah, new face in the circuit. We'll find out how he goes about his cricket.
He's going to bowl right arm around the wicket to Sabah. Called a wide. He drew a false shot first up from Sabah, who didn't get all of it, and there was no one back. It was just always fielders running towards the boundary, trying to pick up the wicket.
Interesting action, though. I thought it was very clean. Just about if you can get it on the stumps and on the line, but not the easiest person to face up if you're starting for the first time in this tournament and in the circuit.
Well, I was about to say he's got to keep it off leg stump, because there's no protection at all
on the leg side.
Well, I don't know. It's a bit of a weird one from Zahid. Why he's bowling this coming around the wicket?
Exactly. I was just going to ask the same question, Danny. Coming around the wicket, knowing that you have only 2 on the leg side, is just asking for trouble or asking to get hit.
You know, I think the umpires are having a chat about the rain, but it's not too bad yet. But yeah, like what's he doing? I don't understand. He's bowling around the wicket. He's angling it into the left-hander.
Yeah.
And
it's a questionable tactic, but
well, I mean, his captain should have a chat to him. The captain's behind the wickets. And obviously he's comfortable bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, but quite honestly, he...
I suppose if you're coming wide of the stumps, Danny, and you're trying to get the ball into the off stump, it could be a tactic.
But that's easy. It's another one down there. He's picked the fielder out again as Sabah, but it's. I mean, there's no one from that man. There's 2 players on the onside, Venki.
Yeah, it has to be what Ali was doing. He has to go the way of Ali, where you go over the wicket and across the batsman, at least to the left-hander. But Zahid was something very questionable here, and I'm sure Abhimanyu will have a chat with him. But in this format, you don't have too much time. You got to do the adjustments quick. Otherwise, you're going to face the penalty.
We got away with that.
Yeah.
Dave in the chat asked if the wind has changed direction. And it has slightly. It's coming towards us a little bit because we've got a bit of rain on our table here.
It's weird in Vinoj, at least, Danny. Like, you can't tell what side the wind is actually going because you feel like it's always like both directions in play. So it's a tough question to answer. Ooh, that ball just nipped in on Lala. Played, and Ali did just take a single. But yeah, it was an interesting ball. Just did a bit in on the last second. Made it a bit difficult for Lala. Good adjustment, though. Still gets the inside edge.
It was a pretty good over there from Iqbal. Again, questionable tactics, but ended up with a pretty good over. And at the end of 2 overs, they are no wicket for 20. PCC, as you see, 11 wins from 11. United in 4th place at the moment, just on run rate. Prague Barbarians with that win, bump them up to 10 points. They are 5 and 6, both of them. So it's a shootout between those two. Looks like Spartans are out of it with 8 losses, and also Tigers and Vinarati having a chance, but they'll have to play
exactly,
well.
yeah. They need to take their chances in the next 2 days, and if they can mount a 4-game win streak, and maybe they upset some teams and get into the 4th position. Danzilla and Chan rightfully schooling Dave about the wind in Venus. It's not schooling, I don't mean to be mean, but just sort of giving the accurate information as Bindra comes in.
He's been
white ball. So.
He's been pretty good generally, has Bindra.
Yep.
Again, he'll want to keep it off Lala's pads. I think he's Stefan Gooch mentioned that Lala might have a bit of a weakness between bat and pad with the ball coming in from the left-hander. But I think Joe Cope got him from memory. And it's a nice shot. It's going to be... Ooh, got a bad bounce there, the fielder. Copped one in the face, I think. He's okay. But just got to... I don't know if it came up with his hands or if it was a bad bounce. Let's have another look.
Spot on about that observation about Lala by Stefan, and I think something we also rightfully sort of mentioned in the first game between the 2 teams, that if they'd used Bindra more against Lala, pitching it up a bit for a full, trying to get that in swing into the stumps, there could be a chance. But it's also so dangerous against a batter like Lala because he's just so skilled that he sees the ball pitched up, he knows it's going out of the boundary. It's just a sure shot thing in his head.
It's all these batsmen. It's very hard to bowl to any of these top line PCC batsmen. Well, that one's hit in the air, but that's 6 for Sabah.
Sabah just carries on the fantastic form he's in and just belts this one out of the ground. Slightly full there in the hitting range and doesn't leave that. Just make sure he gets 6 for it. Sabah's just carrying on from the last game. It just feels like there's no stopping him at this point. 17 and 8, blazing on all fronts. He's just in such good nick that it has to be a peach of a delivery to sort of beat him at the moment.
You can say that about quite a few batsmen in the tournament. And Sabah hits that straight, absolutely bashes it for 6 over the bowler. Just looks so casual.
Nonchalant it was, Danny.
Absolutely brutal. So the PCC machine marches on with a couple of boundaries there, a couple of 6s there, and Bindra is the victim. Did you see much of Vaishak's 100?
No, unfortunately, I saw bits and pieces of it, so I couldn't really, sort of appreciate it ball by ball.
Just poke forward.
Away, yeah.
Look, what I really like about this ground at the moment, I mean, it's lightning fast, but you're seeing players who probably in the past haven't really shown what they can do, coming up, using their technique and just batting beautifully. Devendra Singh's another one, apart from Vaishak, and both of them the Barbarians. So if they can both click on the same day, it'll be a amazing. But
It's a feast. Yeah, it's a sight for good eyes. Yeah.
so a couple also in Vinarati. Come back in a minute to that, and
For
Lala as well. That's
Really
straight
well
to the
fielded
fielder.
there by Manish.
Straight to the fielder. And look at Sean Dalton the other day,
Yep,
batted
Was.
beautifully. He's has always been a player with really good technique, but the ground is often not.
It's
really
funny you mention him and you bring Waz up because Waz sort of was hesitant to call himself a T10 player, or said that the format didn't suit him. Bindra just coming in here for the last ball of the over. Bad, hits the pad, so no LBW there. Just take 1 run, and that should be 36 at the end of the third over.
Yeah, 36, 37 at the end of the power play.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Sean Dalton, he said he was not.
I was so surprised because he rocks up the first day of the whole tournament. He could only play the Saturday, and that was the first game. And he scores 88 effortlessly and then goes about his business. And of course, like the next 2 games, probably the team didn't win, but he still looked good in the format. He still batted really well. So I was really surprised to sort of have that admission, but I'm glad he could prove himself wrong.
Well, Sid Gowd as well. I mean, he hit an 80-odd earlier in the tournament, and he looked fantastic as well. Ran himself out a couple of times recently, which wasn't great.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate, but Sid also, like, someone who you could say was struggling for a bit of form in the T20s. He just wasn't sort of, timing it well. Rutu coming in here for the third over.
This is in the air. It's coming towards us. It's it's going to land in the commentary box just outside. In fact, I'm going to pick it up. Let's just throw it back to Shaimal. So it was a nice shot there. I think we'll have a good look. Doesn't move, does Sabah, and it's just come into the marshmallow. So
clean hitting there by Sabah. Picked up the length quick, just cleared his front foot. 6.
Ooh, good bowling. It looked like he struggled a little bit against Ali. He's now 31 off 13.
Yep.
So we did see Vaishak's 100, and it's been mounting up to it with Ratul from Burno with a 94, and then Devendra Singh with 95.
Oh, Divi got 95. That's incredible. I missed that then.
It was a fantastic innings from Divi. He had 2 opportunities to get his 100 as well. He had 2 balls to go and he missed them both.
Unfortunate. No, Divi's been playing lights out cricket, lights out batting even in this tournament, and he's also been having it a little before as well. He's come in to the tournament with really good form, so I'm really happy for Divi that he could sort of, make the most of it, with the form that he has. And I'm sure even they have a bit of trouble on the availability, not the fullest strength Barbarians per game.
Comes in again, and this is over the top again, and could be gone. Dropped. Well, you can't afford to drop these batsmen, and you can see Sabah, he's not happy with himself with that shot. So Rudraj comes, bowls it wide and scooped under it, did Sabah.
That was a really important catch from UCC's perspective, but Zahid just not able to complete it, and I'm sure it's going to bite them moving forward, because Sabaun in this partnership of 46, he's already done the line weight of the work, 34 and 15, while Nala's 9 and 7, Danny.
Well, Lala's such a dangerous batsman as well. So comes Rudraj again, clipped nicely onto the leg side just for a single. Yeah, look, what if I'm trying to get at with
Sidin was.
Sorry, it was Sidin was.
Yeah.
Also, you look at Vaishak, Devendra Singh, and the Burno batsman Mohammed
Ratul Khan.
Ratul, yep, who hit 94. They're technique batters. They're not. I don't know if you class any of them necessarily as T10 players. Especially, look, I mean, Devendra Singh has played this tournament every year, and I don't remember him maybe even scoring a 50 because the conditions didn't suit him. He was trying to hit the ball too hard, and now these players are getting they're getting a fair go, and they're getting a result from it. Another one who I'd love to see in the Burno lineup is Dylan Stain. I know he's not available for the tournament, or as far as I know, he's not available. But he's perfect for this. Could you imagine him and Ratul?
I think I've seen it in action, because I was lucky enough to I think umpire. Yeah, they both were playing the finals. So I was umpiring the T20 finals of our Division 1, and Rathul basically helped them get to the first inning score that they put on. I think they put on 136 or something like that. And without him being there for the whole of it, I don't think they would have lasted that long. Ali coming in for his second over now. Good start here by Ali. Dot ball.
I mean, Bruno are going to be there or thereabouts for sure.
Yep.
I think.
Yep.
And they've got a good shake against PCC. They got some good bowlers, especially with the X factor of Riaz
Mr.
Afridi,
Riaz, yes.
who I mean for finals will pick himself up as well. And what he hasn't done is he hasn't taken enough wickets. I think. He's scared the bejesus out of quite a few batsmen, but I don't think he's picked up enough wickets. And if he can do that in the finals, then Burno are a real threat.
Another dot ball here by Ali, but I completely agree with you about Riaz. I think Riaz has brought in that factor with the pace, but I just think he's got a team. You got to be careful with that pace in this format with the shorter boundaries, because if you can't control that pace, or if you find a batter who can sort of control that, top ball there by Ali. But yeah, if you can find a good batter who can sort of understand, okay, this man has pace to offer and I can time him, then it gets very tough to go. And especially with this outfield, Danny, I just want to ask you a question just from a bowler's perspective. Having a shorter boundary and a lightning quick outfield, where do the bowlers go? Like, how did they sort of be in this competitively? Like, how did they not drop their heads?
Well, I mean, it's this format. As this has been hit in the air, so and that'll be 6. Ayush Sharma couldn't get back far enough. It's difficult. I mean, in Khartoum it's even worse because it's such a flat pitch there. I remember some bowlers like Ali was there, for instance, he was just getting absolutely hammered. Naveed Ahmed as well, who's a good bowler, especially with a bigger field playing T20Is, who was getting carted. He was getting hit in the trees, and so there's no respite. I mean, it's a little unfair for the bowlers, to be fair, to be honest. But it's entertaining to watch.
Yeah, it's absolutely entertaining. I think you get to see like real diamonds in terms of bowlers come to shine when you know that they can sort of handle, handle these sort of conditions where it's all against them. Short boundaries, quick lightning outfield. Of course, the outfield goes condition to condition, place to place, it changes. But, sorry.
Yeah, no, keep going. Sorry, I've got some information on the chat that's not great. As this is just dabbed down to the slip area.
Yeah, but I think bowlers have to do some, have to try strategies such as like trying to bowl to one side of the field, keep the field over there. Because even if they sort of, for example,
just to interrupt.
Yeah,
I don't know if you heard that. It's a little bit of thunder. And Dan Zilder in the chat saying, Venki! Just checked the radar, and you've got some horrible colours moments away from you. So I think we might get a bit of a storm here as we see the European Cricket Championships. There'll be
just behind us at the moment.
Just behind us. There'll be 6 groups of 5 who'll fight it out over a few weeks to see if they can get into the championship week. The winners of each group will play the reigning champions of the Netherlands in championship week. So 7 teams in that final week. Be great. This one's
absolutely hammered.
Absolutely hammered. That's 6 runs. Well,
what a shot that by Naeem. Just picked it up on the length and pulled it for 6. Easy as it gets. But I was just going to say, Danny, when it comes to the bowlers, like maybe we don't know what else. The only way to sort of survive as a bowler in this tournament is being consistent with your line and length. I think if you can place the ball in the same place 6 times, maybe then.
I've got to say that this is hit straight, and it's Ali who'll pick it up. Look, is it that the quality of the bowling is not actually? They're going to go for another one. Oh, he would have been out if it hit. Well, unlucky. Abhimanyu Singh picked up the ball. The keeper shy to the stumps. Let's have another look at this. So it's hit down the ground. They've looked for one, and Sabah wants another one here. In fact, it's Lala who wants it. Sabah would have been well short.
He would have been well gone, Danny, and that would have been the important wicket United were looking to sort of get back in this game. But 2 chances now.
That one's kept low, and they'll take a bye. But the rain is starting to come down here, and I think we'll have to move some of the equipment. Vinky and I get up and we're going to move tables forward because it's really starting to go. So
One more.
Vinky's only got one hand at the moment, so and it's luckily not coming too far into the tent, but it is coming down heavier. You can hear it, and you can hear the thunder as well. So I think the players will have to come off the field in a moment. The umpires will have a bit of a chat. No lightning yet, which is good.
Yeah, weirdly enough, the umpires are just not called it yet, so maybe they think it's fine for good playing conditions, but seems a bit heavy under the marshmallow here. Maybe the noise adds to the effect.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know we need some rain here at Vinoj, but just not right now. As a bowler comes in again, and it's going to be called a wide. Well, it's
interesting comment there by Naveen Padmaraju. Hi Naveen and hi Dan. So he says variation of pace there. I think that's a really good call. I mean, that's a good point, I'd say. I think that and consistency, I think, you know, and as Vinny was mentioning a couple of days back, that you got to try the Yorker, change of the angle, vary it a bit.
I agree with you, Naveen. And whoa, well, Alisita almost had his head taken off by that one.
Yeah, that looked really dangerous there. Just as he goes down to get it with the long barrier method, just pops on him, and it's so unfortunate. And this has happened to me as well. You can see he's just so upset with that. Yeah, the rain's picking up here, Danny, but we still have play going, so...
The bowler's turned around and wondering where this thunder's coming from. Well, it's, you haven't seen any lightning. There's, this one is going to be fielded, but the umpires should have a chat pretty soon. I think they will be coming off. So Venky will have to do some groundwork, getting the covers on, so they'll let him do that. As you see the players coming off the field for the heavy rain. Well, it's not super heavy, but it's not exactly a drizzle either, but the thunder is a concern, and we'll hopefully see what happens with the rest of this. But the covers are coming on. Match 45 here between Prague Cricket Club and United, interrupted due to rain. The score, have a look at the score in just a moment. Oh, it's off the screen, but as you can see, the cover's coming on, and just a bit more thunder here, so we're going to take a bit of a break. PCC are 69 for no loss after 5.5 overs, in fact 70 after 6, and we're going to have a bit of a delay here. Hopefully we get some more play in this game. I'm sure that the officials will work out when we can get this game going again. Just lacks me in the in the chat. Uneven bounce, unlucky for fielder. Yeah, well, uneven bounce on this pitch is sometimes a way to get wickets as well, as we can see the bowling figures here for United. So what we'll do is we'll take a break from this European cricket series match in Prague, Czechia, between Prague CC and United. Hopefully we'll be back in sometime in the near future, and then we'll work out whether we can continue this game. So from Prague at the moment, it's goodbye, but hopefully we'll join you again soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, welcome back to Prague and this European Cricket Series, Czechia. And we have good news, is that the rain stopped. We're going to get a game. The match before between United and PCC was washed out, as we can see here. Shortened match between PCC and Prague Spartans, 6 overs per side, 2 over power play, 1 bowler, no bowl, 2 overs. So we have play, which is fantastic news. And so yeah, as we see the lineups for PCC, and it was the Spartans who won the toss and elected to bat. So got very good toss news here for the Spartans, and very good news that we're going to get some cricket underway. There's a chopper that's coming overhead to maybe dry the pitch. It's pretty close, that one, actually. PCC, their perfect record is kind of tarnished a little bit because of the what happened in the last game with the washout, and it's a little bit unfortunate for them in a sense, but very fortunate for the United side, who get a point out of the game, which means that they're the only team so far to get a point off PCC. But more importantly, I think it might play a bit of a part in the points table right at the end, as United are one of the sides trying to get into the top 4. PCC already there. Brno look likely. Bohemians are looking pretty good. Definitely one spot, and at least 3 teams, maybe 4, fighting it out. One of the teams that probably won't be there would be the Spartans, who have lost 8 now. So I'm joined in the marshmallow by Venki.
Thanks,
again.
Danny. Thanks for having me again.
You guys did a lot of work there to get the covers on and off, and let's see that first ball. It'll be Aaron Ashokan. Bowls are wide first up. What's the state of play with the field at the moment?
It's actually dried up pretty quickly, and we always knew this would happen because historically, when it's gotten this sort of rainfall, the ground soaks it up pretty quick, and there's always a bit of wind, which helps with taking the water away quick. Arun coming in for the first ball actually. First one wide.
Oh, I dropped him. Well, it came back very firmly, and it's a little bit chilly here in Prague, and he copped one on the hand at Arun. So they do smart. And
yeah, that was a tough one. Quick rightly back at him, and after the little bit of a stop and play.
Well, it's only 6 overs, and it's not a bad idea actually getting Arun on the bowling.
Why Sabha got the sunglasses on? We just had a rain.
Because Sabha wants to look cool.
Like nice glasses though, at least.
So it's Aaron Ashokan bowling to Jimmy Panalet, and that'll go down to the boundary.
Lucky that 2 opportunities in the over for Arun, and both sort of coming by hard. One straight to the hands, and this one just getting away from the keeper. So not much into play there. Too quick for him. And 4 runs. Despite a rain, Danny, you can see how this outfield's behaving. It's still quite quick.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And look, there are those white patches. Is that sawdust?
Absolutely, that is sawdust, just to help out the players in some slippery parts, because of the lack of rain, we've had a lot of open ground cover because of the lack of grass growing and not enough water. So these places tend to get a bit soggy or slushy.
Mm-hmm.
So just the wood helps with grip for the players, so no one gets unnecessarily injured. Big weekend coming up for all these players, or some of these players, at least from the PCC side, and the Spartans from the national side aspect.
This one's been hit down the ground, and whoa, looks like he's on ice skates out there, the Tank.
Yeah, Tank was just a bit worried about taking field here right before the game started. Just looking out for the player safety here and looking at us and nodding as well. Just not looking super certain there. But Danny, I want to ask you a different question here. It's a 6-over game. We've been reduced from the usual 10 overs.
Yeah.
What's the strategy here? Just hit the ball hard?
Hit the ball hard. There's no other strategy. And they've got Well, Kasi Balakrishnan is, he's out there to hit, and he's just hit that one for 6. Well, beautiful shot. And he struggled a bit in the last game.
Yep.
And so I'm sure he's had a bit of a think about it, and they've had a chat with the other Spartans. And, yeah, just get as many runs as you can early. I mean, they're knocking around at the wickets. They've got some good batting. Diras Thakur's there. Kranti also. Saga Madareddy is a big hitter.
It's interesting, though, I think, from a Spartans point of view, that they won the toss and decided to bat. I would have done the opposite. I would have tried to restrict the machine that we're calling them now to the lowest possible run and then sort of take them on. Because, I mean, in this sort of situation, you don't want to give PCC an opportunity to chase, because essentially they can chase anything down, right?
Yeah, but also, if you can get a decent score, okay, it's 6 overs.
Yeah.
If you can get up towards 100,
Oh, that's quite a lot. Yeah.
then you could put some scoreboard pressure on PCC, and then the batsman can make mistakes. Because
Yeah, fair enough.
you know, I think it's a pretty good toss to win. As we see, don't worry about the expected score or
Yeah.
anything like that. It's only a 6-over game. But have a look at the records up top. 11-0 PCC, 4-8 the Spartans, and I think the Spartans are definitely the first team that are out of the running for that top 4 spot.
Unless there's some magician who can come up with a way for Spartans to go through that which is what a lot of people do for the IPL every year. When you come to that stage of the tournament where it's like, okay, so if this guy loses him and there, but yeah, it's probably quite tough for them. You're right, I'd say, Danny.
Well, I think we've always said that 7 games is about the cut-off point.
Yeah.
It's possible, maybe. I'd have to look at the scorecard, the scoreboard again with that a little bit later. The standings, I should say, as Madaranga's the new bowler.
White ball that first up, just dipping away from the blue line, or the tram line as you guys call it.
Oh, it's,
Why is it called the tram line? Is there an origin story for that, Danny?
I'm not sure. I know that in tennis they're called the tram lines. The doubles lines are sometimes called tram lines.
Oh, interesting.
And this is hit nicely through the offside. It's slowing up and 4 runs. Aaron couldn't quite catch it. It was a little bit slower than we have seen during this tournament. And
yeah, Arun just sort of knew for a second that, oh wait, there is a wet outfield. I'm probably in for the chase, but also sort of was, like doubting himself whether he should go for the run, not to slip and fall.
It did take him a while to turn around there to chase it as well. So comes Madaranga again. And this is in the air. Can be a tough chance. Player under it and takes it. That's I think Kushal Mendon there. And that's the first wicket of Panelet.
To be fair, I mean, Spartans were almost 10 runs per over. Yeah, but with this wicket, they're just going to dip under. And good catch this by Kushal. Reliable fielder at point. They're not going to drop the sitters. And wickets are dot balls essentially in this 6-over game, so it counts. It matters a lot. And PCC want to keep it as low as possible. Don't want to get into a bit of a weird upset here in a 6-over game because of losing 2 or because of not taking their catches or giving away too many runs, taking that pressure on themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, they're 12-over at the moment, and they'll just want to get as many runs as they can. Obviously, the Spartans, but they have got some powerful batting. Saga Reddy is also in the lineup, and he can hit hard. It is Dhiraj Thakur, the wicketkeeper, who will be facing Madaranga, and he's been in pretty good form. Has Dhiraj?
I'd say nothing changes in the batting approach, Danny. I think we stick to what we've been saying since the beginning of the day. We time the ball here. We get those, you time it, it's getting 4 runs. Yes, we've had a bit of rain. Yes, it's been for a while, but still the outfield is true to its nature. Probably going to slow down if you don't time it well, but there's runs to get.
Mr. Maxon, I was confirmed my tramline theory with the tennis, and there you go. The tramlines is fitting for Prague.
Thank you, Mr. Winnie, for that vital piece of information. Samira coming in. Lovely ball, that.
So John Gray, obviously been to Prague. Well, actually, he's been seeing the fine Tram 42
yeah, the
video.
ad. But that is a lovely tram, though, and if people do get an opportunity, you should definitely go on that. The experience, it makes you feel a bit like you understand what Prague was back in the day, or you just get this sense of like wow, I feel like I'm part of royalty or like some sort of old school vibe, you know. It's really nice.
That's such a historic
Oh,
city.
it's bowled. Yep. That was a crazy bowl that Samira didn't expect that. Thought he was going to run away for 4, but got the bottom edge of the bat and takes the bails off there, Danny.
That's, just dropped it back on and another wicket. And, well, it's been a good over here from Samira. Dried the runs up and a couple of wickets that have Panalet and also Dhiraj. As we see new batsman come out, and it is Sagar ready. So there are 6 overs.
They should be pushing up Jinu Panalet, right?
Jinu's gone already, mate.
Oh, he's out. Oh, my days. I'm so sorry.
He opened the batting with...
Oh, okay. That's the bump he required. I apologize. Yeah, that makes sense.
Still Kranti in the lineup as well.
That's true.
And, I mean, they do have some batting. The Spartans have probably underperformed in this tournament, to be honest.
You could say so, yeah.
Comes again, and...
4 runs.
Is it going to go all the way?
That's going all the way for 4. It's a good shot there by Sagar. Sliced the bat there, got 4 runs over extra cover. But I think I hope they don't swing across every ball. Because I think they'll lose more balls trying to swing the bat wildly than sort of trying to time it just like the way Sagar did.
Well, Sagar, he does tend to hit through the line of the ball quite hard, does Sagar. And so, as they pad down the ball, it was an odd one. Subba's got a towel hanging out of the back of his trousers, but he was using his shirt to dry the ball. Hit straight, that'll be 4, I think, or will it? It's held up, and it'll be the Tank who comes up and chases it. No one wants to touch the ball at the moment, I think.
I was just proven wrong by the outfield, and clearly the ball's not traveling as it just was 2 hours ago. So clearly the field is still soaking in that water. So tough to get those runs here, which would have been 4 just a few hours ago.
Yeah, all week it's been so fast. And I know that there's apparently some overnight rain.
Oh, there's a lot to come.
As we see here, United are on 11 points. That'll help them a little bit. They've played 12, and now the 10 games only played for Vinarati and Tigers. Spartans probably out of it, but that 1 point for United, I think, will really, really help them to get any points out of PCC. Actually, no team has got points out of PCC so far. And just to get that 1 point, just on the thunderstorm that passed us, is probably a bit of fortune there for United.
It's like a good drive-by for nature. They just drove by Vinoj, dropped some heavy rain, and gave United a point. And I think that was the only way you could, like you mentioned, you could get a point of PCC the way they were going. But I think the other teams will be kind of sour in their mounts right now, because that 1 point makes a lot of difference going into that final 4th spot drama.
Still a couple of days to go after this. After today, Vinarati will be playing a few games. There's still 4 games to go for Vinarati. 14 games each for each of these teams playing each other once. So there's still an opportunity for teams like Vinarati. Tigers are still kind of in it mathematically, but.
You wonder for a team like PCC, like trying to chase this, what would be a good score for them? I mean, they don't lack batting resources, so, but they would also be thinking, okay, what can we keep, like, should be ideal from this position? It's probably not going to go above 60 looking at how it's going. Even if they get to 60, that would be pretty good, I'd say.
Well, 10 runs and over, it might be. This ground's a little bit slower.
Yeah.
They're going at about 11.5 and over at the moment. As the Tank comes in again. And this has been...
Oh, that's a 6, Danny. That's smashed all the way, and Smith has nothing to do with it. Maximo.
No, you don't have to say that.
I feel like if you have the mic and you don't say Maximo in an ECN booth, it's like committing crime.
You know, Vinny's got his own thing. Rico's definitely got his own thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got to make up my own thing, but I guess it's too short a stint to make up something.
No, you just surprised me. All I heard was oh, he's hit it for 6.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just like, I saw him whip that ball across, and it was such a great shot. Made this into a good over for the Spartans. Just finally getting, I think it was only 2 runs before this, and now 6, so 8. It's probably looking for 1 more 4.
Here comes a Tank again. It's hit down the ground.
It's not going to go far, is it?
Just be a single. Is only a 2-over power play. There's only 1 bowler that can bowl 2 overs. So we'll see who it's going to be. But Mataranga bowled pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah. he's up there for that second over. But it's also, I guess you want to give it to your best bowlers because it's so lethal. I mean, it's so crucial not to leak runs in the 6 runs. So it's going to be pretty brutal. I mean, Arun will have to go to his best performer.
Well, I think Naeem Lala's a good shout. He's great in the last game. And this is going to be not called a wide.
Not called a wide.
So a good take by the keeper there. And it is Cecilia Gladson behind the stumps.
Just want to thank Winnie there in chat for wishing us a good work. Thank you, Winnie, and I hope you have a good tram ride on number 10 through Vinaradi.
That's through my neighbourhood. And a big swing and a miss there. Really good bowling by Tomar.
Half-hearted appeal that. I wonder what that was for. It's probably for a catch, but Joe.
I think he wants to go. I think he wants to go home. Joe, can we go home yet?
Yeah, Joe. I mean, the umpires have had a long. I mean, everyone's had a long day, but the umpires have been there, standing.
Well, Pete Vincent's had a half day, which he deserves. Because he's done. He's
so
done
many of them till now. Yeah, that's a wide ball.
He's done very well. Actually, have all the umpires. I think it's been a really high standard throughout the week. Farouk is at square leg.
Yep.
As well. He's done really well. So
shout out to the CSFK, the Chesky, what do you call it? The officials member or the union. Yeah, we're all part of this thing where we try to have like a. I don't know if it's like a membership to be part of the umpiring and the officials, the umpiring and scoring committee, and we sort of try to help and protect each other, and make sure we're updated on the rules and etc. So it's very nice that our umpires get to have a go at ECS, which is like a proper televised tournament or a stream tournament, and it adds a lot more pressure, and decision making gets harder, and I think it's a good test for everyone involved. It
is a good test, but it also shows. I mean, there's a lot of work done by the network here to improve the standard of umpiring, with the match referee having a debrief after the game, and saying, like, with signals and other little intricacies just to make it better and more consistent. But it's the main thing is the decision making by the umpires.
Absolutely. Yep.
And well, come back to that in just a moment. So Satpal slips, and I hope he's okay. It's a dead ball.
Definitely thinking that's because of his shoes, because it looks rather flat without a sole there.
He only slipped a little bit. It's not to put him off. He held onto the ball.
But I'm glad he hasn't injured himself there, because this is why umpires sort of take caution before trying to get play back on. And I know that a lot of players are very eager, but I hope this is like a good example of why we sort of take caution before we sort of get people back on, because you don't want to injure someone in the name of sports or cricket or any reason for that matter of fact.
Absolutely. Puck comes in again. Big swing and a miss, and should take a bye. Yeah, look, the other thing is, I mean, there's been debate with footwear, because I think players really haven't thought it's an important part of the sporting equipment, especially with cricket. But it's so important, because you can't use spikes on an artificial pitch, but you can use the ones with the little grass, studs at the bottom.
I think you're right, Danny, because I think it's essential. Footwear is essential in any sport, and I think especially on a day like this where you're sort of battling a little bit of water on the grass, you want to make sure you're walking in there fully secure. But I think it comes down to that fact we were talking about earlier, Danny. It's about amateur sports and not taking each aspect of what to do in the game seriously, like clothing and footwear.
Yeah. Well, look, it's changed a lot. So this one's going towards the boundary and 4 runs. That's a Raj out there who can't stop it. But yeah, look, it shows you how far it's gone. I mean, when we first started here, everyone was wearing whites. There was a bowler for PCC who came up and bowled in hiking boots, and it gives you a bit of grip, but it does look a little bit strange. And then others just wearing normal runners, and you could see people slip. And we had a lot of wet weather in that year, and just people slipping over. But Satpal comes in again. He's been good since he's come into the side, Satpal.
It's been a brilliant over here, Danny. He's just conceded 5 runs. Yeah, just a single of that ball. But before that, it was no runs essentially. It was almost a maiden over. And in a 6-over game, there's not more you can ask from a bowler with this. With a 50-meter boundary, and I mean now a slightly soggy outfield, but which was lightning quick.
Bond to Sagar is going to have a swing. Well, The only thing that's rocked by that is he stumps, and that's another wicket down. And a really good over here from Satpal.
Probably a candidate for the second over here, Danny.
Maybe actually. Look, PCC have got a lot of decisions to make for the finals because they're batting up the top. The top 6 pick themselves, but then who do you include? We can have a talk about that in a minute. It's Phil G's in the chat saying hi, and thanks for popping in, Phil. Happy having a good day off as well. Yeah, so.
That's actually something I wanted to ask you as well, Danny. I wanted to ask you, when you're going into a tournament like this, and if you're a captain coach, how do you set up the team? Do you go for essentially 7 batters, 2 and 4 all-rounder fielder bowlers? Is that how you go?
But look at PCC, right?
Yeah.
You've got top 6.
Yeah.
One of them's your wicket keeper, and you've got Devizi, Lala, Sudesh, Arun, and Ritik Tomar, who are all bowlers.
Correct.
So,
oh yeah, of course. Malo versus Friendship CC tonight in Portugal. Oh, that's quickly faded away for a ball which has been carried out to deep gully. Safe hands there in Kushal Mendon.
yeah, it'll be Corey Rutgers bringing you the action from Portugal as Satpal finishes his over. Rico Fool is, I'm not sure where he's off to now. Rico, he's always on the job.
Oh, Wayne's gifted 1 ECN European Cricket Network membership.
Good on you, Wayne. I know
Wayne.
there's another one earlier on.
Also, Pranav Patel won that. That's cool. Okay. Never seen that before, Danny.
It was there was another one that was given earlier because of the 100.
Oh, from Vaishak Jaganivasan, yeah.
So, all right.
So it is Madhuranga who deserves the second over.
I think he's been really good for them, and I'm sure he'll be up in the runnings for one of the bowling spots. As this is chipped down to Kushal Mendon. I mean, Kushal's a good. I don't know. It's so difficult because I think Naveen Padmaraju has been fantastic, and
agreed.
so I think he is a good shot for the finals. Samira Madaranga has been really good since he's come in as well.
It's also going to be based on availability, Danny, because it's a Friday. It's still a weekday, so hopefully that doesn't cause too much problems.
Well, that's true, but as is a smash down the ground, no chance for the tank. 4 runs. Balakrishnan.
Yeah, Tank being thoughtful and not putting a dive like me, being more responsible with his body and making sure that, he tried his best to get to it, but he knew it was always tough. Great shot there by Kasi. Whipping it down to long on, trying to make sure that they're still in this Spartans to get to a competitive total, which I guess now is 60 because they still have about 10 balls left from here.
I mean, it's possible. It's going to be more difficult to get under the ball. It's going to skid on the surface because there's a little bit of surface water on the pitch, but also getting under it might be a little bit more difficult for some of the batsmen. So, Madaranga bowls to Balakrishnan again. And, well, he's launched that onto the...
That's 6, Danny.
It is 6 over the cover boundary. So...
Kasi just adding a little twist in the tail here right at the end. Not much of a twist, but twist in the sense that they're getting more runs and making sure that they have something to defend against this machine that we've been calling them. The PCC machine, the batting machine. It's going to be still tough here. 51 looks pretty okay for BCC, but let's see what Spartans can do from here.
Going okay. Still an over and a half after this. Well, that's the end of Balakrishnan. But it's a pretty good contribution. 22 off 11, especially in heavy conditions. And it's a pretty wild swing, to be honest. Let's have a look at this. And
yeah. You think, Danny, teams go back in these sort of moments and sort of look, because we have the opportunity of looking back at what you've done, the mistakes you've done. Do you think they go back and view these moments and thinking, I wish I had not lost all my shape and just sort of timed the ball? And I'm saying this from a very sincere point of view because, when you look about it in 60 balls, if you're going to miss 5, 6 of them, just trying to randomly wildly swing, who knows, maybe you just got your head in and got 2 of them instead.
It's difficult. I mean, look, the Spartans don't have too much to play for. As we see...
they have something, they have pride.
They've got pride to play for, but as far as the getting into the finals, they're pretty much out of it at this stage. They want to beat PCC, and that's why I think they're throwing the kitchen sink at the ball. And
it's just not worked out, maybe.
Yeah, well, again, it's difficult.
I mean, I'm being really harsh on Kasi because he got 22 and 12, so it's still a great, fantastic innings. But I just feel like players like Kasi and I'd say like Kranti, who are batting, the responsibility for them is the batting side. You just think that, you know, maybe guys, we don't know how to miss those balls. But I'm just picking a very small thing, and I understand that it's still, you got to go for it. Like,
Well,
there's no opportunity else.
10 overs, it's a very short format game, but when you reduce it to 6 overs, as Mataranga bowls to Kranti, and he swings and misses. Well, they don't go for the bye. It's difficult because you know, when does it become not a game of cricket anymore? And 6 overs, it's a hit and miss. You just hit or miss, and you just go for it. Here we go. Burno tomorrow against Prague Tigers first up. Then your boys Vinarati against Bohemians, and a double.
Back-to-back games.
Back-to-back games against Prague Tigers. Brno against Bohemians and Brno against Prague Tigers. Should be some really good games. That Brno-Bohemians game is pretty vital, but also for Vinarati.
And if Vinarati or Tigers get 2 games, then they're really making a climb up in that little fight for the position 4 there. And even maybe between the Brno Bohemians and Smith Patel comes in for the last over of the game. It's of the first innings, sorry.
I think it's a good move putting Patel in. I like Smith Patel as a bowler. I don't think he gets a bowl
often enough.
But also he's a really good fielder. So I think he's a good shout for another position. Kushi Mendon adds with a bat, but I don't know if you need more depth in the batting lineup. I don't know. It's a big decision.
Yeah, I think they're spoiled for choice, Danny, essentially. And it's going to be hard choices from the captain and the manager if they do have one. But who do you pick and drop? And, you know, that tough conversation that, sorry, you just don't make it to this level. And let's be honest, PCC probably have the best depth in terms of, like, picking players. Like,
for sure. Well, as I said, the top 6 pick themselves. If Aditya Kadawala comes back in, which he should. And Smith Patel misses. Hits his keeper instead, and they'll get another. Oh, no, they won't.
I think it wasn't them, though, who picked on Sudhi last time, but I remember someone took on Sudesh's arm. It was United, in fact, and got run out there. So good awareness by Kranti and Vasant, who haven't sort of opted for the second run. So good. Yeah, they'd want Kranti on strike ideally in this situation.
That was a good ball by Smith. He had 3 stumps to aim at, and he missed. So it's a little bit upset with himself.
Just want to clarify there, cricket games on the comment. Can players from Asia come and play there? Yes, but if you live here in the Czech Republic and you're part of the cricketing domestic setup, you just can't take a flight, show up in Czech Republic and play, just to be clear.
Well, I mean, actually, it's a tricky one. This is missed and hit Gladson on the foot.
Not having the greatest day, is he?
It's difficult conditions out there.
That's true.
Look, I mean, you'd have to have... It's a difficult one if someone comes from Asia to play. I mean, probably you'll have to find a team that allows you to play.
Exactly.
Yeah, there are players from... I know there's a couple of players from Slovakia and a couple of players from Poland who come in because they just travel in. But it's not a professional league, so I don't see the
allure or
the allure of it apart from getting on TV. You know.
And what a lot of people don't realize is, I mean, we're diverting from the game here. Last ball coming up, but I think PCC have a very good hold on this grip. But the thing is that it's a lot of effort to play cricket here. You pay to play. And last ball here for Smith. Let's see if he can get it out.
He can't. It's going down to the B's to just stops it and will haul it in.
Yep.
And it's a really good over here from Smith Patel. Just 3 from it.
Fantastic over this. So Arun backing Smith here for that last over, and Smith completely repaying the captain's wishes and doing the job needed. So Spartans, what do you feel, Danny? Do you think they have a chance here in some sense?
I don't think it's enough runs off 6 overs. I mean, if you think that the averaging almost 15 and over, as we see here, Arun, the opening, which I think is a pretty good idea, opening with spin. Didn't really work for them though. And
Jinnu carrying it along, but still not enough here. Just unable to stop that, Arun. And this is the wicket of Jinnu we were talking about. Good catch here by Kushal at point.
well judged, and as Charles often says, have that base and take the catch.
Yes, indeed. And, well,
Swatted away for 6.
spotted over 6. Satpal was really good.
Yep.
And that's just Raj trying to stop it, but it's so hard in dry conditions and wet conditions. You won't trust your footing. Satpal's a good shout for a bowler in the in this PCC lineup.
Yep.
If they're looking for bowlers, because there are so many options. Samira has bowled really well since he's come in. Smith Patel. So we'll see on Friday.
Do you think a golden ball is what Winnie would expect from this situation? I think that would make him go over the moon, wouldn't it?
Could be interesting. He's always up for a golden
seeking
ball.
for a
Vinny.
golden ball, yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but you know, Danny, this is what I meant. A lot of the wickets that have fallen here in that innings is just wild swings, and I understand that it's a 6-over game and you've got to go for the runs, but I think there has to be a method to the madness, even when you sort of try to slog.
It's really difficult because it's a slightly damp pitch, so it'll skid through, so that the conditions are slightly different to what they have been all week.
Yep.
The outfield's wet. The ball's not going to swing, but it'll be a little bit heavier as well. So it's just a different feel to the rest of the tournament so far. As we see the scorecard here, Kassia Balakrishnan does pretty well, 22 off 12. Saga Madareddy also 13 off 6, and Jenna Padlet up the top 9. Just at the bowling figures, and economical from Satpal and also Smith Patel right towards the end. Madaranga also got 3 for 23, and the 11.5 and over isn't too bad, but the 3 wickets helped a lot.
Yeah, it's hard to be critical or analytical in a 6 overs, right? Because pretty much anything could happen and it could swing either way so quick. So I still think Prague CC have done a fantastic job here. The bowlers have done a really good job despite losing the toss and being put into bowl.
It was good defensive bowling, I think, from Satpal and Smith. I mean, Satpal did take the wicket, but look, for their 2 overs, it cost us 9 runs, and when it's only 6 overs, that's not great for the Spartans. But 57 to win in 36 balls, 9.5 and over. And don't know if it's going to be enough, Enki, but we'll be back in a few minutes' time for the second half of this game from the European Cricket Series here in Czechia. Match 46 between Spartans and PCC. 57 needed by PCC to win. Spartans will try to defend it. See you back here shortly.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
And welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series, Czechia, match number 46. Second innings of the game between PCC and Prague Spartans in a rain-reduced game. It is bright sunshine here in Prague, and it's actually very nice conditions. It's a little bit slippery underfoot. It's 6 overs a game, or sorry, 6 overs an innings. Because of the thunderstorm we had, the game before was abandoned with point shared between PCC and United. So it's 6 overs. 2 over power plays, and there is one bowler in the side who can bowl 2 overs if required. And it's a very good bowler in Shanmugan Ravi, who will open the bowling against the PCC side. And it is Sabu Ndivisi and Ritik Tomar, the openers for PCC. And he'll get it to slide away from Daviti. Interesting field set. Just looking to see if they've got, well, this is an unusual field for someone who's going to move the ball away from the left-hander. They've got quite a few fielders on the leg side as Venki comes back into the marshmallow. Am I missing a trick, or they don't have enough players on the offside for Davitsi, for someone who's going to be pushing it away from him? Oh, look, there's a like a gully sort of area, and then there's a man deep on the point boundary.
It looks like a traditional right-hander's field for the left-hander, but I think they think that he's going to whip it all the way to the leg side, Danny.
He's not. He's going to go offside because Shanmugan Ravi swings it away from the left-hander. There you go. They've fixed it now. They've heard me.
I think it's a good call by Kranti. I think it's otherwise it's an easy forward point reach essentially. Exactly.
It's still going to be hard to stop him from going through that offside. And that's a good ball there. Good start there from Ravi. He's a good bowler. I like what I've seen from him. He'll get a lot of movement. There you go. Away from the left-hander into the right-hander. They'll have to get that ball as he drops it on the ground. You'll have to keep that ball nice and dry.
It's also going to make Saba and Ritik think here before playing like they have been, because the conditions have changed just a little bit here, but not on the pitch, but off the pitch.
And another big swing and miss from Saba, who's getting angry. Well, he doesn't have to do that, but it's in the right areas by Shanmugam, and I think he's the perfect bowler to be opening up to these two. And I would bowl 2 from him.
At the moment, he's the candidate for it. For it, I was going to call you Ravi, but sorry, Danny. He is the candidate for it because he's got 3 dot balls off Saba. It's fantastic.
Well, he's hit that towards the onside. He hasn't moved, which is a good indication that's gone for 4. So it got slightly straight there. Might not have swung, which is his big weapon. I think Shanmugam is the. He does get quite a bit of in-swing to the right-handers and away swing to the lefty. But Saba, I like what he does when he rocks back in his crease like that, and he gives himself just enough time to get under the ball.
So a little bit of chat there from Ritik to Saba, just talking between themselves like, hey Saba, just take it slow and easy. No need for risky stuff here. Oh, completely losing his shape there, Danny. Always up for a stumping there.
Well, let's have another look at this and see if Shanmugam gets ball to move away from him. It's moving across him, and he's struggling a bit, and he's just trying to hit the ball too hard.
Yeah, he just needs to time the ball and, maybe just get Ritik on strike, when things aren't working out at your end. And despite him being in the thick of it.
Hit nicely through the offside, and they'll take a single, and he'll keep the strike. It's
classic, right?
Classic Sabawundavisi. 5 off the first over, and that's a really good one for the Spartans. And Shanmugam Ravi shows how good he is as a bowler. 24 matches since the Golden Ball.
That's been so incredible that we've already played 24 matches since the Golden Ball. And I think more than the fact that it's been 24 balls, of course, it's going to probably be more, maybe, and we hope for a quicker one. But it's insane that we got 24 games by.
Includes Portugal.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense because by the way it's going here, you almost feel like that could be true.
I mean, it's only a couple of games a night, but it does add to that. So there are a lot of games played here on ECN, and it was 280-something, 284 or something like that games. The game streak that was broken here in Prague. As a new bowler comes in, and Saba lifts him all the way for 6. We think there's I'm not sure what's happening with the camera up on top of the.
Martins is the operator.
He is.
And I wonder if he's just sort of also just finding his space back after the break.
It was a lot of water around, still a lot of water on our table here, and but it's gone away. It's nice bright sunshine.
Yeah, it's like we never had rainfall. But yeah, interesting choice of bowler here by Spartans, bringing on Ravi. Ravi has taken a beating in earlier games before, so wondering if this was the best choice in their shed of tools to bring on.
Yeah, Ravi Radadia, and this one's hit to the offside. Should be a bit of skating again from the fielder, and just a single. And they'll bring Riddick Tomar, the tank, on strike for the first time.
Not a bad ball here from Ravi, just taking it away. A bit short though, and I think Saba would have fancied a 4 there, but just unlucky to not split the gap there, Danny.
Yeah, you can see how slippery it is underfoot, and he just got it off the toe end of the bat, didn't hit it as hard as he would like. Let's see what the tank can do. So that pitch also, it'll skid on a little bit, and hits it in the air, and that's a golden duck for the tank. Misfires, and will have to go. It should have been put into the beat field. Let's have another look. It was not a great ball, but got the wicket, and the tank will have to go home.
It's going to be a long walk back to the tent for Ritik. Thoughts, he'll be consumed with thoughts, and he'll probably not be watching this match ever again. But yeah, it's a tough one for him, and I feel for him, because in these sort of situations, you could be looking for that 6, but you're late by a second and you get the top edge. So hard luck there to Tank.
Well, the Tank's replaced by the Beast, who I think will hit the ball hard and straight. He hitting along the ground in the air. It's difficult for the fielders as the Beast comes in.
Yeah, I think if Saba and the Beast have a chat together, they would have said that, hey, let's not try to lose this one by giving away too many wickets. Let's just get this done merit-based. Like, yes, if the ball's there to hit, let's hit the ball. But if it's there for a single, let's take it, because no one's going to run too hard. It's a bit slippery, so we can easily take 2.
That's true, and he's the right man to bring in at this stage. And he tries to heave it onto the leg side, just a single. It's only a 2-over power play, so we've only got 2 balls left in the power play, 13 on the board for PCC.
I'd say it's been a good power play for the Spartans.
It's been a really good power play. And that was a big wicket of Riddick Tomar as well.
On the first ball as well, so Hrithik wasn't allowed to get into the game, not do even a single, like, any damage whatsoever.
It's a nice shot on the leg side, and 4 runs, too easy.
Just feeding the run machine here, Danny, giving it exactly where he likes, and Sabah makes no mistake in putting that away, waits for the ball and just flicks it across.
Well, he just didn't, he didn't try to hit it too hard. It just a normal Sabah shot.
Yep.
Just played it off his pads, and really good going here for Sabah's 16 off 9, but he stopped trying to hit the ball too hard.
And he's making something out of this power play for PCC, just making it a bit more better and just getting more out of it while the field restrictions are not in play.
Exactly right. And it's the last ball, and similar, and that's another 4 runs. Just turned it around the corner, very easy. It was just on his legs, and pretty expensive over in the end. As we were saying, it was probably Spartans ahead in the power play, and now I think it's changed.
It's back to PCC again, and Sabah just makes a meal of those last 3 balls and just cashing in completely before the power play ends. And Ravi Radia, he got the wicket off Tank. I will say that. I mean, it was not the greatest ball. It was there to be hitting, but sometimes bad balls get you wickets, and that's how it goes.
Here's the state of play at the moment in the standings, and Spartans, well, they've got 8 points. They've lost 8. They've got only 1 game after this one, I think.
It's also funny looking at that board, Danny, the standings board, how the scheduling works so importantly for some teams, because if you're a team that hasn't played their games and still have it left at the back end of the tournament, you sort of have some sort of last sort of chance, if you haven't already won those games in the beginning, to make that final push to the top 4. Anywhere, in this situation, it's just the last 3.
Well, it puts it in your own hands somewhat. This is called a wide.
Oh, a bit harsh there, Danny, in my opinion. Just on the line there, and Joe citing that in the favour of the batter.
Yeah, on the line. Well, no, I think it's a pretty good call. On the line is
on the line,
is
but going away though. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So it's just an indication line, but it's a pretty good indication, and it has to be really something which is adhered to by the umpires, but it does help them as a guide.
I think also in the replay it looks less harsh and more of the right call.
It's going to be called a wide as well.
Clearly. A really good call there by Joe. I take that back. Apologies, Joe.
So Nalano Gula is the new bowler. He's bowling to
Anish. Yeah, I haven't seen him as well, Danny. He looks like a bit of a new guy in the circuit again.
We have so many new players in the Czech Republic. It's good to see. Just turned around the corner by Sudesh. I think he's just going to play the role of giving Davisi the strike.
Absolutely right.
If he needs to accelerate, he can.
Yep.
But
no need for that. Absolutely.
Not really. After the last over, it's
also it works so well in PCC's favor that there's a left hand and a right hand batter going on at the moment. So they're really just toying with the Spartans' fatigue and mood and just moving them around every ball, making sure they're thinking. And it's hard to be thinking when you're defending such a low target, and it's the end of the day essentially.
Yeah, true. Sabah hits that through the leg side, and it's stopped there. The field restrictions are no longer in play because it's only a 6-over game, so 2-over power play, and so that's a bit easier to field it if it's hit like that. It wasn't really timed there too well by Davisi. Sudesh, we're facing the bowling of Anish. It's that blasted over mid-off, actually the long off, and absolutely hammers that. You can.
What he just drove. I mean, like he just belted it for 6. There was no other saying it. He just like pinpoint like power. There's nothing else here.
He decided, I think, pretty late to have a go at it, and hits the ball so hard. Lucky it didn't come towards us.
White ball that.
That's well, it's the power of the beast.
I mean, and even if you look at it from a run chase point of view, the runs have come in this over, and there's still 3 balls to come. So there's no need for any more risks, and it's just going to be, normal cricket. Just take a single if you want to get the VZ back on strike.
Yeah, the run rate's looking pretty good to get this 57.
Yeah, and
in short
PCC are
time.
the last team to worry about run rate in this tournament.
Oh, good slower ball. Got a dodgy inside edge. It'll just be a snide, it'll be 2. Bit of fancy foot fielding out there. And they'll come back for a second one.
Great feeling by Neeraj at a deep fine leg there, just getting his leg in at the right moment and saving 2 runs there because I think they managed to take 2.
So look at this. It is still a little bit slippery. So good footwork there by Neeraj.
Also, good of him for not getting his outer feet or his left feet onto the line or outside the line there, and sometimes the momentum can carry you away, and then it's just not. It's 4 runs. So
Anish comes in again, and this is just
4
place
runs.
that one. 4 runs out to their third man area.
Yeah, I mean, if this was any other team, I would be praising them for the intent of trying to get it done as quick as possible. But then again, we're talking about PCC, and they're so far ahead of this competition in terms of standings that it makes absolutely no difference to them. They can do it however they feel like.
I mean, they've dropped a point in the last game because of the abandoned game, which I don't think they really mind. It's all about getting to Friday. They don't want to lose a game. Oh, this is high. This is going to kill us, Venki. It's come into the into the marshmallow. Lucky you didn't get more of it because that was coming straight towards us. We've been pretty lucky, actually. Nothing's hit the equipment. Nothing's hit either of us.
It's one of those moments in movies or in TVs where you're just watching like the arrow almost about to get hit by the main actor and then he ducks to the left. It was something like that.
Yeah,
But yeah. Just fell short.
You're involved in film here in the Czech Republic.
Yep.
I know you had something to do with the Grey Man. I think you.
Yeah, actually, I did. Actually, I worked on the construction department and helped them build the tram, which was just interrupting that. European cricket tonight, series in Portugal, and it's Malo versus Friendship CC, double header in fact, 17 and 18. And starts local time, I think, for us at 6:30. But check it out wherever you are. And Rico Full will be taking you through.
No, it won't. It'll be Corey.
It'll be Corey, my
10
bad.
minutes time.
Yeah. In 10 minutes time, Corey Rutkos is going to be bringing you that, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies on that.
So I'll come back to a tram building in just a moment. Someone's hit the pad and no run. So you helped to build the tram?
Yeah, I helped to build the tram, which was in one of the action sequences. And basically, they needed a tram, which was a replica of a real tram that we use in day-to-day life in Prague. And so that they can sort of shoot at it and do whatever they wanted with it. Pitched outside leg there, probably.
Yeah.
Probably too high as well. So good call by the umpire.
It's been a good start to the over here from Mohit Tumo.
In some weird alternate universe, Danny, you think that the Spartans take a hat-trick and make things interesting or somehow defend 11 and 18. But you think that they still have something within them or they can pull something out?
A couple of tight overs, maybe a wicket or two, but it's the tight overs they need. And it's been a tight one so far. Really good over so far from Thumar.
Making Sabah look bad here. Just don't know. Sabah's losing sort of shape, trying to hit the ball too hard. And I think it's something he needs to just sort of take a moment with and just come back to basics.
Well, he's been batting so well throughout this tournament.
Absolutely, yeah.
We saw him sprint down to the car park earlier on. And so this one's high in the air. Keeper's under it. Should make no mistake. And takes a catch. The end of Davici. It's been a good over so far. Not only just because Davici's gone, but no runs on the board after 4 balls.
Unfortunate there for Sabah. Was trying desperately to get ball and bat there. Many balls down leg side, but just not connecting. And finally, that one ball that comes middle in leg chips at top edge, and Dheeraj doesn't make a meal of it and gets it cleanly in the hands.
Yeah, it's a good wicket there. It will bring more peril as Naim Lala comes walking out to the middle. But it's been a really good over so far. And so it's Mohit Thumar who it's been a really good over so far. He's on a wicket maiden, the wicket of Davisi, bowling to Naim Lala, who's a quality customer.
Late twist in the tail here, Danny. Maybe another wicket follows in this ball and we probably get Naeem back in the shed.
Well, let's see. And that's blasted over cover for
Exactly
6.
the opposite of what happened. The ball gets sent back to the shed, and Naeem gets 6 for his efforts. What a start by Naeem.
Well, it's 5 to win now. Naeem Lala, he can do it in this ball. What a shot. So he was on a wicket maiden. The VC's struggling against him. Naeem Lala just absolutely hammered him over cover. That's a great shot.
Yep. Last ball of this game here, probably, Danny.
Could be.
mean, but 5 runs is still an effort, so it's 6 or got to be wide in 4.
We'll see. And well, just played on the leg side. Just a single. And a pretty good over there, to be fair.
Yeah, and all things said, yeah.
Apart from the fact that for one ball he got lalard, it's it was a very good over there from Thumar. 7 from it and a wicket, and PCC are 53 for 2. 2 overs left, and they only need 4 runs to win. So I don't think the result is in any doubt at all.
Nope. They can even do it out in singles. That'd be funny. If they just want to make everyone just feel a bit more, but I mean, in some sense they don't. They can just hit a 4 at will, I suppose.
I mean, the sun's come out. Doesn't mean we want to stay here, Venki.
It's been a long day. It's been a tough day. But talking about tough days, tomorrow we have day 10 of 12 at the European Cricket Series in Czechia, 17 to 28 July. Starting off with Brno versus Prague Tigers, and then followed by the winner of the doubleheader, and I hope they go well tomorrow. And ending with the Brno doubleheader, that is Brno Bohemians and Brno versus Prague Tigers. As Danny mentioned earlier, Brno versus Bohemian can be a lovely game to watch. It's going to be a pretty important one for that top 3 position, or rather I'd say 2, 3, 4, because you can't really push off PCC from that top spot.
Yeah, look, I think, and I think the format is 1 plays 4, then 2 plays 3.
Yep.
As bowler comes in, hit down the ground. That should be it. 4 runs, and that's the end of the game. Lala, he faces 3 balls for 11. Vikramasekara, 20 off 6, and PCC make short work of this this target, and they march on. So we'll see some of the highlights of this game in just a moment, but yeah, look, I think that's a vital clash tomorrow, Brno and Bohemians. That'll be a really good game with 2 quality sides, and I'm sure we'll see Riaz Afridi back to bowl his lightning bolts. But it's a good day's cricket. Vinarati have still got a chance of getting in. They need to play very well. They've got 2 games tomorrow, and as we see the highlights of this game, and Daviti didn't really get going. There's a bit of skating from the fielders, and this is the wicket of the tank, and that's the only wicket that went down. So it.
Oh, we had Saba's wicket as well.
I'm sorry, Saba's wicket. That was the first wicket that went down. Saba did go as well, and as Suresh was on one side, Saba started to just play the ball naturally, and then. He fell, trying to hit the ball a little bit too hard, as there was a good foot fielding there from Niraj Tyagi. And that was just one that went down towards a 3rd man. We'll see the 6 he hit in a moment.
That was the catch of Saba there, taken by Dheeraj. Again, Dheeraj coming in clutch with 2 good catches in the air there, and not making any mistakes getting it. But it was too little too late, or rather too little on the run. And there you go, Naeem Lala with that glorious cover drive to finish things off and get PCC another win in this tournament, Dan.
Another win. The machine rolls on. So that's the end of today's play. As we see the scorecard, 23 for Devizi, 20 for Sudesh. Lala with 11 off 3, and they made short work of it. Still a couple of overs left to get the runs. The bowling figures we'll see in a moment, but it was just a rain-reduced game, down to 6 overs. So just a little tickle at the end of the day.
Well put, Danny. Yeah. And yeah, I think glad we. Yeah, and then glad we could even get 6 overs. We thought probably even the second game might not happen. But not much to talk about here in the bowling figures, except for that Shanmugan Ravi over of 1 over for 5 runs. And of course the other person who had 7 and just quickly went away. So PCC beat Prague Spartans by 8 wickets here. I'd say Sabah and Sudesh were the top performers for Proxy C. in some
Yeah,
sense.
look, I mean, it's difficult to beat them when you. It was under 10 and over.
Yeah.
Again, they didn't have much to lose. They could really throw their bat at it. Sabah had no fluency to his innings, but then Sudesh comes in, hits a massive 6. Lala comes in, hits a 6 first ball. It's
What's interesting also is the number of balls Sudesh took. He just took an over to get 20, and that's really effective in this format. And of course, even Kasi, I want to give a shout out to him and Sagar, because without their 2 contributions, it would have been barely anything for the Spartans to sort of defend.
So here's what will happen tomorrow. Burno against the Tigers starts at 9:15 local time. Then Vinarati, a doubleheader against Bohemians and Tigers. Should be 2 really good games. And then looking forward to the clash between Burno and Bohemians, which will sort things out towards the top of the table. And then Burno against the Tigers, the final game at 5:15. Long day for Burno. 3 games. They play the first one and the last one.
The tournament's going to get really interesting from here on, Danny, and I believe that Wednesday is the beginning of that, because you're going to start seeing a lot of maybe like twists and tails, or maybe nothing as well, but it's all happening though.
There's still a lot to play for.
Exactly, yeah.
So PCC are the only ones who, well, we won't see them tomorrow.
Yep.
They're the only ones who've got a settled spot in the order so far, and Spartans are out of it now with 9 losses. So it's going to be a goodbye from us. Thank you to everyone in the chat. As we see some of the Portugal fantasy dashboard. This is the Marlow against Friendship game that is starting right now. So stay with it on the network. Corey Rutgers bringing you all the action. It's going to be a really nice game, and it's Friendship that won the toss, elected to bowl, and that should be a really good game between Marlow and Friendship. Double header. And I'm sure you'll enjoy that tonight. So, Venki, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for joining me in the commentary marshmallow today.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure being on the air with you. It's been one of those you can say secret wishes to be on air with you and Phil, because I've seen you guys do it so often right beside me, but never along with. So it's been fun. Thank you for having me.
It's good to see your insights on both the game and also from Vinarati and the whole all to do with Czech cricket and the ground. Yep. So I know you have a very interesting perspective. Also, you're doing a lot of work here as day manager.
Yep.
So we're going to say goodbye to everyone in the chat, everyone who's watching, and we're going to see some of today's highlights come up. Hope you enjoyed the day's play, and see you tomorrow morning. Have a great one.
closer look, and it was a big, thick inside edge. It ballooned miles in the air. If he had gone hard at it, you wonder if he could have got the catch. The run out definitely would have been out, but missed the stumps, and a little bit of a reprieve there for Marlowe. Well played. Good cricket. Sometimes a little bit of finesse also goes with a bit of power. It was a decent looking delivery, but Singh just leans on it, and late cuts that for 4. Good batting. And this is a good start for Marlowe here. They're 29 for 1 off 2.5. So last ball of the third. And that's 6 runs. What a nice shot that is. It goes for 6 from Singh. Overpitched again from Haydar. He pays the price, and this has been Marlowe's power play. The score at the end of 3 is 35 for 1. Have a look at this shot. Slow, up, full, and chipped away for 6. Really nice batting, and this is a dream start now for Marlowe on a pitch that's, well, got a bit in it. As you can see, 35 for 1, and that worm tracking the right way. So it looks like that. A little bit of spin's going to be brought on to the attack. And yeah, good to see everyone in the chat. Hope you're all doing well out there. And greetings to everyone around Europe. And if you're tuning in from the subcontinent or Arnhem in the Netherlands, hope you're doing well. And plenty going on. Went and saw the new Barbie movie recently. Chose it over Oppenheimer. Good film. Anyway, let's start over number 4, Vishwakarma. A bit of left arm sliders. Gets a bit of bounce there, so there's going to be a dot ball to start. Oh, it's going to be signalled to wide, so it took his time there, but I think that's probably maybe just over the tram line. The right decision. So obviously the field's spread out. That's just going to be pushed into the offside for one. So you've got a bit more of a well, stock standard T20 field here. You've got just the cover, backward point, short third, 45. And with these parameters, yeah, I can understand why. Very difficult to stop the runs flowing here. Maybe need a little bit of assistance or a piece of magic in the field. That might help. That is skidded on, an LBW. Well, if you like LBWs, you've probably come to the right place. That is a left arm round delivery that's hit the pitch and skidded through. Have a look at this. I think this is blowing most boards off around the world. Just skids on and bang. Thanks for coming. That is out. And I start to realise what is going on here. And this is quite peculiar. You've got the advantage as a batter of having short boundaries to the left and right, but then you've also got the variable bounce. So you could say it's an even playing field. As the second wicket will go down, and the score now is 37 for 2. There's number 4 coming out to the crease, Najam Shazad, who's played plenty of cricket in Portugal and can hit it a long, long way. Might have his work cut out. This is actually quite clever bowling as well, has to be said. When you're bowling left arm around and really getting your left arm lower from Vishwakarma, you do have a bigger chance to get it to probably spit or skid on. Always like a left arm off spinner in a white ball format. Yeah, there's that round arm and well pushed into the offside. That's where you probably could have had cover tight for the very first ball of a new batter's innings. I know it's a T10, but that's where you can squeeze. Something for Friendship CC to talk about after the game, but maybe get into the locker room. I know these teams take this competition extremely seriously. And that's, for me, pretty close, maybe sliding down. Yeah, close indeed. Once again, it's that low arm action skidding on. He went for his favoured pull shot and well, maybe just going down as we get back to the live action, and he's hit it high in the air and it's just sailing over the rope. 6 runs, so nice shot. We'll catch up with the ball eventually. It'll go for 6, and well, this has been all over the shop to say the least. We've had balls that have skidded on, hit the pads, gone up, outs, and then we've had 6s in between. In a funny way, it does sort of feel that the variable bounce in the pitch is sort of equalised by the extremely short square boundaries. That was toe-ended, and that felt like it went a long way. Last ball of the 4th now. Inside edge onto the pad, and an appeal for no reason. That'll be 4 overs gone, and Marlow, I think they'll be pretty happy even though they've lost 2 wickets. It is 44 for 2. So, been out here for the last week, and from all reports, been pretty competitive competition. Plenty of spirit always shown in Portuguese cricket, which is growing by the day, step by step. I believe they won an international series versus heavyweights Malta and Gibraltar. Really good signs, taking them up to 37th in the world, so things are going well. You can imagine being Gibraltar must have been a big day for the Portuguese. I think they've only ever won 1 international game, so it must have felt good to drum them a few more times. As we get into over number 5, Taj Mohammed comes steaming in. And a bit of a few eyes to the batter there, a bit of a cheeky smile, don't mind that. Seems like he's got a decent action on himself. Nothing wrong with getting in the odd Yorker. I mean, if you not going to bang a length, Yorker length is probably the next best option. Do like the friendship kit. Remember a few years ago, came out to Portugal, and I think it was Rana was their old captain, gave me a friendship CC shirt. Still is their captain, I'm being told by my analyst Conrad Greenshields, who's in the commentary cube at the moment. Slower ball, flicked away, catches up to it, so it won't be a wide, and they'll get through for a single. Actually gets away with that, Des Mohammed. That was sliding down the leg side. It could have easily been picked up for 6, but just the 1. But yeah, great to see some of these players again. I do remember a lot of familiar faces from in the past, and glad to see they're still enjoying their cricket here in Portugal. Another slower ball, and gets a little bit of extra bounce, but unfortunately that's going to be signalled wide just outside the tram line. This is one of 3 grounds here in Portugal. First time I've been able to see this lovely ground, I have to admit. I like the clubhouse, very cute indeed. A little bit of history about it. And yeah, it's been told it used to be a football field. Now just the cricket. And obviously the lights must be pretty good if we're having day-night cricket out here. So that's bounced a lot. That has been punched. That is straight off the glove. Still, nothing has reared up like that very first ball, though. If I had seen a few more of those, that would have made me panic a lot. There's Marlow sitting on the side. I'm sure they're enjoying themselves on a Tuesday evening. There you go, there's that extra bounce again, and not easy to play that. But yeah, these 2 teams based down in Lisbon, you've got to give credit to a lot of these players actually, that they've driven the 2.5-hour trek to come up and play. It just shows a lot of commitment. I reckon back in the day, if my captain said you're going to drive 2.5 hours for a game of cricket and probably be batting at number 6, would have said, I'll see you next week, Skip. But these guys, they love it. They'll do anything to play on the network, and I don't blame them. 2 balls left in this 5th over. That one shoots a little bit lower, so not so easy as Najam Shazad. Probably playing a little bit across it. Needs to go slightly straighter, but 47 for 2 of 4.5. Tough to tell what a good score is on this. A few people telling me 100. Let me know in the chat what you think. I know that there's a bit of up and down, but that short boundary on the leg side just feels like if one person gets in for 10 minutes, it could be extremely destructive. There's that slow ball, and that is absolutely crunched. Well, we're not going to be able to catch up with that. That's gone into another dynasty. That's 6 runs, and Marlow, they have this happy knack of hitting a boundary at the right time. 5 overs bowled here. The score is 53 for 2. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw Friendship CC continue with a little bit of spin here. It's been 25 games since our previous golden ball. Well, last time I was on the air, it was up to about 200, so I'm not too sure where we had a golden ball. Maybe Vinny Sandu can fill me in, probably in the Czech Republic. I know he's doing a great job out there. And I know we didn't get one in the Netherlands. Last time I was on the network was for the women's event out in Utrecht. That was good fun, actually. Enjoyed watching Thailand. Sajjad Hussain is going to come in, number 28 on his back. So keep her up to the stumps. You'd imagine this would be a little bit of spin, first time I've seen him. Shahid, 11 off 10, struggled to get going here. Probably wants to try and cash in. It's not going to be spin, it's going to be left arm round, and that is an excellently executed Yorker wide of the off stump. But yeah, it looks pretty gentle here. That does Hussain. If I'm the batter, I might be trying to line this up. As we don't get it on air, and that is lined up. That is absolutely mullered. That is huge. 6 runs, and Hussain decides to come left arm around right into the wheelhouse. And Shahid, thank you very much. 6 runs to the total. Angling in, 60 kilometres an hour, and it came off the bat at about 70 kilometres an hour. What a shot. That's been left down leg side. They're going to get a wide +1. Good alert running there from Shahzad, who called him through straight away. So effectively, that's 8 off the 1 ball. But yeah, it feels Marlow, they're off to a good start here now. Despite those 2 early wickets, 61 off 5.2 is usually a good region to be in the 60s after 5. As that's going to be, oh, he's missed out there, hasn't he? That should have been hit into another dimension, but just the one there to deep square. And Shahzad, I believe, captain of Portugal, just not getting going just yet. Good to see him back in the game. Went missing there for a while. Didn't see him on some score sheets, so it's good to see him back out there. As that is inside edged onto the pad. Dot ball. Slight pauses, a little bit of running repairs there for Shahid. So steady start in this one. I mean, it's a 6:30 start. High in the air, and if that goes for 6, it won't. It's caught. Well, there's a bonus wicket. And you can see he just looks over his shoulder to check where the rope is. That's Taj Muhammad that takes the catch out there and was ballooned away. At first, I thought there's no way that he's going to edge this one away for 6, but almost got there. He'll have to go, though, and a bonus little wicket there for Friendship CC, who are trying to apply the brakes. That's 3 down, and Shahid, he has to go. Credit to Sajjad Hussain, who holds his nerve and gets the wicket. There's a couple of people in the chat letting me know that the golden ball was in the Czech series. Yeah, look, I do quite a bit of notes before a series. I spent, I think it was Sunday and Monday in front of the laptop and was doing as much study as I could on these Portuguese players, and I apologise I didn't have time to check the Czech series, actually. We just have so much cricket coming these days, it's so hard to be an analyst and a commentator at the same time. I'll make sure I'll get round to that shortly, but really fun studying all these players. The Excel sheets were out. New man to the crease, Mason, who plays a pretty cautious sort of shot. And I tell you what, if he had played a shot like that off his first ball for me, for Spain, I'd be pulling his neck in. 25 balls left, 7 wickets in hand. Time to go, boys. Let it loose. After 6, the score is 62 for 3. Good to have everyone jumping in and saying that they think the past scores between 114 to 118. We'll have a look at that scorecard quickly. And 3 starts, and that's probably something you'll see quite a lot in this series. I do imagine there's a lot of batters that get a start and then they might get a ball that's unmanageable, so that makes sense. With these short boundaries, you only need 2 or 3 to come out the middle. And I dare say, you can get some good value, as looks like Badrul Haidar is going to bowl again. Little change to the field. They're going to keep third man back and actually bring deep square in. I actually agree with this. I think that's quite good tactics. I don't think having deep square back is going to have much effect at 40 metres. You're better off trying to protect the longer boundary for the edge. As you can see, straight to that square. Just the one. But yeah, Shazad just not getting his timing just yet. He's got himself to 10 off 8. Well, you got 23 balls left to a ball. Get them into that 115 area, somewhere about that, I reckon. Full toss, gets away with it as Myson plays it pretty cautiously, it feels. Maybe a bit surprised to get that. Not many people prepare for a full toss. As that's one that shoots low, and you can't do much about that. The keeper actually does well to stop that with his boot. That's going to get through, I imagine, for a bye, and yeah, just the bye signalled. So 65 for 3. Not a bad over this so far from Haidar, who's getting it in the right area. Wild swing there, that's going to be signalled wide, and well, I'll be disappointed, but I believe that's the right call, just over that tram line. Tries to dig this one a little bit shorter, a little bit more into that pitch, and I don't mind that. Got a bit of a whippy action, seems to have some genuine pace. There you go, that's the dream length. There's where you want to be. There's no reason on this pitch that you should ever be too full. I don't even think you need to try and hit Yorkers. Just keep hitting a length here and hope that you get a bit of variable. And if you do, it makes it almost impossible for the batter to play those cross-bat shots that I know they love playing out here in Portugal. You won't see many people go through the beat, maybe only Greenshields and Stoneman, but most go cross-bat like that. And thanks for coming. Nice shot, 6 runs, and Myson wakes up and he launches that into the leg side. Haidar. Well, bit of a mixed spell, hasn't it been? He every now and then gets it right, and every now and then gets mullered for 6. This one sits up. It's probably the first one that's been dug in and actually proper consistent bounce and launched over that leg side. So 6 valuable runs for Marlowe, who, despite the plays and misses, are hitting the 6s at the right time. Last ball of the 7th, and wow, yeah. Well, Mysom's getting angry at himself, but I don't think Sir Ricky Ponting would have hit that one. That is flown off a length. There's no batter in the world that can hit that, so I don't think he needs to be too upset with himself. And 7 overs complete, 72 for 3 out here in sunny Portugal. It's 7 PM at night, and I'm in shorts, so I'm pretty happy with this decision. It's been pretty cold and wet in the Netherlands recently. As crowd favourite Rana, MTS Rana, who gave me a shirt many years ago. I've never forgotten, took it home with me, put it on the wall, framed it. One of the more prized possessions I have. He's going to come in and bowl a pretty important 8th over. There's a couple more changes. Yeah, I like this. They're operating with the square leg up, which I think is wise. I don't think deep square is going to do much on a 40-metre boundary, but have the extra man back somewhere on the offside, why not? Better chance of saving 4. There's that. Unbelievable that's missed the stumps. And yeah, hard to surmise, really. It is a bit of a lottery, isn't it? I guess if you just keep swinging the bat to the leg side, you'll get the odd one out the middle, and then the odd one will go low. But I probably still haven't seen enough through the V. There's still deliveries here you can try and pump straight. Still a bit cross-batted from Marlowe. And again, this one at inside edge, and they'll get one. Got a question coming in from John. Corey, how is Conrad? He was really struggling with his shoulder the other day. Hope the pain has receded. Well, Conrad's sitting about 2 metres to my left. I'll look over. He's gone double thumbs up. Usually a good sign. And I arrived at 1 AM last night, actually, after a long flight and a long drive to the hotel. And wasn't surprised the first person I saw at the bar was Conrad. So I believe he's in good spirits. So that is hit into the leg side, and it's in a big pocket of space. I don't think that will go for 4. Oh, well, the handbrake was pulled early there. I'm not too sure Saddam Akbari will be happy with the strength and conditioning coach in his ear later. He pulled the chute early, and this is why you got to get an SNC. That trickled away, and he just jogged after it, but I reckon he could have got there. Maybe not. 4 runs. Question coming in from Chris Smith. A lot of people concerned about Conrad, surprisingly. Conrad, how's the dislocated finger? As I look over to my left and 6 up 3 fingers, and you can try and guess which 3 they are. That's mistimed into the leg side, should just be the 1. Yeah, I always wonder with strong teams like this for Marlowe, how would it feel to be a number 6 bat? Must be tough, always playing for such a strong team and watching the top order chew up most of the deliveries. Conrad's in good spirits. Will be featuring, I'm sure, again in this competition soon. As another player missed. Shazad going for a bit of a loose stroke there, has to be said. Not easy. 78 for 3. Not bad over this from Rano. If Rano can escape this last delivery with not going for a boundary and go for 20 or 19 off his 2 overs, I think he'll be pretty happy with that. Yep, that'll do it. As the keeper pushes it. Oh, well, it's going to be given a wide, so a slight delay on the call, but signalled in the end. Oh, I reckon that's tough. That's a tough call from the umpy there. But that's wide, and now you feel this will probably go for a boundary. This is why the cricket gods sometimes aren't on your side. And well, Rana, he'll be desperate to escape with at least a dot or a 1 here. Oh, it's a cruel game, but well fielded. So, will be a dot ball. We'll end up with pretty good figures. I'll take that 1 for 20 from the skipper. And the score at the end of 8 overs is 79 for 3. Have a do Cinder in the chat saying any guesses what we think the score will be after 10? I reckon about 108. I have a feeling that they might get a couple more out the middle. Tough to tell though. We have a look at that beautiful worm, and slanting the wrong way. It has been good from Friendship CC. We haven't given up the ghost here in this one just yet. They're fighting as hard as they can. My worry is who's going to be their 4th and 5th bowler to close out here. As old army hat comes on, man of discipline and man of power, Sajjad Hussain, who bowls these lovely left arm rounders at about 70 clicks an hour. He's going to come in and try fire in a couple of decent deliveries here. Not going to be easy. There it is, in the air. He hasn't got it. Tough catch. Swirly breeze gets under it. Really good catch, actually. He made some good ground tracking back, twisted his body the right way. That's the correct technique, which has surprised me. That's a very good catch. And that man who's held on to that one, Badrul Haid, has obviously played some serious cricket before, because that was the right technique. Tracked back, turned his body on the side and took it well. Took it really well. plants his foot at the point of impact with the catch, and that's a pretty big wicket. 79 for 4 now. As Friendship CC start to dream, is there a possibility here where they might be chasing under 100? That would be a dream scenario for them. I guess when you do win the toss and you want bowl first, you do fancy yourself as a chasing team. So Ali has made his way out there, batting at number 6. Low full toss, inside edge onto the pad. This could be out if it hits, and it does hit. So we're going to have a closer look at this one. So this will be close, could potentially be out. See, big inside edge onto the pad. They try scamper for a single. It's good alert keeping. I reckon he's just safe. Looks like just the one run. And here's that look again. I can understand the officials having a closer look at this. I think he's safe. I think he's just got his bat plugged down there, so he'll get away with that. Just the one run in the end. Good alert running.
Come on, Robin!
Another low full toss, and that is hit quite hard out there, but just the one. I think Friendship CC have actually been pretty clean in the field. Pretty credit to them. It's not the easiest outfield I've ever seen, but they're applying themselves well, and if they can keep Marlowe under 100, they'll believe. Jarred out, that's not going to be caught. It's going to fall short. Just the one again, and well, Hussein's got fantastic figures here. 2 for 12. I think his first ball got hit 200 metres, so good comeback from him. Shazad really struggled. 12 off 14 here. A lot of people around the world would be disappointed. Usually he's super destructive. That's a bit more like it, but that is a freebie. And Hussein, well, he's put himself in the doghouse there. You've got a pitch that has variable bounce. I think the last thing you can ever do is bowl a fully. And unfortunately, he does deliver up a fully, and it goes all the way for 6. Bit of a pressure valve release there for Marlowe. I reckon my grandma's hitting that for 6, actually. Sat up beautifully.
Come on, Robin, come on, boy!
Last ball of the 9th. They've raced through the overs. They've bowled 9 overs in 31 minutes. Rate it. Not timed again. They'll just get through for a single, and they're not going to look for 2. Shazad wants the strike. So 9 overs complete here. Friendship CC holding Marlowe to a respectable score. The score is 89 for 4. So it looks like the umpires realise it's over a little bit later. But yeah, that's probably the quickest first 9 overs I've ever seen.